pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First thing we'll do is the minutes of the public meeting of May 10th.
Move to be approved.
Second.
Okay, Commissioner comments. I noted on the, we should number these, there it is, page 3. Two-thirds of the way down the page, it mentions that Commissioner Spengler moved to approve the ordinance. Before that happened, Commissioner Curley had moved to deny, and that was a 4-3 vote, or 3-4 vote, actually. And Jim, we have some buzz in the speakers, some feedback. Any other commissioner comments?
Yeah, on page 2, it says that the ordinance has been approved by the Planning Commission, and that should indicate that the Planning Commission recommended approval.
Move the approval with those two changes.
Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Executive session was held before tonight's meeting in the Powys Caucus Room. All commissioners were present. The discussions tonight concerned real estate matters with a report from the Open Space Committee, litigation regarding, we'll be talking about this later on tonight, the settlement agreement with Dave Bayshore on the personnel loan, and thirdly, a personnel matter concerning a potential candidate for finance director. Next item is the CAD weatherization program. Who's going to do this for us?
Hi there. Good evening. My name is Tina Mason, and for the past 5 months, I've been working with Community Action Agency of Delaware County as the outreach coordinator for our weatherization assistance program. As the county's designated anti-poverty agency, Community Action Agency provides a variety of services and programs to the residents of Delaware County. I invite you all to visit our website at caadc.org to get an overview of some of the wonderful programs we provide. Now, at the direction of County Council, we also oversee the Weatherization Assistance Program here in Delaware County. This program is free to Delco residents regardless of whether they rent or own their homes. And while many of you may not be eligible for the program, you may know of someone who is. And I'd appreciate it very much if you would not only tell that person about our program, but also help us spread the word throughout your neighborhoods, your civic groups, and churches, and everywhere you can. Funding for this program is provided by the Pennsylvania Department of Community and Economic Development, and also through the American Recovery and Reinvestment Act. This act is commonly referred to as ARA, and many folks know of it as the stimulus package. ARA has provided $252.8 million for Pennsylvania's Weatherization Assistance Program. These resources will enable the Commonwealth to achieve greater energy independence, put more Pennsylvania citizens to work by increasing the demand for skilled weatherization professionals, and it's going to help the residents by reducing their energy use by an estimated 20 to 30%, which in turn is going to lower their bills. Over the next 2 to 3 years, Pennsylvania is targeted to reduce the usage by an amount equal to powering 7,000 homes a year. The goal is to weatherize an additional 29,700 housing units and to put 940 Pennsylvania citizens to work. This program operates all year round, accepting applications and servicing homes. The Weatherization Assistance Program is not new to Delaware County. This program has been going on for many years, and over the course of the last 10 years, on average, we service 500 homes annually. This year, with the extra stimulus funding, we're looking to triple that amount easily and service 1,600 homes. Since Delaware County's program was up and running, we worked hard and were able to get the 5th largest funding grant at $6 million if we can find folks to match the services up with. We had quite a winter here in Delco, And lots of folks think about weatherization in the colder months, but as I said, we are a 12-month program. Not only is our goal to help folks keep their homes warmer in the winter, but also cooler in the warmer months. The way the program works is this. When a resident qualifies, they're assigned a priority number by the state. It's based on several factors such as household composition, income level, and energy usage. When their number's up, our home energy auditor comes out to their home and they receive a free home energy audit and also some conservation education. The auditor will check things like the attic insulation. They do a diagnostic airflow test. They check the heater, the weather stripping and caulking. All the windows and doors are inspected, and there's also a refrigerator evaluation that's done. Based on the auditor's finding, we will do simple items like changing out light bulbs, and we may add additional attic insulation. The heater could be serviced, repaired, or actually replaced. Weather stripping and caulking is done. Windows and doors can be repaired or replaced, and the refrigerator could be replaced with an Energy Star rated appliance if it's just burning electricity. After the audit, we order the materials, and once they're delivered, the work crew is scheduled. All our service personnel are trained and certified. Some of the work being done is done by our in-house crews, and we also contract out some of the work. The work, once completed, is guaranteed for 12 months. Now, who's eligible? As I said, it's all residents, whether they own or rent. I understand that we have clients in all the 49 municipalities, and we have serviced several homes here right in Radnor Township. Households qualify two different ways. There are automatic qualifiers or income guideline qualifiers. The automatic qualifiers are when anyone in the house receives SSI assistance, if the household receives LIHEAP, or any other kind of TANF cash assistance program. If they don't automatically qualify, then we look at the income, and the income is based on 200% of the poverty level. It's listed on all our paperwork, our flyers, and our posters, as well as our website. These guidelines are subject to change, but I did leave some to be left here at the municipal building. The library has graciously offered to put up one of our posters also, and as I said, it's on our website. The program works hand in hand with both the occupants who dwell in the home and the structure. If the structure was serviced since September of '94, it is not currently eligible to be redone. However, if there's clients that we service who have a life situation change where they upsize or downsize their dwelling, or they move, we can possibly service where they move into if they still qualify. When the applicant is a renter, the owner has to naturally sign off to allow us permission to enter and do the work. And they also have to sign a rental agreement that for the next 12 months that they're not going to raise the rent as a result of the work that was done by us, nor will they evict that client for, subject to them, not failing to keep up with their responsibilities, their rental agreement. When there's a duplex or a quad, quite often we can service all the parts of the unit if they're serviced by one heater's HVAC system. And we work together with the tenants and the landlords to work through that application process. I would welcome a copy of your apartment listing if that's possible so that I could contact those apartment owners. The maximum amount of money that we're able to spend on any one unit is $6,500. In the case of rentals, the landlord has to contribute a portion once we go over $4,000, or if a major item such as a heater or hot water heater or refrigerator is being replaced. The amount that the landlord pays is in relationship to the percentage of units that qualify. And we work with them on a case-by-case basis within the guidelines of the program. Our program can also be utilized by nonprofits, such as those operating residential housing units within your community. Again, I would welcome information if that could be shared. The application process is somewhat detailed. As you're aware, with any federal or state program, there's audits, and all the details do matter. The application requests simple information about the household members, the structure, the ownership type, the age, information on the type of utilities, and the age, make, model of the heater. Documentation that we need is proof of earnings, energy usage. We look at the PICO energy bill to see what amount of energy is used over the past 12 months. We ask people to give us information on their oil heat purchases. All our information is kept confidential. Folks can mail in applications or come down to our office at 98 Jansen Avenue in Essington. As I stated, our flyer and application can be found on our website, www.caadc.org. Again, this program is available to all residents of Delaware County. Please share this information with your family, friends, neighbors, coworkers, religious, civic, and social groups.
Well, what we'll do is we'll make sure it gets up on our
Website.
scroll on the
We would
website.
appreciate
and
that.
With links to it.
I will, if I haven't already, I will send you a copy of that PDF flyer that you can upload.
Great.
Just to share with you, I have previously mailed out to all the municipal managers, the police chiefs, the fire chiefs, code enforcement officers, building inspectors, the people that see the homes on a day-to-day basis and might realize folks who are in need. I am available to speak to any groups that invite me. I can be reached at our number, which is on the flyer. The one last item I would like to mention to your residents is that we have a donations warehouse. Instead of calling and paying the township to haul away some used furniture that still has life in it, we welcome a phone call. We will come free of charge to pick this up, and then we store it in our warehouse where we hold on to it until we get a call from the Red Cross that there's a family in need who maybe had a fire, or someone from our transitional housing units move into their first apartment and they're able to furnish their dwelling through the donations warehouse. I apologize, I know I breezed through that rather quickly, and if you have any questions from the commissioners, I'd be more than glad to answer them.
Any questions from the commissioners?
No.
Thank you very much for the
Thank
information.
you very much for your
Program.
time.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda is announcement for a Taste for Fire fundraiser. This will benefit local firefighters, including the fire department servicing Radnor Township. On May 26th, which is this Wednesday, if you have lunch or dinner at one of the listed restaurants, they will give 20% to the Mainline Chamber Foundation, which then will provide grants to local firefighters. Information is available on their website. There's a flyer in the back of the room. We have several Radnor restaurants listed here, being good citizens like they've always have been. Florette, which for you that don't remember is the former Pond and Cassis. Glen Morgan, Flippin' Bailey. So they're just some of them, and there's 6 or 8 restaurants that are participating. Departmental reports.
Move they be accepted.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any comments from the commissioners or questions? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Committee reports. Community Development. Don?
First item is Resolution 2010-17 of Agnes Irwin School to construct additional replacement of athletic and dining facilities of the middle upper school, construct additional parking and stormwater management facilities at 295 South Ithan. Mr. Malloy, do you want to tell us about this, please?
This is a revised resolution from the previous meeting. I had a meeting with the applicant's engineer who supplied me with some revised plans. Plans actually dated May 14th. He and myself reviewed the plans. This is the revised resolution based on those plans. We went from 19 items down to 10, and the applicant has also signed an affidavit agreeing to these conditions.
Very well. I motion that we approve Resolution 2010-17.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions from the commissioners?
Well, I would just like to say, first of all, I want to thank Agnes Irwin for being so cooperative and going along with this delay, because this resolution is much cleaner, and I think it is in everybody's best interest that we understand what we're approving, that everyone else understands what we're approving, and that everything is not confusing. The one item that I was most concerned about, the buffer, which is now in comment number 5, I am very comfortable with now. I met with Dan over the week. Dan reached out to Shade Tree and confirmed with them what the buffer, current plans for the buffer are. And I'm very comfortable with what's in comment number 5 and what is in the plans. And I also would like to say that I made a pretty concerted effort and was very proactive in reaching out to the neighbors of Agnes Arund along this process and keeping them abreast of when the meetings were and when to watch them on TV and learn what's happening. I did not hear from a single resident in opposition or with concerns about the process. And even some residents emailed me, and I emailed them links to the videos of all the meetings. So I think that we are supportive of this plan, the residents as well. And in general, the residents, neighbors, and the township are consider Agnes Irwin a very good neighbor and are very interested in seeing you continue to succeed and continue to grow in a way that keeps everyone happy. So thank you again for this delay, for clarifying everything so that we all are comfortable with what we're approving. And we look forward to getting through this construction period with you and making it as painless as possible.
Dan, I just want to say thanks for tightening this up. It addresses all the concerns I had at the last meeting.
Any public comment?
Hello, I'm James Schneller. I live over 5,000 feet from the location, but I pass by frequently on a weekly basis and have a lifetime affinity to the property and the neighborhood. I simply wanted to ask a question I haven't been able to resolve. Is there additional stream bed being covered by this proposal?
Yes, there is.
Well, I know it's very late, but I'd ask that that be reviewed, keeping in mind that the township has an insufficient ordinance regarding this. If someone in an R5 or adjacent to an R3, or R2, or any neighborhood can simply come in and cover a stream bed without some kind of vetting process, I hope we'd at least recommend to the Comprehensive Committee and to the Planning Commission that the ordinance be reviewed, because we're not encouraging the environmental aspect of the ordinance, and we're giving a vendor a very free ride here to just cover up a stream bed that's probably utilized by 10 birds, 5 mammals, countless other visitors, and things that make Radnor beautiful. Thank you.
Any further public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
Next item is approval of the Independence Day Parade contribution of $4,000. Mr. Ziankowski, will you summarize this for us, please?
Sure. This is a donation that's being requested. The only concern I guess I would raise is in the 2 weeks that I've been here in the review of the budget and how tenuous it is. I know this is a very good cause, a good event, but also the concern of where the budget is at currently and where it may end up at the end of the year, of the consideration of looking at these types of contributions towards these events, of whether they're within the purview of the budget. I know that it's a budgeted expense. It does show in the 2010 budget, but would, again, caution the board that as we move forward with the budget and trying to figure out the position financially of the township, that these items are reviewed carefully in moving forward.
We already made the approval for the Memorial Day Parade, 4,000. I move we approve 4,000 for the July 4th Parade.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any further commissioner discussion? I just would encourage everyone, I know the other day I got my letter from the 4th of July committee, and I upped my donation. So maybe if other people do that, they might not need the whole 4,000 from Radnor Township. Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Last item is discussion of Shimoni Road Sidewalk Resolution 2006-20. Kevin, do you want to start us off?
I guess, or Bill can, but I'll start. I guess
Well, I have a presentation to make. You want to listen to my presentation first?
we'll listen to you, but I'll make my comments first
Okay.
and then come back. Then you can make your presentation. I got pictures too, so. I have a couple of questions for John Rice at the end of this. And some of this is history. And Don, you were at the Planning Commission on the time it was there, so if I misspeak or my history is a little inaccurate, correct me. Eastern University came in to the township to propose building dorms on the corner of, basically on the corner of Eagle Road and King of Prussia Road. And at the time they came in, those plans called for a sidewalk on King of Prussia Road. With no notice to anybody, the Planning Commission made a recommendation to move that sidewalk off of property on Eastern to private property. So my first couple of questions to John Rice are, John, have you looked at this resolution? And is it even a condition 7? Is that even a valid condition? The reason I ask is, as a layman and not a lawyer, you could look at that and say, okay, this proposed sidewalk is not on Eastern property. It's over a mile away from the proposed buildings. So what's to stop Radnor Township from, anytime somebody comes in and putting in a plan to say, and, you know, say Eastern develops the piece by Valley Forge, which they now said they've acquired. Put a sidewalk in Garrett Hill. Put a sidewalk in Bryn Mawr as part of the condition for approval. So help me understand the validity of condition 7.
Well, not having all the history with this, Kevin, that is a condition that was imposed on the applicant. And my understanding is condition number 7 was never appealed. So it's an unappealed condition, which is binding on Eastern. What I don't know is it on private property or is it in right-of-way?
Well, it's in the right-of-way,
It's within the right-of-way, Shimoni.
So, I mean, that,
but isn't the right, it's still,
if it's in the, right. If
it's still in their property line.
Right, but if it's in the right-of-way, typically, this is not an unusual condition. It's an off-site improvement. I don't know. I haven't looked at the plans that were approved at the time. I don't have the plans. I didn't have access. But this is not an unusual type of condition that usually gets negotiated. And if the landowner, in this case, or the developer, Eastern, had a problem with it, it's something that they had 30 days to appeal from the date that this was issued.
But
So-
if you understand the history, it's not, this proposed sidewalk is not on Eastern's property.
No, I understand
So
that.
Eastern's
But-
view of the situation is that they wanted to build dorms. They
Right.
wanted to build them quickly. And this, I saw Nick out there, I don't know if he's left or he's one, there you are. I suspect in their mind, it's simply a financial decision, that I will pay X amount to build these dorms. And why would I, as Eastern, dispute this condition? Now, the issue is the residents who actually own the property were never provided any notice in advance of this. They had no say in the matter. And again, I'm still perplexed as how you can have an applicant committed to do something on somebody else's property.
Happens all the time. Usually gets negotiated
With whom?
with the planning commission or the township.
With no resident input. Well, no property owner input,
There's
excuse me,
no,
let me
there's
rephrase that.
no, and again, I don't know whether the imposition of this condition requires that those residents sign off. If it's in the right-of-way, then whoever owns the road has the right to do certain things in the right-of-way, one of which is to put sidewalks in. So if the applicant agrees, if they agreed and didn't appeal it, they're stuck with it, in my opinion. So it's a valid condition. If this was a condition that required Eastern to get an easement through somebody else's property on the other side of the township to put a sidewalk in or run a sewer line, then that's a little different.
But so the township could require Eastern to put a sidewalk in the township's right-of-way on Conestoga Road,
Correct.
no matter how far away it is?
If the applicant agrees to it, correct.
Okay, that seems absurd to me.
Happens all the time.
Okay.
With intersection improvements, I mean, there's a general rule with land development that a developer is responsible for whatever's along his road frontage. or something within the,
This is, again, this proposed project
or
is...
something in the immediate vicinity. But what happens is, and a lot of times it happens with intersection improvements, where you have a large project being built that doesn't have frontage, but there's some condition attached by the Planning Commission or recommended by the Planning Commission where the developer will do X at that intersection a quarter mile away. If the developer agrees to do it and it ends up in a written resolution or an approval letter, then it's binding on the developer if it's not appealed.
So what options do the property owners have?
At this point, I'm not sure what options they have, other than to ask this board. I mean, if the board, in order to take this condition off of Eastern, the board would have to revisit the land development approval by resolution.
Yeah, Bill, you can make your comments. I want to think for a few minutes.
I have a presentation to make. Our planning commission had a lot of foresight by making a decision that rather than put a sidewalk on King of Prussia Road, the likelihood of it going anywhere in the next 5 or 10 or 15 years wasn't going to happen, that if Eastern was supposed to put in a sidewalk, maybe it would be better if we ran the sidewalk from the St. David's train station to an entrance for Eastern, so people could go from a train to a major institution and walk safely on a sidewalk. They were all public meetings that were held. That decision was made publicly. It came to the commissioners on a couple occasions. We discussed it, and the decision was made publicly to put the sidewalk. I'm sorry that none of the residents were informed about that. I understand why they weren't informed, and that was an unfortunate situation. Your wife was not healthy at the time, and so she didn't have the...
It had nothing to do with it. You didn't inform them. You didn't send...
Well, if you were going to put a sidewalk in my ward, I would have knocked on every door, Kevin. So I would have informed everyone that it was happening. And you didn't inform us. Excuse me, I'm making a presentation. But I just wanted to show, I don't know whether these pictures can show up or not, if they can turn on. Pictures aren't very clear, but it shows a beautiful entrance from Shimoni Road to Eastern College, and it goes 600 feet between two properties and alongside a third property, inner property, so people can walk safely to Eastern. And it's been there for a number of years, and people have been walking from the train station to this entrance to Eastern, and it's very convenient, and it saves them from walking another 3 blocks on the road around the corner and down to Eastern. The 3 properties next to this are 239, and 235. And knowing that the people were walking there, the people have put cinders down rather than try and grow grass. So there's already a path there. And I talked to both those residents. Of course, neither one of them are in favor of a sidewalk. They think it should stay the way it is.
Excuse me, you'll have your opportunity to comment.
The next 2 pictures are 231, which is next to those 2 properties. These are the 3 properties that go right to the path. These people are in favor of the sidewalk, and they've been trying to grow grass there, but you can see that there's a path that's going there. My recommendation is that we put the sidewalk in, and then we work with Bill Hagan and the township staff and to raise the curb in front of these 3 properties. We raised the curb in front of 251 and 263. It's beautiful in front of Ed Molyneux's and the Miller's house. As you go to the next property and you go around the corner, the stone curb was raised. It's absolutely gorgeous, and the stone curb would be gorgeous raised here. The next two.
So let me just make sure I understand your point, Bill. You're suggesting now that the township fund part of the sidewalk?
No,
Where's the, well, you said raise the curb. Who's doing that?
the township raises curb. They do it all the time.
Where's the money come from?
They do it, every year they raise curb with their ability to raise curb. That's why I'm talking about a 2 or 3 year project. I'm not talking about doing it the first year unless they have the time to do it.
The argument for this sidewalk has always been it's free.
It is free. The sidewalk is free. The curb will get done when the township can afford to do it.
I see.
Kevin,
My recommendation-
let's let Bill finish
just
his
wanna-
My
presentation.
recommendation is that we put in the sidewalk there and we raise the curb. The next two properties next to this is 223 Shimoni, which is basically a wide sidewalk. It's maybe 60 feet of property, 40 feet of it is sidewalk, so you would be going across a sidewalk. I'm sorry, you'd be going across a driveway. You would be putting a sidewalk across the driveway. The next property is the Craig property. They're on Cornwall Lane, but they have this 18 or 20 feet right on the edge, and this picture shows plantings, but also shows where people have walked there. Across the street, you have the Vic property. He sent me a letter complaining about drainage. I went to see him a couple weeks ago and showed him where the water was running down his neighbor's property in between the curb and where a sidewalk would be, and then it flooded right onto his property. And I said, if we put a sidewalk in there, we could help your flooding problem. He was appreciative of that, but he still was not in favor of the sidewalk. The next property is 503 St. David's Avenue. And that property is completely eroded from the beginning to the end. This is where the water runs. It runs off St. David's Avenue, runs right down this property, and it runs right to Vic's property. And he says he gets water in his basement because of this flooding. By putting a sidewalk here, it would only be a safe thing, but we would get rid of this. This is what it looks like today. This is the erosion problem we have there. The next property is the Smith's property. And people have used this property for years, and they've just worn down the side of the property. This is the way it looks today. It's just a complete mess. The public just continues to walk on this property, and a sidewalk there would really be a plus. The problem with the Smith's property is they have about 7 trees. And if you put a sidewalk in there, you would probably kill their trees. So my recommendation for their property is that where the tree roots are, we put this rubber material down. Chanticleer has just put it down as a path. It's handicap accessible. Wheelchairs and bikes can ride on it. And what we do is we put in sidewalk where there's not roots. Where other roots, we will put this in. And then if and when the tree goes, the township would have the responsibility to come back years later and put in a sidewalk, a cement sidewalk. These are the pictures of the path at Chanticleer. I went and walked on it. You can ride a bike on it. They said it drains real well. It was better in the winter snow than the regular sidewalks because it drained well because it's very porous. I've been dealing with sidewalks for a long time in Radnor Township. It's tough getting sidewalks. Nobody wants a sidewalk. In 1970, we built the Wayne Elementary School. Nobody wanted the sidewalk. There were 60 people in a meeting screaming and yelling, and the commissioners passed the sidewalk 7-0 against the opposition of 60 people. They had to pay for it at the time. The only way we could get sidewalks in Radnor then, we had to ordain them, and the people had to pay for the sidewalk and curb. So they had a double problem with it. All those neighbors came out, but the commissioners realized that for the good of the community, we should put a sidewalk there. And since that time, that was the last sidewalk ordained in Radnor Township, because it is tough getting a sidewalk in. And my thing was that the township should pay for the sidewalk. We finally got a sidewalk down in Garrett Hill in front of the Methodist Church, and a few other sidewalks here and there. But the strength of Radnor Township, and the strength of Wayne especially, is that you have South Wayne, West Wayne, and North Wayne all connected to a central business district with sidewalks. And I think that we should try and put sidewalks wherever we can to get people walking off the road and onto a safe sidewalk. This is a major train station, St. David's. This is a major university. We're talking about 3 blocks of sidewalks. Only one person of the 7 or 8 people is in favor of it. I understand that, but sometimes we have to do what we think is right for the community. I know they don't want to shovel it. I know they don't want a liability, but everybody else that has a sidewalk in West Wayne, North Wayne, and South Wayne has that, they have to shovel their sidewalk, they have the liability, they have to repair their sidewalks. So,
Just most of those people had the sidewalk when they bought those houses.
pardon me?
Most of those people had the sidewalk there when
Yeah,
they
and
bought
that's,
those houses.
and that's one of the reasons why they bought the houses, because it had
Well,
sidewalks.
But they had a choice.
Yeah.
To buy a house, whether or not it had a sidewalk or did not.
Yeah. Well, I think that, I think we should support the sidewalk. The Planning Commission recommended it. It's been 4 years. There was a committee set up, Kevin and Hank, you had a committee to discuss it. But I think that we could run a sidewalk from the St. David's Station to the entrance of Cabrini.
And why don't you think it shouldn't be on the other side of the street where it would affect fewer homes?
Because you have to cross the street
And
twice.
I don't see David out there. Are you suggesting that college students from Eastern University are not capable of crossing Chamonix Road?
No, what I'm saying is, if you look at the history for the last 40 years, you can see where the paths are worn, where people walk. On the Smith property, you can see the erosion on the other property, you can see the people who put gravel down on the other property. That is where people walk. That is the safest place to put the sidewalk, so that you don't have to cross the road twice. You run it down that street. We can argue about it forever. I'm never going to convince the people on St. David's Avenue, Chamonix Road. I'm not going to convince them to be for this sidewalk. I understand that.
Do you believe the township should enforce its sidewalk codes?
Pardon me?
Do you believe the township should enforce its sidewalk codes?
No, the township should, but they never have. And in 1970,
And why
I
not?
proposed, because politically, if you come by and tell me that I have to fix my sidewalk, I'll go around and show you 1,000 other sidewalks. So nobody got it done. In 1970, I proposed, when I was a commissioner, I proposed when you sell your house, you fix your sidewalks. I lost 4-3. I came back in 1992 and I finally got it passed. When you sell your house, you got to fix your sidewalks, and that's the procedure that's followed in Radnor Township.
So then a bunch of houses by your house are not eligible for sale without fixing those sidewalks?
That's right. That's right. I mean, there's a house that I took a picture of when I ran in 1991, and it was in my brochure. These are the 4 blocks of sidewalks. I'm going to try and fix your sidewalks, make them better. Those sidewalks are the same today. They haven't changed since 1991.
So
Now,
none of those houses have been sold?
that house has not been sold.
None of those houses?
Well, there's a lot of houses that have been sold.
Well, because if you go from Midland up to your house, there's at least 2 houses with sidewalks that are out of compliance and represent a safety hazard.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of sidewalks I could go around. That's not the issue, Kevin. If you want to enforce the ordinance, if you get 4 votes, you can do whatever you want.
You don't pass an ordinance bill not to enforce it. That's ridiculous.
Kevin,
Kevin, we passed this
Excuse
4
me,
years
Bill.
ago.
Bill,
We passed,
Bill,
no,
just a
we
second.
passed this 4
Kevin?
years ago.
that's not really germane
Yeah.
to the issue at hand. Let's discuss
discuss
this
it.
sidewalk.
We passed this 4 years ago. We haven't enforced this because you have been holding it up. Okay? The commissioners anytime could overvote you 4-3. We haven't done that. But it's been 4 years. So it's now time to either move forward the sidewalk or don't do the sidewalk. I'm in favor of moving forward the sidewalk. The majority of the Board of Commissioners are going to have to decide what they want to do. The public can have their comments. I'm just making my comments. It's
Understood.
tough. It's
Bill,
tough
I have
getting a
a-
sidewalk anywhere, Kevin.
I have a couple questions, Bill, over here. I don't know, that material you showed.
Yes, it's rubber.
Is there any opportunity just to raise the grade at those locations where the trees are and put sidewalks in, or is that not possible? I don't know the process.
It would be too high.
Okay.
In other words, usually you put 4 feet of stone, and then you put it on
4
the
inches of
sidewalk.
stone, right.
This you can lay right on top of the ground.
Okay.
Put stone underneath if you want, or you can just put a piece of
Sand.
material and just lay this on top of the ground, and it will suffice. This will save the trees. Because if you
And-
went
and
and put a
there's-
4-foot sidewalk on Smith's property, you'd kill his trees.
Right.
You'd have to break
How
all
many
those
trees
roots.
are?
There are 7 trees.
7.
Is that
Are these heritage trees? Are these big
Shovelable?
trees?
Is that the right, I mean, when you get
Yes,
snow?
yes.
Is it, can I feel it for a second? I
Sure.
guess. So you dig a shovel into that, you're telling me that won't get damaged?
Well, I mean, if you want to get an axe, start chopping it up, you can chop it up, but you can, you can shovel it. I mean, you're not going to get down to bare ground on it.
To damage it when you dig a shovel into it, I would think.
No, they said you could run a snow
Again,
blower
Kevin,
up.
I think Bill's proposing a reasonable solution so we don't have to take down beautiful trees and
Agree with you
preserve the
there,
character
John.
of that
I'm just
street.
trying to understand what obligation on a component, which I believe, you can give it to Bill Hagan and ask Bill Hagan what he thinks. There's the moment you try to shovel that with a shovel, you're going to start breaking that up, and somebody's going to have to fix it downstream.
Yeah. Well,
'Cause it's not a piece of cement.
The issue is going to be, Kevin, that if we do this, if the commissioners decide to do this, this is a test that we're doing. If we want to ever put sidewalks where there's trees, and we can't put in a sidewalk. So what we're doing is we're assuming the responsibility once this is in for the maintenance of this, okay, this is
Are
ours.
we?
Yes, we are. That's my recommendation.
That's not what it says here, so are you making that a condition?
Yes, I'm telling you, and then what we're going to do is, then once the tree goes down, any of those trees go down for any reason, then we're going to come in and replace it with
That's not my question. My question is if I'll use Jack as an example. If Jack Smith is shoveling his snow with a shovel, and the metal blade of the shovel is harder than that, so I would suspect that the metal will dig into that eventually
Well-
and damage that. Are you saying that the township will be on the hook for
Yes.
repairing that?
Yes, this will be ours. This is a test I'm recommending.
Okay.
This is a test that we're doing. We're going to put cement sidewalk.
Peggy, can you make sure that's reflected in the minutes, please?
We're just discussing it. We haven't voted
Actually,
on anything. okay?
Bill, I have a couple questions about, so Eastern's agreed, I just want to make sure I know where we're at here. Eastern entered into a resolution with us, 2006-20. They agreed to pay for the sidewalk project. Will we be able to escrow money from Eastern? Has it already been escrowed? That's my first question.
No, there's no escrow.
Okay, good. So can we set money aside such that, in an interest-bearing account, such that when those areas need to be
No.
replaced?
No.
Well, why not? I mean,
Because this is the same cost as the sidewalk.
I see.
So
Okay.
what we're doing is Eastern's going to pay for this. They're going to put it in. They're done. And then what we're doing is we're doing a forward-thinking thing. We're saving trees. This is ours. We're going to maintain it. And if we do put this in, I know Mr. Smith, if he has to shovel it, he'll shovel it in a responsible way, okay? But if anything happens, we're responsible for it until we take it out and we put a cement sidewalk there, whether it's 10, 15, or 20 years from now. But I think it's a small...
I hope you're here for that, too.
I will be here.
I
It's
appreciate
a
it.
small price to pay. It's a small price to pay to save the trees and to do something responsible.
So I have some questions also, but not for you, Bill.
Okay.
unfortunately.
Thank you very much.
Dan Malloy, tell us about the technical feasibility, trees and poles. How many trees total do you suspect would be taken down? And do any of those poles need to be relocated?
There are no pole issues on this side of the street. There are a few trees specifically on Mr. Smith's property. I didn't feel that 7 trees would be impacted by the sidewalk, but certainly 3 or 4 would be.
3 or 4 trees. And then, is there a minimum, are we allowed, when a tree would be impacted, are we allowed to change the minimum width? So in areas where it would be advantageous to make, sort of cut back the scope of the sidewalk, are we allowed to do that? Is there anything that prevents us from doing that?
We have done that in special situations. We try to avoid that, but we have done that.
If we do that, would any of those 3 that you believe are impacted not be impacted?
It would have to be very narrow. The trees, there's an elevated area where the trees sit, so the trees are high to begin with,
Right.
and then the roots are sticking up out of the ground even more.
So your opinion is that with the traditional sidewalk, we would lose something 3 to 5 trees? Is that a fair assessment?
Yes, there would have to be some substantial roots cut in order to put the sidewalk in.
Very good.
Can I
Regarding the
ask a question just on?
Hold on, let me-
A little bit, it's related to your question. I don't know if John or Dan, would the residents who lose those trees, would they be entitled to any compensation for the loss of those trees?
Yes.
And,
Commissioners,
That would
if
be
we
a
killed the
policy
trees, we
decision by the
would
board.
take responsibility for the trees.
okay, and how do you compensate the resident? With a check?
No, we would take the tree down and replant another tree for them.
Then, Dan Malloy again, the material that Bill presented, the issue with the tree is the cut is the installation. So is he accurate, or would there have to be a cut in the roots? That once you cut the roots, it doesn't really matter what you put on top of it. So do you think he's technically accurate that that material can simply be placed on top?
Well, the other advantage of that is it does flex a little bit. Instead of the blocks breaking and rising, this will flex so that it gives you a longer period of time where the roots will not impact and cause a tripping hazard. So it's a double benefit.
So you do believe it's advantageous, it's a good application of that product?
Yes, yes, it was designed for that. It's been used out west. I'm not aware of any areas in this, any applications in this immediate area,
Other than Chanticleer.
but other than Chanticleer.
So your opinion is that it could be put in the mix of the traditional sidewalk and could be used to save some of the trees along that path?
Yes, I think it would be advantageous.
And then what about the issue of its durability? Would it withstand shoveling and things?
I
of
don't
that nature?
have any experience with its durability, so I can't answer that.
Very good. Thank you, that's it.
Further commissioner questions?
Nick, I have a couple of questions and just want to ask you, I guess, are you the only
No,
representative?
Marion Brigham, who's Vice President of Development, Student Development from Eastern's here also. David couldn't make it tonight, David
Okay.
Black. He was, Betty Ann, I'm sorry.
Does Eastern want to put this sidewalk in, or is this really just an accommodation to get your plans done and really just a financial?
Obviously, it was an accommodation at the time. There was discussion about putting the sidewalks, as Bill stated, on King of Prussia Road. Rather than doing it on King of Prussia Road, the thought was it'd be more beneficial in this area, and Eastern agreed to it as part of the condition for the subdivision for the land development approval.
Okay, that was a very eloquent way of avoiding my question.
Does Eastern, Kevin, put it this way. We've committed to it. We will do it. Our survey indicates about 25 to 30 Eastern students use this area a day. After 5 o'clock is on-call shuttle. So basically, approximately 10 to 15 of them are at nighttime, of that 25 to 30, and they call up, and we shuttle them to the school. In lieu of the sidewalks, we would also agree to do that during the day if the board so desired, but it's up to the board, because again, we agreed to.
Right,
put
David
the
sent a
sidewalk
letter
in.
in about a shuttle.
Yeah, and we have a shuttle, as I said, in lieu of putting the sidewalk in, we'd be happy to do the shuttle, but again, we did agree to put the sidewalks in. There may be other reasons for the sidewalks beside Eastern students, so.
Would you, look, I know maybe you don't have the authority tonight, but we have in the past discussed putting a sidewalk on Lancaster Avenue where the school is. The school district has, in the past, indicated a willingness to do that, provided it didn't cost them any money. In lieu of putting this sidewalk in, would you make a financial contribution to that, or is that something?
I don't think, I'd have to check with David, probably. Our estimate from the engineer, both before, when this was first going on, and today was about $50,000. So obviously, if it costs $50,000, that would be a consideration. But again, I would have to speak
I understand
to
that you don't have the
David about
authority.
that.
I was just asking a question. But my sense is it's more of a financial issue for you guys than.
Correct. It's
than-
more of a financial issue than really a safety issue as far as we're concerned, because we provide a shuttle service anyway.
And there's no incidences of any,
No, none
on
we're
that
aware
stretch of
of.
road and the entire duration of time that we have data, AJ.
I'd have
there's-
to ask AJ.
AJ
but as
gave
far as
us
I
that.
know, there's not.
No. There's instances down by the bridge, and there's instances up by the park where the bridge comes together, but there's no reported pedestrian incidents.
No reported incidents involving this particular stretch of Shimoni, but in December of 2008, and I'm sure you're aware of this, one of Eastern's own shuttle buses struck a jogger who was on a lower portion of Shimoni Road. Shimoni is a very windy road all the way along. You
I'm not
aware of that
happened,
accident?
But I'm not aware of it. I don't know, do you know anything about it? Yeah.
And that's on the stretch of road where there is no proposed sidewalk. Okay.
Kevin, what was the comment about the sidewalk in front of the high school? How are you tying that in?
I'm just suggesting that if my opinion, and the folks from Eastern can state their own, they don't really have an interest in putting in this sidewalk. They have an interest in complying with the condition that's in the approval for their dorms, and it is mostly an issue of compliance and money. And I suspect, I'm not going to put words in Nick's mouth, but Eastern would be just as happy to cut Radnor Township a check and not put this sidewalk in, and that check could be designated for something else. I mean, Nick used the number of $50,000. So I'm sitting here looking at this saying we have an identified need that has a better benefit, that if you want to do an experiment, would be a better place to do an experiment. And again, I know Nick doesn't have the authority, but I was just asking, is that something that would be a consideration? And again, not putting words in his mouth, but he keeps reinforcing in my mind that this is mostly a financial issue for Eastern University, that they want to comply with whatever they did. They don't want to be non-compliant. And I've spoken to David Black a number of times, and while I know some people have different views of Easton, in all of my discussions with David, he does represent the interests of his institution, but he is very concerned about being a good neighbor. He's very concerned about that, and I think if he were here tonight, he would say, I didn't expect that the residents who own those properties would not want this on their property. And if I had known that, I might not have taken this path. I mean, again,
Yeah, it was never even a consideration at that time that there would be major opposition to this.
Nick, who would be responsible for the landscaping on the path that the sidewalk takes?
It would be the township. We agreed to put the sidewalks in. So any landscaping would be.
Yes, so
I don't know
some
what-
of the, and Mr. Malloy, some of the landscaping would be adversely affected, correct? There's a lot of planting along the path.
There are some arborvitae, there's some hedges, but I wouldn't have said a lot.
Okay, so, so the cost of restoring the landscaping is included in what Eastern would provide, or is that an additional expense to the township?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that. I mean, because the resolution speaks to the sidewalk.
The landscaping consists of, on the corner of St. David's Road, there's a tree with some small plantings around it. The sidewalk would go over that. When you get to Mr. Vick's property, he has a number of bushes I thought we were going to move back. I talked to him this winter, they're all hanging down, and I suggested to him that we could put some 6 Leland cypress there. He has a couple pine trees, might be able to cut one back, we might have moved one, or we might have to replant another tree. Mr. Craig has some plantings in the front between the driveway, and that's it. The plantings are very, very minimal.
But they're not free.
Yeah, no, the Leland cypress are $50 a piece at Home Depot today.
But all
You
of
know?
these costs are to be borne by Eastern, isn't that right?
Yes, that's,
Well, it says Eastern will install a sidewalk, John, so I guess
The exact
And we're
language,
agreeing.
the exact language is that a sidewalk be funded by the university.
correct.
and also that every corner be handicap accessible, so there has to be curb cuts.
Well, it doesn't say that, but.
Well, that's
but,
what it says.
yeah, I would assume that when the estimate was sent out, it probably was sent out with the handicap accessible
Yeah.
curves. I would assume.
Any further commissioner discussion?
Dan Malloy, what's the cost, this is about 1,000 feet of sidewalk. What's the cost per foot on this install? Do we have an idea?
It's about $50 a foot. So I had that confirmed with a concrete, a mason last week.
Okay, thanks.
And Dan, you share Bill's opinion that the effect on the landscaping is minimal? I think did you say use the same word?
Yes, I think that it all can be worked around at very minimal cost.
Let's be careful on that, Don. The trees are at risk.
Okay, I'll open up the public discussion. If there's groups of folks representing the same opinion, I'd appreciate it if you wouldn't each get up and just say, "Me too." If you don't have new information to add, and that's for both sides of the discussion. Thank you.
I'd like to speak if I may. My name's Howard Smith. No one calls me Howard. Everybody calls me Jack. If the phone rings and someone says Howard, I know it's really not for me. I've been a township resident, and I live at 502 St. David's Avenue for about 7 years. And I had a prepared opening statement, but I've decided to modify that. And I'd like to say that I am completely and utterly aghast and opposed to using my property as an experimental place for a rubber mat, which will decrease my property's value significantly for resale. And I'm offended that you brought this up in a public meeting without coming to speak to me first as the property owner. May I have a light on this or a camera on this, please? Okay. if we're on camera and on TV, which way would you like it? This way? Perfect. Okay, thank you. Much of my presentation will be through this book, so the camera doesn't have to show me anymore. It can be like I'm on radio and this is the TV. So please keep the camera focused on that. I think this sidewalk had its roots perhaps in a good idea. And when people sit in a room such as this, or they sit in Eastern and negotiate a building, they might say, let's put in a sidewalk. It seems like a good idea. And what we think of is a sidewalk that looks like this. And there's a nice border zone, a buffer zone. This one is 30, 40 inches. There's a zone on the other side. Water and snow can flow on it easily. It's a nice place to walk your dog, and it's kind of a pleasant walk. However, this is not the kind of sidewalk you will get if you try to put an expensive, taxpayer-funded and Eastern-funded sidewalk on this section of Shimoni Road. I am not opposed to sidewalks. I'm opposed to this sidewalk. And I'm going to share with you the reasons why I'm opposed to this sidewalk. We're going to go through three issues in my presentation. The Radnor process, which I feel was bad. The physical location and impediments to putting this sidewalk in, and the costs, which have been minimized here, but I think I'll prove otherwise in that regard. And the reasons for the validity. That is, other people have said, here are the reasons for this sidewalk, and there's going to be a brief discussion in that regard. This is a map from the Township website of the area. I've blown it up. And if you can look at this section, which is yellow, that's the area where the proposed sidewalk is to go. And if you look way around the corner up here at the X, that's where the building associated with this sidewalk actually is. And it's 1.2 miles away. Now, just to put that in proper context, it would have been feasible under these circumstances when you were building the Radnor Middle School to put a sidewalk on Shimoni Road. In fact, if you were to do some development over by Odorisio Field, it would be suitable to put a sidewalk on Shimoni Road. That's the disparate geography between these two locations. This is the resolution. Many of you have copies of it. I have some notes on it. This resolution references different types of things. It talks about plans. There's building development plans, plans by architectural companies, plans by AEC, which is an engineering firm, all related to the building, not related to the sidewalk. And one would read this and they would say, well, there must be plans for the sidewalk. They must have done a good study. They must have come out and looked at this as they would see what would happen. Well, I don't think there are any plans today done by a civil engineering company or a survey about this sidewalk. Mr. Spingler, are you a licensed civil engineer in the state of Pennsylvania? Yes or no? Do you not know? Well, you've made allegations here about licensed civil engineering documents. I'm just trying to go to the credibility of your presentation.
I discussed it with my township engineer.
You're here to make a presentation to us, not to ask questions like this, so please make your presentation.
Okay, fine. So this resolution has 25 items in it. And the seventh item is really the only one that relates to this sidewalk. The other items talk about fire alarms and buses for the gym and silt and stormwater management up where that building is. And inserted into this resolution is this sidewalk issue, which is so controversial. And it's controversial because it affects people's property, but it's particularly controversial because the process by which we found out about it really is a little bit disturbing. This is the township minutes for the commissioners' meeting on June of 2006. Excuse me just a second. And I'd like you to note a couple of things. One is that in underline, you'll see that Ann Michelle Higgins was not present at that meeting. Ann Michelle was our ward leader. She was our duly elected representative, and she was not in the meeting. And she was not an advocate for her ward, specifically with this resolution that pertained to her ward. Kind of interesting. I would suggest that that's a violation of due process. Now, someone might say, well, you know, the other commissioners voted on it and they passed it. But we didn't have an advocate in the room. We didn't have a voice in the room. And If you go to the next section of the minutes, you see that Mr. Springler included this resolution, and it was passed with a little bit of discussion about the building. But there was no discussion about the sidewalk. And why is that? That's because the township violated Section 250-15 of the Municipal Code. We were not notified of this. The township residents and property owners in Ward 2 had no notification of this at all. This was a stealth maneuver to stick a sidewalk in somebody else's ward. That's not due process. In fact, it's quite offensive. Now, some might say legally, and I'm not an attorney, some might say, well, this only pertains to ordinances. Well, I would suggest the spirit of this municipal code was completely violated in this instance. And the intent of this was completely violated in this instance. And this section, if you read it, does call out sidewalks and curbing. So one might say, well, this should have been an ordinance, not a resolution. And what's the purpose of an ordinance? Well, one of them is to notify the neighbors of what's going on. So when we have no voice in the room, and we don't have an advocate to talk to the other commissioners and perhaps sway a vote, it really wasn't a validated vote, in our opinion. If there's any question as to how Ann Michelle might have advocated for us or voted for us, I'd like to read an email that she sent in November after this all started to come out throughout the community. And I quote, "At this stage, that is, when I contacted affected neighbors to see what they thought about it, all of the affected neighbors were 100% opposed. Let me be clear, sidewalks are not a done deal without my say-so, and I will not permit them to be installed unless you collectively want them." So there can be no doubt that our advocate, who was not in the room, was not representing us, had a position on this to represent us as against these sidewalks. And it may have affected the way Eastern handles this, or Mr. Caniglia handled it, representing his client, but clearly the process was suspicious. If we move forward to the June 16th meeting of 2008, by this time the neighbors had kind of known what's going on, and there was some public opinion. And many people came and stood right here and spoke out against the sidewalk. So there's no question that they're against it. Many of them are. And they would have showed up at the first meeting to do the same thing. But we didn't have that opportunity. At that meeting, Mr. Spingler went on record, as he has tonight, saying he believes that sidewalks should be everywhere in Radnor Township. At that meeting, Mr. Mahoney, who was president at the time, and rightfully so, sensed the issue as being very controversial, and he recommended that some further studies be done in this regard. Several months later, we were called to a meeting on December 3rd, 2008, and we were presented with this, the Shimoni Road Sidewalk Study. Now, this is a 106-page document that was prepared completely at township expense, using township police officers, township engineers, township public safety people, township administrators, township copiers, township time, overtime, vehicles, computers, and so forth. So when someone says this is free, it's really a misstatement, isn't it? It really is a misstatement. It's a misrepresentation of the facts regarding this sidewalk. Nothing is really free. The township's been footing the bill for thousands and thousands of dollars and many, many man-hours. So let's talk a little bit about the sidewalk study. There are a couple of elements to it. The most glaring element is the following. It's supposed to be a Shimoni Road sidewalk study, yet there is not one mention in 106 pages that there is an existing sidewalk that is used all the time by pedestrians for 40% of the proposed sidewalk. Let me repeat that. There is not any mention of an existing sidewalk in this study. Further, this study did a pedestrian study at township expense. There were 7 different days where police officers spent time in their cars making pedestrian notes at Mr. Mahoney's suggestions. And at this meeting, when they got done presenting the suggestions, and you can read this, 31 day, 39 another day, 57 pedestrians, I said, how many use the existing sidewalk? Well, we don't know. Why don't you know? We weren't asked to ask that question. So the township has spent thousands of dollars to come up with a Shimoni Road sidewalk study, and we don't even know how many used the existing sidewalk. Now, subsequently, another study was done in the last couple of weeks, and that data was collected, but it has not been presented to us. Perhaps the commissioners could find out how many already use the existing sidewalk because that data is collected.
AJ, you want to respond to that?
Maybe I can take that one. I know that there was a study that was being done. It had taken place for a couple days, and I know that I'd spoken with the lieutenant, and I'd actually asked him to stop that study there because of cost effectiveness, as well as not being a relevant study due to there are no students at the school at this time, so it's really not a valid study. So to take additional officers' times away from their duties on the road, that's why I had taken them off and stopped that study at that point.
I commend your decision. Okay? However, this study was done while the students were there, but again, it's not valid as presented.
It was done after the school year was over.
Actually, if you read the study
No
as
discussion
I have,
between the audience. Please just
Okay.
discuss us.
Then
Please-
let me continue. If you read the study as I have done, you'll see that there are two sections. One notes when they were in session, and one notes when they weren't. And you may read the study to find that out. The third part of the study was a traffic study, which was presented to us as part of this study. And the traffic study talked about the vehicles and the average speed of the vehicles and what have you. And at the end of this 106-page presentation, which took about an hour and 15 minutes to us, the question to the officers were, what is your opinion? Should we put a sidewalk in like this? They kind of hemmed and hawed. Mr. Mahoney asked them again, and they said, yes, based on this study, we think sidewalk is a good idea. However, upon questioning, the traffic study, which was done at great township expense, was not physically located in the area of the proposed sidewalk. It's further down Shimoni Road. So here you have the sidewalk proposed, and over here you have this traffic study, which is included in here as this Shimoni Road sidewalk study. So we have the existing sidewalk not being mentioned. We have a traffic study which is not in the right area. We have significant costs, and we have a pedestrian study that doesn't even note how many people use the existing sidewalk. This is a sales pitch. This is not an objective traffic study. So that's why I contend, and I'm closing my section on process, with the fact that this was a mess. And if it were done right the first time, maybe it wouldn't be quite so controversial. This process needs to be backed up and started all over again to come with a better solution. So I'm moving on now to the physical limitations. Bill's right. We have a lot of trees on our property. We're very happy with them. They provide a great deal of shade for our property, a beautiful canopy for the Shimoni area. As you can see from this picture, some of them are quite large. Here's another view of them. Here's another view of the front yard. And it's a beautiful perimeter to that area and our property. And you can see how large they are. These are trees further down Shimoni Road. And if you look, and I'm going to point, some of them are large, and they're right near or in the way of the proposed sidewalk. So it's not just 3 trees or 5 trees or 7 trees on my property, but it's multiple trees all the way down that will be compromised by their root structures if this sidewalk goes in. Here's a picture of a typical root base, and there are many just like this, all up and down the proposed sidewalk area. Here's another. This shows a change in elevation or grade on a significant part of the sidewalk proposed area down by the train station. This is 22 inches. And when you put a sidewalk in, you either have to raise it way up or you have to go down to the level of the sidewalk, or you have to build a retaining wall of some sort because my property is going to erode down onto the sidewalk and cause property damage for me, especially if you take the trees out. Here's an area that's further up Shimoni Road, but again, 22 inches in change in grade. Here are some sidewalks that are throughout the township, and Kevin alluded to these earlier. Some people are on the record that say sidewalks should be everywhere in Radnor Township, and that's why I started by saying I'm not opposed to sidewalks. I'm opposed to sidewalks in bad areas. And here's one that's a terrible trip hazard that hasn't been corrected and violates township regulations. Here's another one. And the reason these are bad is because they're put in where they shouldn't be put in. There's either changes of grade or elevation or trees. Here's another one, another terrible trip hazard. Here's one with a 4.5 or 5-inch trip hazard because of this root structure from this tree. Here's one on the other side of town. You can see why the sidewalk is bad because it's near a tree. Here's my favorite. This is called the sidewalk to nowhere. It goes into a wall and a bank. So do we really want to put sidewalks everywhere? Of course not. I'm going to spend a minute talking about people who have advocated for the sidewalk. Mr. Spengler has made his opinion quite clear, and that's fine. Other people have circulated a petition or have testified before this board that they want a sidewalk because they want to use their double-wide stroller and the existing sidewalk isn't wide enough. Well, to them I say, get a single double-back stroller for $89 at Kmart, $69. Or what happens when you use your double-wide stroller and you get down to the railroad underpass at the St. David's train station? The police have noted in the study that that railing is 39 or 36 or 29 inches wide, depending on how far the blocks come out underneath the train pass. So you can't use your double-wide stroller there either. It's not Eastern or the Township's responsibility to put sidewalks wide enough for everybody with a double-wide stroller. Other people have come up and they've said, I want my children to use the pool at Eastern. Well, hold their hand if you don't want them walking down the path or you don't want them walking in the street. It's not the Township or Eastern's responsibility to put a sidewalk under everybody's feet. You'll also hear people that come here from other wards. I remind you and the public that this is Ward 2 and that these are the properties that are represented in Ward 2. And we've had other people testify, maybe even here this evening, that don't live in an area anywhere near this affected sidewalk. And I ask you to take that into consideration. Here's a letter that was written by one of our residents, Mr. Beatty, and I like Mr. Beatty. This letter was effectively putting the Township Commission on notice. Mr. Beatty wrote this on legal letterhead and of his law firm, which is a personal liability law firm. And the letter has two intentions. One is it notifies the Township that his 94-year-old grandmother-in-law wants to go to Gennardi's with her stroller, and she doesn't like the existing path that's there. And the second, and multiple paragraph section, is that the Township is on notice because they haven't acted upon this issue. If the Township discusses a sidewalk and somebody's going to partly fund a sidewalk, and they have to put it in or else you're liable. And if something happens, it's really bad and the Township is liable. And it's a big legal issue, and it was quite a threatening letter. And it was distributed to the Township. Here's a letter that was written by Eastern University on December 1st, 2008, and distributed to the Township Commissioners Board at that time. It's from Eastern University. It offers a free safety shuttle from morning to night from the St. David's train station to Eastern University to pick up pedestrians, Township residents, anyone at all that wants to get on the free safety shuttle to go back and forth. The letter goes on to say that it will extend the free safety shuttle into town so that Township residents, pedestrians, students, administrators, faculty members, workers, facilities managers, people can go into town and spend money at our Wayne Business District. That certainly is a wonderful benefit. And the letter asks in its last paragraph for the commissioners to please respond to this overture by Eastern for this free safety shuttle. Yet, they haven't. The previous board ignored it. And members of Eastern came here and spoke before this commission and asked or begged. Even the president of the student council came and wondered why the Township commissioners weren't acting on this free safety shuttle, even in lieu of the sidewalk while they were making up their mind. So I'm wondering if you're going to get a letter tomorrow morning that you're on notice because you haven't acted upon this. So what we're seeing here is kind of a picture and a pattern of something that's really not it's kind of an unsettling way that this is working its way out. In putting in this sidewalk, the township would be ignoring their own regulations. The Shade Tree Commission has certain regulations for tree removal, and I've looked at some of these. And if you disturb the roots and change in grade, it recognizes you're going to destroy these trees. And although the numbers differ, Dan says it might be 5 or 7. I had a licensed arborist out, licensed arborist number 1481, I believe it was, who told us what the cost would be to remove the trees, what the cost might be to replace the hedges and the privets and the landscaping. And he talked about the fact that, if you disturb these roots all the way down the line, you're going to kill these trees. But the township has no permission. There are forms you have to fill out before you change a grade, before you regrade, before you take a tree down, and the signature of the owner of that tree has to be on this form. Well, I don't believe that any of the owners of these trees or property owners have filled out or signed these forms authorizing the township to take our trees. This is a whole different issue. This is really private property. This is not right-of-way. This is eminent domain. This is the destruction of private property. You're taking private property and you haven't even broached that. You just want to bull ahead with this sidewalk. This is a tree that is on my property, and I won't ask a question, I will merely state it. On April 21st, 2010, Mr. Spengler came over and took a picture of this tree, and I asked him why. And he said, because it's dead and I should take it down and let the sidewalk go through. Well, here's a picture of this tree, and it certainly looks lovely and alive to me, and that licensed arborist verified that. So it's interesting that you have a commissioner trying to take pictures of trees, which he calls dead, so that I'll be responsible for the cost of taking this tree down so that they can put a sidewalk through. This is the annual report from the Township Commissioners in 2006. This is the page on engineering. The lead issue on engineering talks about stormwater management and how vital it is to our community. And it has a paragraph saying that sediment and chemicals and all these things that go into the stormwater system go into our drinking water, they affect fishing, they affect our sewers, they affect our lifestyle, and so forth. It's right in there. You can read it on the 2006 page on the website. And yet, there's been no stormwater management study or evaluation on what almost 5,000 square feet of impervious surface will do. And yes, maybe this innovative rubber mat that looks like a Hershey bar to me might be a solution over to Chanticleer, but it's not a solution for my property. And since Mr. Malloy has already testified there is no experience with them in the eastern part of the United States, I don't think that my property is the best place to do that. But let's not jump over our township stormwater regulations. Here's a picture which shows a stormwater drain. And this runs along my property, right along the proposed section. And in this section from here to here, that's approximately 800 square feet of impervious surface that's supposed to be put on if this project goes through. Now, 800 square feet of impervious surface flowing a stormwater section in without any study, without any ability to look at it. And the township came out last year and asked me if they could put that curbing in because that stormwater drain right there is so compromised and so overloaded and so burdened that they were trying to make some effective solution to help it out. And yet, people are proposing to make the matter even worse. And when it snows, the snow goes in the ground. When it snows with a sidewalk, it goes in that drain. And it backs up and it creates a terrible area full of snow and ice right there in a system that's already overburdened without a proper study. On my property alone, I estimate that when it snows 6 inches, and Dan, I can give you a copy of this, and when it snows 6 inches, I get my 6 inches over 400 feet by 4 feet wide of the sidewalk proposed, and then they plow it. They usually plow it again. In fact, they plow it a lot. But if you take these calculations, using about 8 pounds for a square foot of snow, when it snows 6 inches, I have to move 230,400 pounds of snow. That's 115 tons. And there are 8 or 7 other properties that are affected as a ratio to their property involvement. Some people have quite a bit of property, and they bought the property without having to suffer this terrible maintenance issue. I'm getting close to the end. Some people have said that this is really a public safety issue. I admire that idealism. However, I have some photographs here which really question the validity of the costs and expense of this controversial issue. Here's some people walking down the path with their cart, child, dog, on the existing sidewalk, which is used all the time. And they've stopped at the street at Glen Lane, and they let the truck go by without getting run over. There's no, issues with that. In fact, we don't have any evidence of any issues with pedestrian issues getting hit. Here's 4 people walking abreast. This is St. David's Avenue and Chamonix Road. The car stopped. The people walked. It worked just fine. How would an additional sidewalk get all those 4 people off the street? Couldn't. Here's 7 people walking down Chamonix Road. 1 or 2 are on the path that exists right now. They walk it every day. And there's 5 others that are in the street. And a car is passing by. And I've been watching this for 7 years. How would the cost and expense and time and trouble of an additional sidewalk, a redundant sidewalk in this area, make this a better safety issue for these people? It wouldn't. It's made look a little creepy because it's coming out of my dining room window. But here's an individual who chose to walk on the existing sidewalk and one that chose not to. How would the cost of a new sidewalk change their opinion? 2 more people, a jogger and a walker. One uses the sidewalk, one doesn't. This is one of my favorites. People love the canopy of the shade trees so much they stop to smooch on Chamonix Road. How would the cost and expense of another sidewalk prevent this from happening? This is human nature. Some people use the sidewalks, some people don't. Some use the path, some people don't. It's a waste of money. Our money and Eastern's money. Those same people that you saw a few minutes ago chose not to go across the street and walk on the existing sidewalk, but made a free will decision to take their child and dog underneath the underpass on the street. How would the addition of another sidewalk change their opinion? It wouldn't. This is the last photograph. This was taken in the wintertime. If there was the cost of a sidewalk put under this snow by Eastern and according to the township, and someone had to walk in between that vehicle and the snow, is that safer than a free safety shuttle, which the township commissioners have not acted upon for a year and a half? And it snows 4 months a year. 3-4 months a year. You've got this kind of condition often. Wouldn't a free safety shuttle be a better alternative than time and expense of a sidewalk which is buried under snow and unutilized? Here's my summary. The process stunk. You violated the spirit and the intent of your own regulations, I feel. We didn't have due process. You didn't notify us, and you went ahead in your business without doing so. And now the people for the last 2 years who know about it, have been up in arms. The Ward 2 Commissioner residents had no elected representative in the room or advocate. The description of item 7 is poorly done. It's vague. It doesn't say fully funded. There's no question on who's going to pay for the replacement of privets and hedges and trees, and it is not minimal. I have 400 feet of hedges on my property alone, which I've nurtured back to life, which will die if this sidewalk is put in. Who's going to compensate me for that? It makes the area look beautiful. Who's going to pay for it? It's not a minimal cost. There's no civil engineering plans or survey or stormwater management provisions, and the Shade Tree Commission checklist has not been enacted. There's no disclosure of the taxpayer costs of police officers and township engineers and public servants and all this kind of stuff. You spend a lot of money, and you're going to spend a lot more money. Some of it's just really a gray area here. It's not free. It's not free. And saying it is a misrepresentation to the taxpayers. Location. There's no defined right-of-way. I asked Dan Malloy on December 3rd at the meeting exactly what is the right-of-way at each place along each property owner's property. Shouldn't we do a survey? And he agreed we should do a survey because no survey's been done. The police officers, who are not licensed civil engineers, went out with tape measures and they kind of checked. But that's not good enough when you're going right up against somebody's property. It's private property. Wars have been fought for inches. There's 12 to 14 trees, not 3 or 4. There's a change of grade. The existing sidewalk is already there anyway. The existing paths are used now. It would be a maintenance hardship on many of these affected owners. We've talked about some of the 4 issues. It's not free. The dead tree agenda of trying to get a political agenda through for a physical sidewalk really doesn't hold water with me. The notice issue is not valid. There's a free shuttle that you should take advantage of as a better alternative. So I close in saying this. A few weeks ago, I was driving with one of my sons, and we went up Glen Mary Road, and we pulled out of the intersection where that little church is onto King of Prussia Road in front of some traffic. And I said, "Why'd you do that?" And he said, "Because I could." I said, "I know you could, but you probably shouldn't have. You know, it would have been better to just wait. You probably shouldn't have pulled out, even though you could." So as you listen to what I've said and consider what to do, I want you to frame your mind as civil engineers, as professional engineers, as attorneys. Could you do this? Maybe. Should you do this? Given everything you've heard here tonight? Probably not. So I recommend the following. Remove item 7 from the previous board's resolution because it's poorly worded, too gray. Accept Eastern's offer of a free safety shuttle, which will get this thing rolling and do a great, wonderful thing for this area at no cost to Radnor Township taxpayers in these terrible times. And include a sidewalk review going forward in Ward 1 and Ward 2, where Eastern has purchased a new building and where a lot more pedestrian activity may be in the future than this area. Thank you for your time.
Yes, please come forward.
My name is Joyce Randolph, and I reside at 235 Shimoni Road, which is one of the properties where the sidewalk would be built. I'm going to be brief. I have 3 points. The first one is to point out some inaccuracies in the materials and the testimony that the commissioners have heard, simply so that you have a more accurate picture. The resolution 2006-20 with condition number 7, you should note, please, that the minutes of that meeting of June the 19th, 2006, record that some of these conditions were amended and that the resolution was approved as amended. However, the printed resolution that you have as part of the materials for this meeting does not include the amendments, and you should go back and compare those two. As far as the sidewalk is concerned, the correction is that the applicant, as it says in the minutes, the applicant does not wish to provide curbs. Now, there is an acknowledgement made of that in Mr. Spingler's comments. I just wanted to point out that there are other amendments to these conditions, not only pertaining to condition number 7, that you should look at, and this resolution as printed is inaccurate, including the fact that condition number 8 states that sidewalks will be handicapped accessible, etc. Apparently that, according to the minutes, was to be deleted. So condition number 8 was to be deleted. And I just point that out to you so that you have a clear review of the materials. The second inaccuracy is in Mr. Spingler's remarks very early on. Mr. Spingler said he talked with the property owners of 239 Shimoni Road.
I apologize, I did not. I knocked on your door, you weren't home, I did not talk to you.
Thank you.
You're the
You did
only
not talk
yeah.
to either property owner.
Which,
And you also
yeah.
claimed that property owner of 231 Shimoni Road approves of the sidewalk. Unless you talked to that property owner after I did today, then it is not at all clear that that property owner approves of the sidewalk.
Well, I called her because she called me when we were discussing this a couple of years ago. She was going to the shore. She wanted to know because she wanted to come and speak in favor of it. She wanted to change her plans because she was in favor of it. Now, if she changed her position, that's fine, but I have a call, I did
So I'm
put a call
simply
into her a couple of
correcting
days.
the record, sir.
Yeah.
And the third inaccuracy relates to comments that have been made that the damage to trees and shrubs would be minimal. And minimal is the word that several people have used here. I agree with Mr. Smith that it would not be minimal. And specifically relating to our property, 235 Shimoni Road, we have a beautiful heritage tree that is right up smack against our fence. And even though it's not in the right-of-way, if you put a sidewalk in front of our property, those roots will be cut, and that tree will die. It is a metasequoia. It is more than 80 feet tall. It is absolutely gorgeous in the fall. Please do not kill our heritage trees. My second point relates to stormwater management, and I'm simply giving a specific property owner's perspective on that. As it was noted, there is a gravel path in front of our property as well as in front of 239 Shimoni Road and a grass area that's open in front of 231 Shimoni Road. In other words, the three properties directly leading up to the entrance to Eastern University have currently pathways that are safe for pedestrians. At one point, our gravel pathway is 6 feet wide, far wider than what a mandated sidewalk width would be. If you replace that with concrete sidewalk, all of a sudden you have an impervious surface that runs across three properties that will create stormwater management problems. And my third point is concerning safety. Although that was apparently not the issue at hand for Eastern University, who have stated here through their representative that they are simply in compliance, safety has been raised as a concern by both residents of the area and by some commissioners. If safety is the primary concern, and of course it's a concern for all of us, surely there are other options to protect pedestrian safety. There is the shuttle service that's proposed by Eastern University. There is the possibility of a stop sign at Cornwall Lane, which is at exactly that point where there is a blind curve for both pedestrians and cars, actually those pedestrians walking on the other side of the road. If you walk on our side of the road, you can see around that curve. So I think that if safety is our primary concern, then other options ought to be explored besides constructing a concrete sidewalk along these properties. Thank you very much.
Shouldn't we alternate pro and con here?
That would be nice.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Elaine Howard, and thank you for allowing me to speak here tonight. I live on Glen Mary Lane, and I strongly urge the sidewalk on Shimoni between the St. David's train station and that entranceway to Eastern University that we all have been discussing tonight. Overall, the sidewalk is a necessity for public safety because of the danger of walking on this stretch of Shimoni. And here are some specific issues. This stretch of road impacts not only Eastern students and employees walking to the campus from the train, but it also greatly impacts our own community, including walkers, runners, parents pushing single and double strollers, children going to Eastern in the summertime using the swimming pool, and bicycling seniors and other employees coming to work in our area. So it's not only for the safety of the Eastern community. Cars speed on that road. Did you hear me say that cars speed on that road? They do. And just the other day I was walking and a car went by that must have been doing 40 to 50 miles per hour specifically around that narrow blind curve. Visibility around the curve is poor for not only the drivers but for the pedestrians, and especially at night in the wintertime when it's dark, when it gets dark earlier and also is dark in some of the morning hours. More residents would walk around in the neighborhood if there were sidewalks. Radnor Township should be encouraging our community to get out and walk for exercise and their health and so forth. In addition, it would, with more people out, our neighborhood would be even safer. The bucolic grounds and trails at Eastern's campus are wonderful places for walking. I have tripped over the road on people's, that so-called path on people's property. I've twisted my ankles, both ankles, thank you, just because, especially the Smith's property, because there's nothing smooth there. It's all very bumpy and rocky and the roots and so forth. It's very challenging to walk off the curb. And if public safety is not of issue, there is, in fact, an issue about liability. And having the study done that was done a year or two ago, the study that Mr. Smith spoke about, I think that in and of itself demonstrates the safety issue. The sidewalk, or I also wanted to say that when it snows, the danger is even greater because the road is even more narrow and cars slide. Now, this past winter was very severe, and it was even more challenging than usual. In addition to reasons to build the sidewalk, I want to address some of the arguments against the sidewalk, which are supported by a few families whose homes would be impacted. A few opponents say that the sidewalk would negatively impact our rural community. People who think that St. David's is a rural community have never been on the country roads in Lancaster County. Our township is so densely populated that there are few empty lots left. And some of the opponents say that a path already exists. We have walked the stretch for several years, and we did not understand what path people were talking about. Until some close calls with cars, we were reluctant to walk on people's properties, which we felt we were doing. The public safety concern is only, some people say the public safety concern is only theoretical because no one has been hit in the last 5 years. Obviously, we should not have to wait for a pedestrian accident to recognize the public safety risk. Discussions about this sidewalk have been going on for years. In 2008, there was even expert testimony supporting the need for the sidewalk. After the June 2008 Township meeting, one of us was contacted by a commissioner to participate in a community meeting, but nothing happened until December 8th, when a meeting actually occurred. This meeting was supposed to include 4 people representing each side of the issue. 4 pro-sidewalk people attended, but 12 anti-sidewalk people appeared. In 2009, Barb Gaspard and I circulated an that is an electronic petition for the sidewalk. 78 people signed it, and that was only by word of mouth. We didn't even push it out that proactively. This is an accident waiting to happen, so let's cut the political shenanigans and the emotional acting out. We need to act before someone is hurt. And I have here not only the results, the voting results of those 78 people, but also the comments that many of them have made, as well as the comments of one individual who chose to go against who was opposed to the sidewalk. And we have given this, I believe, to the commissioners and our previous township manager, and I just would like to know who would like to receive this. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Okay. Yeah, John Gigina, 223 Chamonix Road. I had a couple of points, and I feel sorry for Ms. Howard tripping over Jack Smith's property, but she could have used the sidewalk across the street. We have a little minor protest on due process in that we've retained counsel who could not make today's meeting, and I did email Kevin about postponing this to a future date. That didn't happen. So we're here with our representation. Regarding the safety issue, every one of us has talked many times about the curve on Chamonix, especially around the bridge and where Eastern is parking their cars on Valley Forge. I can't tell you how many times I've almost hit people along that bridge. And in last year, there were 2 accidents, one somebody backing out of his driveway, and an individual that was hit by a car around that curve. We've been saying from the beginning that the most dangerous spot in the entire area is that curve and that bridge, because there's no way to go, and it's blind. Yet, none of this was heeded by the commissioners. You talk about safety. I've been here 32 years. I used to, for about 10 or 12 years, I used to take the R5 every day, and never been a problem. There's never been anyone hit from the railroad bridge up to our house, up to the Eastern entrance. We do have some issues regarding eminent domain, and that's specifically on Title 26 of the Commonwealth Code, specifically the revisions by Senate Bill 881, I'm sorry. By ignoring the real safety problem, which is along the curve and the Valley Forge parking lot and the bridge, which is the real problem, and safety has always been the main issue here. Really what you have here is a pathway, a sidewalk that is being built primarily for Eastern, a private institution. And in fact, it's not even the township putting it in. It's the private institution putting it in on private property. That there's a right-of-way that exists that the township has, that's totally valid. No issue about that. There would be no issue regarding any validity of the township putting in a sidewalk, the township funding and putting it in. But in this case, you've got a private institution that's funding a sidewalk, which is primarily for them, because it stops right at their entrance. And if it wasn't for Eastern, then you would have taken that sidewalk and taken it all the way down to the Valley Forge parking lot. Unfortunately, that's all in the first ward, and this is all in the second ward for some strange reason. And that's the primary things I basically wanted to talk about. Oh, one more thing. The sidewalks going across the driveways. I've just put in about 8-9 years ago a brand new driveway, and I mean 500 feet, where it was taken down to bare ground, built back up again, and now you're going to put a sidewalk right across the front. And being on the Harb, it is one of the most aesthetically ugly-looking things that when I go around the township, where you have sidewalks, beautiful driveways leading up to the house, and you got a sidewalk going across it. So should this thing go down, I would want to put a variance that no sidewalks get put across anybody's driveways as a condition of all of that. I think that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more. I'm Brian Price from 352 Chamonix. If you call my cell phone, I'll pick it up. My name's Brian. One thing I wanted to thank, I think there's 18 people here, that how much you listen to all this and cooperate and try to make a good decision. I don't know how you do it, but thank you very much. I guess I'm opposed to the sidewalk. The reason, to me, why I think it's going in is for the college. Believe me, I know there's people that walk down that street and kids and, the strollers and all that, but it's minimal. I mean, the studies, I guess, are showing there are some, but the kids racing around in the cars and, from the college and the amount of college traffic all the students are the ones doing all the walking most of the time at night and, in dark areas and all that. But everyone keeps saying about this shuttle, the mystery shuttle. obviously isn't working. There's not enough shuttles. I mean, like if you go down the train station, you go there at 10:02, you're going to get a Paoli local into the city. There's no schedules. Cabrini, I don't see any Cabrini, not that I would know a Cabrini kid from an Eastern kid, but I don't believe the Cabrini kids are coming down these streets. Their busing system, their shuttle system must be working. Either they're going to the Radnor train station or they're coming to St. David's, but they're getting picked up. I can't see those kids walking 2 miles over to school. It's all Eastern kids on this block. So there's a couple things, like the one thing about the Shade Tree Commission. I know anybody in this place, if you go to put an addition or a shed on your property, I mean, you have to have engineer drawings, Shade Tree Commission, rainwater, the stormwater. I just can't imagine that you could put sidewalks on these people's properties just with all your own rules are restricting it. So, and I hate to see someone get a sidewalk where they don't want one, just so we can have the thoroughfare of college kids going across the school. They do need to be bused. I'd like them to leave my neighborhood, but. And the other thing is, once you've committed that Eastern is going to be a part of funding this sidewalk, now you're on, I believe, an ADA compliant sidewalk, which may have to be 8 feet wide with stormwater management and be able to accommodate handicap, like you said, cutting into people's driveways, cutting into curb cuts. And being able to, handle a handicapped person, maybe a blind person with a dog. I mean, there's just like endless stuff that I don't think anybody's talking about. But and unfortunately, your material that I think you're trying to put in the thing, I think if that were to freeze, I don't know what sections it comes in. If it comes in like a 20-foot section, or if they're little 4-foot, like a sidewalk, a 4-foot by 4-foot cube, I think if you would go at that thing with an ice pick or a heavy shovel, I can't see it holding up or staying in position. You know what I mean? Like maybe it jumps out and then the next day the township puts it back in. But it's a great idea, but I don't think it would work in that frozen turf around here. Not to mention the grade issues, like he was explaining. There's 2 feet grade issues between the sidewalk, and you might have to go 6 feet deep in everybody's property. And then you're probably going to need another road to get these kids to school because there's so many of them. Let's see, what was the last thing? The maintenance of these sidewalks. I mean, who's going to shovel them? Who's going to insure them? The upkeep. It's staggering, like how much maintenance, liability, and expense to whomever is going to try to plop these on these poor people's lawns. So that's about it. Thanks.
Thank you.
Hi, Leslie Bowes. I live at 1 Fenimore Lane, right on the corner of Fenimore and Shimoni, just a little ways down. I just wanted to, I wasn't going to speak tonight, but I was part of the process in 2006 when this deal was struck, and I just want to, I mean, there's some allegation that there was no due process, but I have to tell you, I personally wrote a letter and put a letter in every single mailbox up and down Shimoni telling them about the changes that Eastern was going to make. I made several email blasts. We met with our commissioner, Hank Mahoney, several times. There were 25 to 30 residents that were represented at these meetings. There were 2 or 3 public meetings at Eastern that I notified neighbors about. There was a meeting in my home that I invited the neighbors to, and there were several meetings right here, or wherever the meetings were being held, but there were a couple of commissioner meetings. We tried to get people involved as best we could, and people from that end of the road, I guess they just weren't so much interested in the process because they felt like it was more to do with the corner of King of Prussia Road and Eagle Road. But that process, that deal was they wanted to add a bunch of office space, and they wanted to add some, they were expanding the school, and the this sidewalk was not an add-on or a throwaway. It was extracted by this group of citizens who were trying to minimize the impact of the growth of Eastern on our neighborhood from a public safety standpoint. There were, as you can see, there were several other things that happened at the same time. We got a parking lot. There used to be a one-way road. We got that closed off to minimize the traffic, and there was a strong feeling amongst the citizens that met at these meetings that the students and the employees of Eastern up there that walk back and forth are at risk. And so this was not a throwaway. It wasn't a stupid add-on. There were 25 to 30 residents who participated in this process, went to many, many meetings, worked long and hard to have this included. And Eastern agreed to it. And much later, another group came in to oppose it, and I just wanted to sort of set the record straight on, how this process started. It was a concerned group of citizens who, worked hard to negotiate this with our commissioner's help to extract this promise from Eastern as a public safety thing. And the other thing I want to say is these shuttles, I've been nearly run over by these shuttles. The shuttles oftentimes are, they're too wide for the roads, they drive too fast. I am not in favor of having a bus route through the neighborhood, and I don't think it's an acceptable alternative. So, thank you.
Leslie, can you answer a question? When you were in those meetings, why didn't they propose a sidewalk the whole way down to the park?
Well, I suppose at the time, it's incremental negotiation, Commissioner Higgins. I mean, it's what you can get. It's what you can, what you can get in exchange for what they wanted. They were essentially, they had almost a by right build. And, I think Eastern was, pretty generous in taking the time to talk with us and work with us to address our concerns. And they, made some significant, but our primary issue was the traffic to driving through the neighborhood, and this was just something that some of the neighbors that were in that process, something that concerned them, and it rung a bell, I suppose, with somebody at Eastern, because it is true that the sidewalk wouldn't go nowhere. That sidewalk goes to a path that is eased and has been there for I understand decades, that walks you, takes you off Shimoni and walks you back to Eastern College. Mm-hmm. It was designed to connect to the public transportation. And in fact, what's happened is our neighborhood has gotten more and more, since the Blue Route went in, the traffic has gotten worse and worse on that road. It's not a bucolic little, you live in this neighborhood.
I drive the road every day,
so it's,
twice a day at least.
Yeah, and I always, it's like a lot of, there are kids driving the road. There are, it's a fun road. So, you got all these guys living out their middle-aged fantasies on the road. And, I nearly get hit lots of times. And it's just a dangerous thing, particularly in foul weather. I understand about the stormwater. I understand that you guys are, looking at a whole bunch of different issues, but particularly in foul weather, that cinder area just becomes one big muddy puddle. It puts people out in the street just at the time when it's least safe for them to be out in the street. It happens when the roads are wet, when they're slick, when there are leaves down, when there's snow. That just puts people further out into the street and more at risk when the conditions are most dangerous.
Yeah, but I just want to clarify. But if I understood what you stated correctly, to your knowledge, based on those meetings, none of the property owners who have the proposed sidewalk were invited or attended those meetings?
I can only tell you what I know personally. That is, I delivered a letter from me trying to rabble-rouse, get people
But in that
interested.
letter, did you say there's going to be a sidewalk proposed
We
on your
didn't
property?
know. What we knew was that there was going to be negotiations with Eastern, that they were expanding their school, that there were several public safety issues, and I tried to get as many neighbors as I could because I wanted a big showing. So I went. We have a neighborhood party every year. It runs all the way from the top of, it runs all down Shimoni and Aberdeen Terrace. That was the mailing list that I used. So that's who got all the email blasts, and that's who got this hand-delivered letter. Thank you.
Dan, just to be correct,
Eastern was required, as part of this development, to put a sidewalk in, is that correct?
Well, when you say required, you mean by ordinance?
Yeah, were they required to put a sidewalk on King of Prussia Road?
There was a lot of back and forth at the planning commission phase about putting a sidewalk on King of Prussia Road, and then that shifted over to Shimoni.
But was it a requirement that they had to do it? It was just something we could request of them, or did they have to put in a sidewalk?
There is language in the subdivision code that talks about mandating sidewalks. I'd have to double check the actual language. So I can't give you an honest answer right now.
Because I always thought the issue was that they were required to put a sidewalk on King of Prussia Road, and then someone said, well, where's that going to lead? You got the train station, you could put it over here, probably at the same expense.
That's how it ended up over there. It made more sense at the time because it connected 2 points, unlike King of Prussia Road.
Dan, I have a few questions. As part of this applicant's process, were residents of Shimoni Road provided notice of the meetings or hearings or, anything to do with this?
Some of the residents on Shimoni Road would have been within the 1,000-foot radius. Probably the ones that are affected by the sidewalk were not in this 1,000-foot radius.
Thank you.
I have a few questions, Dan. For a project of this scale, for it to be built, there would likely, or would there be a survey and engineering drawings?
For the most part, none is needed. There are some areas, specifically the grade issues, where a survey would help, but for 90% of it, it would not be necessary.
So do you think it would be done without a survey? You think it would be done by a contractor?
That would be my goal, is to try and minimize the expense for the survey.
And if there is a survey and engineering, who would pay for that?
It's not identified. Ideally, I'd like to see Eastern do that.
But it's not clear that Eastern's willing to do that?
That's correct.
Second, without engineering plans and a survey, we would not know the full impact on these trees that are at question that we're debating about. Is that correct, or do you think we...
Well, I had a meeting with the chair of the Shade Tree Commission to look at the trees back a couple of years ago. So at that time, there were concerns that he expressed about damaging the roots. We didn't get into solutions to make the sidewalk work. I had him out there just to confirm the damage to the roots.
Okay. Lastly, the issue with stormwater, is the impervious cover for a proposed sidewalk, is that included in the building plan itself, such that there's no new runoff based upon our ordinance? The additional impervious that's off-site would be accounted for with the on-site stormwater management.
During a grading permit process, we do not count any impervious cover within the right-of-way against the homeowner's impervious cover calculations.
Okay. So then it would produce more impervious cover and more runoff then? Because
Right,
it's
but
not, it's not going to be mitigated with stormwater management?
It would not, no.
Very good. Question for John Rice, if it's all right, Mr. Rice. The issue of the ordinance versus the resolution, is that what one of the residents spoke about? Is that a concern for us?
Difficult reading the actual ordinance that was on the screen, but it looks to me like that's an ordinance when you're going to impose that upon a property owner. If we own the right-of-way, we have the right to go in and do improvements in the right-of-way.
So that, in your opinion, that's not an issue?
No, not in this
Okay.
particular instance
And
because
then
of the land development approval.
What about the issue with liability without the sidewalk? It's presented that we would have, some say we would have liability if we don't put the sidewalk in, some say we'd have liability if we do.
It's Township Road. If there's an accident there, the township's going to be involved with or without the sidewalk.
Okay, so you don't think our liability is changing?
I don't see it as the determinative issue in this particular
Right.
situation, no.
And last, if as a matter of policy, we chose to accept cash in lieu of a sidewalk, are we allowed to do that?
You can
Like
do
Mr.
that.
Higgins has suggested?
You can do that, but you're going to have to modify the resolution. You have a condition that's outstanding on that land development approval, which is the Resolution 2006-20. You could do that if you chose to go in that direction. I think Eastern should make some kind of a proposal. If they're looking to do that, which I heard, I think Mr. Cornelia and maybe some of the residents suggested that, then they should make some kind of a proposal that the board can act on.
Very well.
There's some residents that still want to speak.
Yep. I believe there's more residents would like to speak.
My name is Colleen Price, and I live at 352 Shimoni Road. And my point is, since 2006, when the resolution was passed, things at Eastern have changed dramatically. In fact, last week, Eastern doubled in size again. They did not only bought the 18-acre parcel across from me, they bought another 1-acre residential tract. And they have the rights. They have now leased the football field, the baseball fields, the tennis courts, and all of the dorms on the left-hand side over by Radnor Street Road, I guess closer to Fairston. And they're going to use all those dorms for more faculty housing. So when they approve this ordinance for a couple of Eastern kids, I mean, in our mind, we all think of Eastern College. It's not Eastern College anymore. It's Eastern Valley Forge University. And when you take the combined acreage of Valley Forge, Eastern College, and Cabrini, and you add it up, it's 92 acres at Eastern, 112 at Cabrini, 120 at Valley Forge Military Academy, you've got 325 acres. You know how big Villanova University is? 250 acres. Just think of the size, the numbers that are going to go back on that property. And to set up Shimoni Road to give them sidewalks, to let Villanova University, Villanova is too small even to use as an example. They're 70 acres bigger than Villanova University. They're all acting in concert. Cabrini leases dorms from Valley Forge. Eastern parked on Valley Forge's lot till now. They bought it. Now they're leasing some houses back to Valley Forge. This whole incestuous circle, you have to look at it as one. You've got 325 acres of planned institutional use, and you're setting up Shimoni Road to be overrun by college students. The time has come to move Eastern University and all of their access routes over to King of Prussia Road. They are way too big to come down Shimoni Road. There has to be a massive decision to really handle what's gone on over there and how this is going to impact the neighbors. I've asked to speak before the Planning Commission in the next couple of weeks because I think this is a major issue. I think we need to pass an awful lot of ordinances right now before we get another Villanova where we're overrun. And the little deals that they're running now is Eastern is leasing the football stadium over at Valley Forge. Now, had they bought that lot, they wouldn't be able to use it because that would be an accessory use. And you're not allowed to separate your accessory use from your main use because why? Because it creates pedestrian traffic. It makes people drive. There's no nexus between them. You have to keep driving up and down our streets. So what they did to get around that and circumvent zoning is to lease it. So now we have the capacity of 3 universities going with 3 separate fundings to make a mega complex back there. Eastern has taken over the fields that they're going to use now over at Valley Forge, and they're going to rip up their own field. They're going to put in a huge basketball center.
Colleen,
we could have the pavilion in our
May I
backyard.
interrupt a second? Everything you're discussing has really nothing to do with this sidewalk, in my view.
The sidewalk issue for what was going to be Eastern coming down Mimi Auchincloss's front yard has changed completely. You now have the capacity to have 20,000 students back there coming down these sidewalks, and I think you need to address it.
Well, then that seems to me to make the sidewalk even more important.
Not on Shimoni Road.
Well-
Would you want that to be Villanova University at the end of your street? And we're going to have kids coming out of the pavilion at 10 o'clock at night
But
going
again,
to the train?
let's talk about the proposed idea that's in front of us, which is the sidewalk there. I seem to remember, correct me if I'm wrong, that 2 years ago you signed a petition in favor of the sidewalk.
No, I didn't.
I thought I had that.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
If I did, I was mistaken. I do not remember ever
Okay.
signing that. I missed the boat when they were kind of arguing it over at Fenimore. I'm just saying, when you pass this resolution, everyone in their mind thinks Eastern College, 700 kids. Not anymore. So don't put a sidewalk unless you know in your mind you're going to allow 11,000, which is what Villanova has, bigger than that. The University of Pennsylvania is 280 acres. They've got 20,000 students. So think about how many people are going to come down this sidewalk before you order these people to get sidewalks and have all those people streaming down and going to the train at 10 o'clock at night constantly.
I'd also suggest you take these ideas to the implementation committee.
I am, and I
Yeah.
actually am meeting with them, and I'll go before
I
the
mean,
planning
everything
commission.
you're bringing up is very valid, and I appreciate it. It's some serious things we have to look about for Radnor Township. However, tonight we're discussing this sidewalk.
Again, I thought it impacted on the sidewalk.
Yeah.
I still think it does, but thank you for listening.
If I could just address historically, the way we've attempted to deal with the growth at Eastern College is to do exactly what Colleen had suggested, which is to shift as much traffic as we possibly can over to King of Prussia Road. Because as you may recall, until 1996, when we asked and got from Eastern University, I guess it was a college at that time, we got them to do a traffic ingress and egress in a driveway with a bridge over the Gulf Creek. That effectively shifted most of the traffic away from the only entrances and exits, which were on to Fairview and Fenimore. It shifted everything, or most of it, over to King of Prussia Road. In 2006, trying to close that loophole a little bit more, as Leslie indicated, we were able to get Eastern to agree to close off to outbound traffic any cars coming out of that campus. So the only thing that was left coming onto that portion of St. David's was the traffic from the parking lot from the gymnasium. And Eastern agreed to limit the parking there to certain permit holders. So we effectively, in the course of a 10-year period, shifted probably 85 to 90% of the traffic from the Chamonix Road side of things over to King of Prussia Road. And I've never seen any statistics, Nick, but I think you'd have to agree that most of the traffic is now shifted over into that area. Is that correct?
Yeah, and Hank, you recall the last time.
Come on up.
The last time, the big item on the board was making that closing off the one entrance that you spoke about on.
That was part of the 2006 deal.
Right, that was part of the sidewalk and part of closing that off and trying to shift everything out to Eagle Road, which is really the majority of the traffic now.
Right. So what we've done, just to address Colleen's issue, is we have, in dealing with Eastern, tried to shift that traffic over there. This was actually an add-on to all, as Leslie indicated, to deal with the issue of pedestrian safety. We were focused initially on the Eastern students, but found out in the course of the discussions that it wasn't simply the Eastern students that we felt needed protection from a sidewalk, but people in the community as well. And I think Ms. Howard had talked to that issue as well, and we had heard a lot of folks at the meeting back in 2008 or earlier deal with that particular situation as well. So whereas the vehicular traffic moved in one direction, we still had the pedestrian traffic over in that area because the St. David's train station is just much more accessible to those students than the Radnor train station down King of Prussia Road. So from my perspective, we've attempted to deal as best we can with Eastern in terms of the vehicular traffic, and I realize we got a whole new onslaught coming with this sale of the South Campus from Valley Forge to Eastern. And I agree with you, you have to look at the whole thing holistically rather than take it in bits and pieces. But for this particular instance, I don't think we're setting up the lower part of Chamonix Road for any additional sidewalks. This is a situation where we're dealing with a very clear pedestrian safety hazard, not only to the students, but also to the other members of the community who aren't students. So I just wanted to put that all in perspective. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Susan Dearden, and I live at 252 Chamonix Circle. I've been in Radnor Township for about 25 years and have never come to one of these meetings before, so a little fascinating. I am for the sidewalks. I grew up with sidewalks. I think they're fantastic. And when we bought our house, we picked a house as close to Wayne Center as we could find. And the reason for that is we're a walking family. We like to walk. I have always, because I grew up with sidewalks, I've always encouraged my children and empowered them to walk to Wayne. I have 3 children, one in Radnor High School, Radnor Middle School, and one in Radnor Elementary School, and we are in walking distance of all 3 of those schools. This sidewalk would allow them to more easily walk to Radnor Elementary, because they're cutting down St. David's, walk to Radnor High School. They go all the way down to Lancaster and cut through to high school, and also down to Radnor Middle. I like my neighbors. We have a fantastic neighborhood. We party. I've been in their houses. They've been over to my house. The gentleman who spoke earlier definitely is the most affected by all of this when he talked of his house and he's definitely the most affected when that road is so sloppy looking with pebbles and mud and decay and all that. And I do feel for him because it's a horrible decision that has to be made. It is, however, on his garage side of his house, not his front door. His front door is up on the St. David's side, so I don't think it would detract from the beauty of his house, but he is most affected by it. And I just encourage walking, and I think Radnor Township should encourage more walking, and I see this as a safety issue. The traffic down our road is absolutely horrific, and the 2 happiest days we had were last week when the police officer sat in Chamonix Circle and counted people because everybody slowed down. So thank you very much.
Thank you. I think you had your opportunity. No, you've had your opportunity. No, you've had your opportunity. Thank you. We'll wait until everybody else is finished. Yeah, when everyone else is finished.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Tomola. I'm in favor of the sidewalk. As you all know, I'm an inveterate walker and am also the transportation person on the implementation committee. The fact that this serves mass transit, part of the strength, a major part of the strength of our communities and its sustainability is the fact that people can walk places, that we can get around in our community. I often see Don out walking without the use of a car. It is very important that we extend that to people who come to this community from elsewhere. These people do us all a great favor by taking the train. Without them, we would have even more congestion on the local streets from everybody who, I know you say there's only 25, there are a lot more than that, people that are going up and down that street during the day from the train station. I think that our subdivision and land development ordinances, first of all, that there's no stealth involved in this, that this is a long-held concept in land use planning to accommodate pedestrians near a transportation center. That's what we do. That's the right way to configure your land. Zoning and subdivision codes are there to protect the public safety. We're falling down on the job by not having a sidewalk here. We have to address the reality of the situation and not what people, I mean, the idea that, I understand that Mr. Smith's pictures of all the different concepts of how people walk there, that just shows how confusing it is to be there. People are in the street, they don't know whether to be on the left side, they don't know whether to be on the right side, they don't know where to cross. There's no markings there. You can't, it would be easy if you could walk from the station to the other side, there would be a marking for pedestrians, but people come to that light, and if they can see that light from far away, they are speeding through there. So you need some kind of accommodation for people. If you don't have a sidewalk, they don't know what to do. I think that I was on the Shade Tree Commission. I helped write the Shade Tree Ordinance along with Mr. Nagel. And I think that I feel for the trees also. But I think that there's also a plan that works with the Conservancy and the Township about replacing trees. This may not fall as heavily on the community as you would think. I think that the original sidewalk proposed, as Hank has mentioned, was too far away from anything. If you were going to put a sidewalk on the King of Prussia Road side, it's too far away from the station. That's not a logical place to be. Maybe the new building they put in was over there. But the reality of the situation is if you're taking the train to Eastern College, you're taking it to St. David's and not Radnor Station. So we really need to accommodate the people there. This is not a sidewalk in a bad area. This is a sidewalk in an area that is crying for it. There is a problem with the roots of the trees there, and you know, when I first moved to my home 30 years ago, there wasn't so many roots there, and the reason is erosion. So maybe if you had some kind of better setup there, the roots would not be so eroded there with the stormwater coming off of your home and washing off all of the protection of the roots of the trees. So I think that it's, to me, it's a no-brainer, and this has to do with transportation and facilitating the strength and sustainability of our community. Thank you.
Sloan Walker, 270 Shimoni. My point is, I speak as a parent, and this is a very simple safety matter. There are a lot of cars that go by there, as you know, and some of them go very fast. I don't think this is very complicated. I think this is a very real need for our community. I'm sympathetic to the homeowners because it is a real burden to them. But I think as citizens, we have to take on some burdens to benefit the overall community. So that's my statement. I thank the board for taking the time, and I appreciate it. It's a difficult issue, but I hope you make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Slim.
Good evening. My name is Christina Peroni.
And we've missed you.
Thank you. It's very nice. I used to live in the Second Ward and moved from Wyndham Lane to now Mr. Mahoney's ward, and now I'm living on Walnut. My route used to be King of Prussia Road and Eagle Road, and for the last 12 years I would drive there, and there were constantly kids walking on those both very dangerous roads trying to get access to Cabrini and Eastern. And so given this change of what's happened and, you know, the purchase or the change in hands of what's happening with the university, my question is, do we or do you have the right to say maybe under consideration it may be more prudent to put the sidewalk on King of Prussia Road or Eagle Road given the change of what's happening to the universities? Are you allowed to change that now, or is this just set in stone whether you enforce it or not?
I think I asked that to Mr.
Yeah,
Rice,
the
and-
conditions in the conditions spelled out in the resolution, it's on Shimoni Road. So unless there was an agreement by Eastern to move it, it's pretty much set in stone that it's a requirement of the final plan approval.
Right. I did hear you say that, but I guess my question is, can you go and change that ordinance? And since Mr. Caniglia said that basically it's $50,000 and they were really just trying to comply with their financial responsibility, if it's more prudent right now and there might be less disturbance to the community, you know, and I love sidewalks. I think they're great getting from location to location. I think it's a wonderful thing. But now, given the change in the colleges, might we put it in an area where it's better for everyone? Because those two roads, driving them all the time, you were I mean, you driving there are people all the time that are dodging, you know, on those two very dangerous roads. I mean, much more dangerous than Shimoni because the cars are going much faster. So could you consider changing that, or would you commissioners consider that? I don't know, Mr. Nagel, is that an option that you guys have considered?
It could always be amended, but again, Eastern, who's the applicant under this resolution and got the approval, they would have to agree to it.
Plus, you would not get a sidewalk on all of King of Prussia Road. You get a sidewalk
Right, you start it,
on
just
1,000.
like everything else. It's a beginning process. You start it on King of Prussia Road, or you start it on Eagle Road. There's much fewer people impacted in terms of, you know, there aren't as many properties there. So it would be nice if you folks would consider that. I know it's late in the game to do that, but it would be, you know, much more realistic with what's going on with the colleges right now.
And it
May
would
I
be
just
much
add that
closer to-
there's nothing about this decision that would preclude later negotiations for other sidewalks. And I agree that we are going to need to think more globally as things progress and as Eastern grows about where sidewalks are appropriate and how we can direct foot traffic to keep it out of our neighborhoods. But that, in my view, is a completely separate discussion from what we're talking about right now, and that will hopefully occur as we progress in working with Eastern in its growth and managing it.
Well, I don't agree that it's necessarily a separate discussion. I think as you proposed it, Christina, is we could simply negotiate with Eastern an agreement to change this and then go through the process of changing it. And if it is truly a financial decision from Eastern, then they fund the sidewalk on Eagle Road, which is closer to where the dorms were actually originally built.
And closer to where the expansion of where they plan to merge the two properties between between the academy and the university. So, you know, if we put those, if we've got $50,000 in the budget right now, and maybe with their new changes, we've got another, let's say, if they've really proposed all this, $150,000, well, maybe we can get all of Eagle Road, or maybe, who knows? It just might be nice to look at it comprehensively, given this enormous change. And that would be my request of the board to consider that. And I don't know how you do that as a board, you know, without prolonging this process, but I think it's time to stop. When are they going to give us that 10-year plan? I know they're supposed to give it to us, Mr. Mahoney. Did you ever find out?
Matt, did you hear anything from them?
I have not heard anything, Mr. Mahoney.
Would Mr. Caniglia know about that?
He might.
Again, not really. Obviously, before a development takes place, I believe we have to do it.
By the way, as we're waiting for Nick to come up, one of the things I think we need to do as a township-wide, is start working on a long-term capital investment in sidewalks. In my ward and Elaine's ward, we have Presbyterian Children's Village and St. Edmunds, and a lot of the people who work there take the P&W, Route 100, and then walk down Roberts Road. And I would suggest that Roberts Road is a whole lot faster than any of the roads you've discussed, with the exception of perhaps King of Prussia. And in bad weather, they're in the middle of the street. You know, it also would promote people walking over there. But I think there's several areas in this town that we need to look at these comprehensively, notwithstanding this current issue.
Yeah, obviously, Hank, with the purchase of that South Campus, that would all have to come into the long-range development plan also. So I'm not really certain what stage we are with that.
If I recall the ordinance correctly, whenever you have a major land development, you must update your long-range plan.
That's correct. And I assume it probably was done, at least at a minimum, when this was approved back in 2006, at least at a minimum.
Well, if you could go back to Dr. Black and encourage him to come along with that plan sooner rather than later, I think this board, staff, and the neighbors would really appreciate it.
Yeah. And they're
it
aware
would
of
show
that.
a little bit of clarity, give us some clarity of the situation, because everybody, quite honestly, is in the dark. And I realize I'm kind of straying away from this issue, but we are kind of struggling in the dark here.
I understand.
I appreciate it. I think that 10-year plan would give us sort of a good faith effort to understand what is going to happen. As I said, I've just moved to 234 Walnut Avenue, and this would directly impact my neighborhood and a lot of other people's neighborhood, your neighborhood, and it would be nice to just comprehensively look at this issue and not just in a bubble. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Could I say something, Christina? Yeah. I agree with you.
Oh, yay! Okay.
Mark this on your calendar. It's a
Thank you, Mr. President. 2 minutes, that's all. I'm Jim Higgins, 501 Chestnut Lane. I was a commissioner in Radnor Township from 1984 to 1992. I'm here tonight to speak on my own behalf and on the behalf of 3 other commissioners, 1 deceased, 2 still very much alive. Robert Main and I served together, George Amon and I served together, and Andy Orr and I served together in the mid-'80s and early '90s. They endorsed what I'm going to say tonight, and I have a letter from Andy Orr, who passed away in March. This is dated July 22nd, 2008, and it endorses the project of the township moving with Eastern College to build this sidewalk. With your permission, I'd like to hand it up. I live on Chestnut Lane, which is about a half a mile, I would say, from this proposed sidewalk. I am a jogger and a walker. I use Chamonix or Chamonix Road. I'm very familiar with the situation. We have a hazard there. We have a safety problem. And this decision tonight, or whenever you make it, is a classic decision of balancing the public good and public welfare against private interests. And we have lawyers on the board. I know they all are students of constitutional law, so they understand the police power and balancing private interests versus the public good. We have other non-lawyers on the board. You've probably served as expert witnesses, so you're familiar with that concept. There's nothing wrong with the residents. They're I'm sure, fine people. They have reason to be concerned about this, but I think when the board looks at the good to come out of this, it has to make a decision to go ahead with this project. We have the good that would be represented by reducing the risk of accidents, protecting our children, protecting adults, protecting the students at Eastern College, Eastern University. There is ample precedent for the board to do this. Now, when I was a commissioner, we had a problem of an outmoded township garage, and Mr. Malloy can attest to this. I had the unenviable task as commissioner for the First Ward of telling 6 people on Cromer Road that they were going to have to move out of their houses to accommodate the new garage that was going to be built. So, Commissioner Higgins, I know you're doing a good job representing your constituents.
I like to be called Kevin, Jim, just in case. You can
Kevin.
be Mr. Higgins, but I like being called
Kevin.
Kevin. Mr. Higgins is an old guy. He's my father.
Thank you. You're doing a fine job representing your constituents, but you should have been there in 1987 when I had to handle 2 women, one 90 years old, her sister-in-law 82 years old, who had to move out of their houses. It was not easy. I think that's pretty much my statement. I hope the board takes the action tonight or in the near future. Don't send it back to committee. Don't study it any further, but act. Thank you.
Jim, could I just ask one question? You said you were representing not only Mr. Orr, who's passed away, but Bob Main and George Amon. Are all of you in favor of this?
Oh, absolutely. They've endorsed what I said tonight, and couldn't be here for various reasons. Okay, thank you.
My name's George Beatty. I live at 238 Chamonix Road, which is technically in the First Ward, in Hank's Ward, but it's directly across the street from the proposed sidewalk. And I'm here to speak not only on my own behalf, but I was just given a note a little while ago from Drusha and Austin Connor, who live on St. David's Court. They were here from early in the meeting. They had to leave because of childcare issues, and she asked me to make this statement on behalf of the, in favor of the sidewalk. She says, quote, "This is clearly an emotional issue, but the bottom line is public safety, and there is some objective research-based evidence to this point. A research review published in the American Journal of Public Health states definitively sidewalks can reduce the risk of pedestrian crashes in residential areas. Please, commissioners, do what you know to be the right thing. Vote for the sidewalk. You will never know the life you save." That's Mrs. Connor's statement, and I was pleased and honored to have her ask me to read it. I just want to make a couple of points. I think that, the horse is dead. It's been beaten so many times over the last 4 years. I was here 2 years ago, and I advocated for the sidewalk to be completed promptly at that time, and it's been delayed and delayed and delayed. In fact, a few months after that meeting that I was here in June of 2008, I was walking down Shimoni Road from the train station, and I saw John Osborne driving by, and he stopped his car and said, "You see, you're in the roadway," and we laughed about it. But I mean, I think in the situation that we're faced with, you don't want to have a tragedy. Mrs. Connor put it so well. If you try to put your mindset in the future, you will never know the life you save. Let's have it that way. It's far, far better that you never know the life that you save than if some horrible tragedy happens. Because if some horrible tragedy does happen, I sent a letter to the commissioners 2 years ago on this issue. These are my neighbors. I understand their concerns. I understand if I were in their shoes, I would be concerned about it too, shoveling that snow. It's a burden, as Mr. Walker said, but this is really so clear. It's such a public safety issue. The township has agreed to do it in 2006. Eastern College is going to pay for it. The police say we need it. The letter that I sent, I mean, you were all here tonight, and this is being filmed or whatever, but God forbid we had some horrible tragedy happen, and then one or more of you are called in to that courtroom to face that family, and they say to you, "Sir, you were aware that this sidewalk was going to be paid for by by a college, right? And it wasn't even taxpayer money." And you're going to say, "Yes, I was aware of that." And your own police department told you that you should put it in, didn't you? Yes, they did. And you knew that this was a public safety issue because people had said that, yes. And it was delayed from 2006, and it still wasn't built on such and such a date, which would be that fateful day. I mean, it's the type of thing that you never, ever want to see happen. But, I respectfully disagree with counsel. I do think that the liability issue is very, very important here for the township, because in most situations when you have an accident, and the township would defend itself and say, "Look, we're not required to make everything safe." In this situation, you already mandated the sidewalk. It was going to be paid for. It was done. And then it can continue to be delayed and delayed and delayed. And I think that the next question would be, well, why was it delayed? Why was so-and-so killed or maimed, to save a tree root or something? I mean, I think when you compare the life that you may save, Mrs. Connor put it so well, I think that, what are the reasons? If people were really put on the hot seat and said, Mr. Curley wasn't on the board yet, but Mr. Higgins, you were 2 years ago, and Mrs. Schaefer wasn't on the board yet either. But why? Why is it taking so long? A decision should have been made in 06 or 07 or 08. Mr. Mahoney appointed a commission, a committee. We went there, we had our meeting, and nothing's happened ever since. I'd like to hand out my letter. I have a copy for each of the commissioners. And this the letter that Mr. Smith talked about. And like I said, this is a sensitive issue. These are my neighbors too, and I understand their concern. And I just think that public safety trumps these private concerns in this situation. So, if I may hand up the letter.
Thank you.
And this happens to be an area of law that I practice when horrific tragedies happen. Unfortunately, somebody's got to represent the victim, and in many of those cases I do. So I think I can maybe help the board with respect to the liability issues. I'd be happy to entertain any questions from opponents of the sidewalk, and I'll give you my honest best shot at an answer, but I think it's such a no-brainer that you got to put the sidewalk in, and it should be in before Halloween, because Halloween is when I get the most nervous, because all the little kids are out there, and they're walking in the street because there's no sidewalk.
So you have no incidents of occurrence on the road in many years, however long we're keeping it, yet we're on notice.
You're on notice because the Radnor Police Department, your own police department, has
The
said...
Radnor Police Department say sidewalks should go everywhere.
I have stated in multiple meetings that I have had 2 near accidents with pedestrians on that road. One very close to the meeting in 2008, where 2 people walking in a dark spot on Shimoni Road at 8 or 9 o'clock at night. I couldn't see them because they had dark clothing on, and I had to veer around them at the very last second. If I hadn't been watching where I was going, if I'd been distracted for a second, I would have hit both of them. It happened, and it happened earlier with a single person, Kevin.
And has anything ever happened when you're driving up near those bridges, Hank?
On the bridges?
Yeah, up on the bridges by
There are a
Fenton.
lot of places in this township where a lot of accidents could potentially happen. I'm telling you about two between the station and the entrance to Eastern.
I think
That's
Mr.
what I was concerned about, and when this opportunity presented itself, and I wanted to have all these meetings, I set up that process so that everybody could come out here and have their say, but I was most concerned about the fact that I nearly hit 3 people on that road.
I think, Commissioner Higgins, you make a very good point, and I think you illustrate my point when you asked Hank about another area that's dangerous. There are dangerous areas all over the township. You know, it's not pretty. Life's not pretty. Sometimes there's dangerous areas. That's what it is. The difference here is that this specific sidewalk, this specific area from the walking path to the train station has been approved 4 years ago. The police have said that
It
it's
doesn't,
needed
just to
there.
be clear, it doesn't say it has to be on this side of the road. It says it has to be funded.
Yeah, but I mean, if they
So
put
there
it
are
on-
fewer homes, one of which is yours, that
Right.
would be affected if it was on the other side of the road.
If you put it on the other side, I understand the argument. It's just that people don't want to shovel. But if you have 23,000 people a year walking from this pathway to the train station, back and forth, okay? And now you're going to put a sidewalk on the other side of the street requiring 46,000 crossings of Shimoni Road. I mean, that's
I
as much
still
of a-
believe that an Eastern University student is capable of crossing Shimoni Road safely.
But I don't think that you should put a sidewalk in which requires people to cross the street twice to get to the train station. It just
Excuse
doesn't
me,
make sense.
we don't really need to have this debate. You've made your points. I would like to have Mr. Smith come up, 3 minutes, and we're done.
Thank you very much for taking the time.
Thank you, George. No.
Thank you, Mr.
Doesn't matter. It's not an ordinance.
And I will be brief. To Mr. Rice's issue, at the very end of his sentence when he was asked whether or not the issue of notification and due process was violated, he said no, and then very quietly, perhaps you didn't hear him, he said, because it's included in the land development plan. There's nothing in this land development plan that shows the sidewalk. The land development plan is all related to the building 1.25 miles away. Okay? You can't point to this sidewalk as part of the land that's being developed. Second point, people have come up and admitted we were not involved in the process, we being the affected homeowners, from the very, very beginning, whether it was through the township or through some of these committees that were happening in residences. The petition that was circulated with these signatures claims on the petition that this is free. The petition is completely and utterly invalid. This is not free to taxpayers. It is not free. It's cost us time and money now, tens of thousands of dollars and more to come in these desperate times. So the validity of that is really out the window. Someone came up and said that we really should have the sidewalk on Shimoni Road because it's so much closer to the building than Radnor train station. The Shimoni Road St. David's train station is 1.2 miles from the building. The Radnor train station is 0.7 miles from the building and the main entrance to Eastern's campus. It's almost half of that distance. Another fabrication of the facts trying to sway your opinion. Okay? Mr. Higgins came up and presented some paper, and he talked about police powers. I'm not an attorney. I don't know if he's an attorney. But in a recent court ruling by the Supreme Court called Warren versus the District of Columbia, it was shown that individual police do not have the necessity to protect individuals, nor do the municipal corporations. And I understand these terms. I have a degree in political science. So when I say things like due process was not followed, I've studied government. I do believe that it was not followed in this case. Mr. Beatty's points sometimes are well taken, but this is what you would expect of a personal liability attorney, to be the Nostradamus of our neighborhood. And I tell you that in this issue in particular, where they try to draw out these emotions, there's no evidence that this has happened. We don't want anything like this to happen. But it is an interesting validation that all the emphasis seems to be on the other side. Mr. Curley, you asked about the Shade Tree Commission. On February 11th, Howard from the Shade Tree Commission was brought to my property at 3:30, and during that meeting, which I was not notified of, Dan and I had a discussion. And Dan, during the notes that I took right there, and I'll give you a copy of this if you like, Dan specifically directed Howard not to go beyond St. David's Road to look at the trees on the way down to the pedestrian path. And I tried to get them to go look there. And Dan said, it's in my notes, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think I am, that the police had determined that there were no shade trees involved in that. And I said, well, are the police now running the Shade Tree Commission? Are the police civil engineers and licensed arborists? No, they're not. They're police officers. So again, there's just misspeaking, there's fabrication, we're not looking at the details, and I think if you step back and look at the details, you see the process is a mess, and that's why we have this divisiveness. You need to can this idea, start from the beginning, and do it right. Thank you.
Mr. Schneller, you have something brief and pertinent to the topic?
Should I be limited to brief?
Yes, please.
Because I've had the patience to wait. I have some very short comments, and I live 750 feet to the south in St. David's Park, and I utilize this intersection, these pathways daily almost. And I believe that we're missing a couple of points, so I won't repeat anything. We're talking about property values for these people who are directly affected. When you've got a one-sided sidewalk, you're making an ugly street. And I've always enjoyed the way it's been tastefully done. Admittedly, one or two of these properties, the one on the curve, especially the pine trees, have grown too big so people can't walk on their property anymore. But you can see the trace of the cinder path from 15 years ago. And I think that this is a clue as to how you might handle it and avoid knocking down any heritage trees and keep the neighborhood beautiful. When you talk about there's no countryside left here, there is a lot of Radnor feel here, and Chamonix is one of them. So I have about 5 different methods where you could utilize informal means. I think a piecemeal approach is important. As soon as you get out that grave digger and think digging 3 feet, you are going to kill trees, and you're going to tear up the road, and you're going to make an unsightly white sidewalk. So I think the first thing to think of is to use exactly what you've got on this man's property, which is a macadam curb. They do them all the time, right up till present, and this is tasteful to keep it black, and that would lead to my second point, which is to utilize the gravel motif. I don't think these 2 properties need a single change at all. That path is entirely useful at 238 with the last 2 before the trail. All you've got really is the block from Chamonix, from St. David's to the train station, and why not have a crosswalk to the other side? I can't stand the thought of taking out heritage trees. But there is an alternative, which is to put pure gravel and sand over those routes and keep it gravel on that block. I don't see the big project mentality, and that leads me to my one question. Why is it up on the agenda tonight? Is there a singular or important reason why this came to light?
Yes, because I've been in favor of this for 4 years and been waiting for something to happen, and at the last meeting, I brought it up in January to a couple commissioners, and they said, how about wait until April? And I said, I'll wait till April. I wanted to have it last meeting. Mr. Smith had a commitment, so we changed it to tonight because of his commitment, so he could be here.
The reality is a little bit more to that, there's an element of retribution here around not supporting Bill for the president of this board. And that's one reason he's forced the issue now.
Well, I'm glad that's stated. I mean, it seems to me that it was nicely gathering dust, frankly. And you have every duty to keep safety in the forefront of your minds. And I think naturally the public transportation connection is a beautiful thing. I mean, the infrastructure is there with Eastern's path all the way for a mile almost. but then again, the statistics say that no one has been injured. I'd say if the board decided to use the money in lieu for something else, I have a pet project that would really be
Jim, please.
a benefit to the community, and that is
Jim, please.
a sidewalk.
When we have the opportunity, if that comes to forth, you'll have an opportunity to put your ideas up.
All right, it's within a quarter mile of this location.
Jim,
and would mean everything.
please.
So, is there a reason? Are you
Yeah, I think.
anticipating? You know
No,
which place
I'm-
I'm talking about?
It doesn't,
Okay.
Jim, if you're not talking about this specific sidewalk,
Well, other people
Then-
mentioned in lieu.
right? And if we do something in lieu, if that's the decision of this board, at that time,
Thank you.
you will have an opportunity.
Finally, we have two kinds of pedestrians. It's nice that people have brought up the fact that there are women with strollers, there are joggers. Now, people who've been doing that for 5 years in this neighborhood are accustomed to working with the traffic. They don't need a special break. But what could happen is, if you put in a sidewalk, they're going to get dropped off at the end. They don't want to go to Eastern's campus. You're going to have a problem with people suddenly getting into the road, continuing down Shimoni towards Aberdeen. What do you do there? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may.
Yes.
I know I've heard the discussion here, and I just want to make one point here, and I take exception to the comments made regarding the police department that were used for some other issue than just based on the safety and the report that they provided here to the board in regards to public safety. There are issues I know have been raised about being arborists or that. They, by no means, I think, in anywhere in this report was it ever said anything about the police department making those types of comments or recommendations. The issue that they made in the report was public safety in the regards to the area and the traffic and the pedestrian traffic which they looked at. And as part of their recommendation, I believe they recommended the sidewalk. So however the issue is made here, the police department did not go out in any other direction except to provide the report that was requested as to the public safety and pedestrian safety traffic. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
John, you don't have to ordain these sidewalks? I mean, we just ordain when we're going to take somebody's property? Or we ordain sidewalks?
You're in the right of way.
Yes.
That ordinance provision, again,
Mike?
The ordinance that was discussed earlier, I believe, is just when you're imposing that construction and cost on the people that front along that. That's what that ordinance addresses.
Okay.
This is a condition of final plan approval. I assume we have the right-of-way within which... Let me finish, sir. I assume we have the right-of-way. It's, I don't know what it is, but it's got to be in the right-of-way. The township has the ability then to implement this particular condition that's part of the land development approval. Eastern's going to have to work with township if the board chooses to move forward with this to install the sidewalks per that particular condition.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to
So
make
there's no separate
yeah,
ordinance.
Okay, all right.
Well, just so we're very clear about this, when we discussed this back in the meeting in December of 2008, I asked Dan Malloy specifically whether it was in the right-of-way. He said he believed that it was, but we weren't going to go forward to do engineered plans unless we were willing to go forward with the sidewalk. Why would we expend the money to do a detailed survey unless we decided to go forward? So once we make that decision, assuming we make the decision to go forward, that would be part of the project, would it not, Dan?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to make a motion that we instruct the township manager to instruct the township engineer to move forward to install these sidewalks on Shimoni Road as per the resolution from 2006.
I'd like to ask.
Second.
Okay, well, I'd like to ask a point of order of the solicitor. The agenda says discussion. Are we allowed to take a vote tonight?
Yes.
Okay.
If you have a motion and you have a second, you can have more discussion and you can take a vote.
My question was specifically the fact that it says discussion. So you've answered my question.
So, and I have one suggestion, and I'd like to hear if the board is agreeable to it, and then if we can proceed, tell me how to incorporate it into this motion. But two burdens concern me more than anything else that I heard tonight. And one is the cost of the restoration of the landscaping, and the second is the cost of the removal of the trees, because they could fall disproportionately on single homeowners, and they could cost on the order of as much as tens of thousands of dollars. Or $10,000 is not an unreasonable estimate at this point from what we heard. So what I would propose we do is we ensure that those costs are included in what is done as this project. And if that means we have to build less sidewalk, then I would accept that, particularly on the 300 feet from the train, 350 feet from the train station to St. David's, because there is sidewalk on the other side. So what you would have then is continuous sidewalk and controlled. There'd be one point where you'd have to cross Shimoni, but it would be controlled. It's at a stop sign. So that would satisfy almost all, for all intents and purposes, 100% of the safety concern, and then it would solve the biggest concern of the added burden that is on residents in this area.
John, are you talking about tree removal that would occur now in the installation, or going forward if a tree eventually dies?
Well, I suspect that what we would have to do is escrow money, make a decision that a tree is likely going to die, escrow money, and then if it dies, have that escrowed funds used to pay the cost of the trees. Some of the trees, I suspect, individual trees could cost upwards of $4,000 for removal. So to me, that's a burden that, there is new burden here, and I am likely to support adding that new burden, but those are two burdens that I think are beyond reasonable. So I think those two burdens should be included in the cost of the sidewalk.
But isn't tree removal part of installing a sidewalk? So if you agree to pay to fund installing a sidewalk, you've
very good.
agreed to pay for the tree removal involved.
Yeah, that remains to be seen, I think. I mean, that was a question I asked, and what I heard is that from Eastern was that, no, that's not the case.
Well, the fact of the matter is, Don, there's no trees to be removed, other than on Mrs. Viddick's property, there are two little pine trees that are this big, and he has some bushes that are now hanging over that he'd like to get rid of because the snow is, there's nothing else to be removed. It's just a question of how we're going to protect the other trees so we don't damage the roots. We're not going to be removing any trees.
Yeah, if you damage a tree, then for all intents and purposes, you remove it. Yeah. If we cut across the root zone, it won't die instantly, but in 2 or 3 years it will die, and then it will put that burden on the homeowner. And the only reason that tree died was because we put a sidewalk, or because in this case, Eastern College put a sidewalk across the root zone. So it's one thing when these small trees die because the cost of the tree is negligible, but a large tree, the cost of cutting down a large tree is not negligible, and it should be considered in the cost of the sidewalk. Elaine, to your point, how we get it into the cost is not my concern. If we're on firm ground that it's in the cost, I'm comfortable. But if it's not in the cost, then in my opinion, it should be put in the cost. And if that means we have to have less sidewalk, then I'm willing to accept less sidewalk.
Well, what I would like to do is I'd like to see my motion passed. Then I'd like to Dan Malloy to go out and design the plans, and then he can come back to the Board of Commissioners with exactly how he's going to put the sidewalk in, how he's going to fix the tree, what extra costs are going to be, and then we can make a decision what we want to do.
Okay.
I agree with that, but what I'd also like to see happen is once this estimate, I'd like to see Eastern pay for the project. They've agreed to pay to have a sidewalk installed, and everyone knows that that includes survey, design, grading, tree removal, replacement of trees, making right what's disturbed by the sidewalk, and then the sidewalk installation. So I think it would be best to move ahead, have staff do the analysis. If we have to have a survey done, it should be done. And then the total cost of the project can be bid out, and we find out what it's going to cost. And then we make sure that Eastern's going to pay for it all. If they're not, then we may not do it.
Well, the problem that we've had is for the last 4 years, we haven't moved forward because the engineer has not been instructed to move forward. So I think we should have the engineer move forward so that then we can discuss how we're going to do it. If we're going to raise the curbs, whether we're going to use some of this or not some of this. I mean, we've got a lot of decisions to make about this sidewalk. How many trees are actually effective? How many trees are we going to kill? If we're not going to kill any, let's get all that information. He's just not going to go.
That's fine with me.
We have to go out and we have to bid this sidewalk out. So to bid that out, we have to come up with the specifications. to somebody. And, you know, if we kill a tree, it's our responsibility. So we have to know all that before we bid it out. So we need the engineer to come back to us with his best information, you know, when we agree to bid this out, then we'll know exactly what we're going to do.
All right, so I'm comfortable with that. It's just the three pieces of information that we have to have before this is constructed, or we have to know the restoration costs, the tree removal costs, and then we have to know the issue of how much Eastern is willing to pay, because while you indicated it's very clear, it doesn't seem to be clear to Eastern.
Right, but the protective measure here is the fact that we have to go to bid, and this is a public process. So we cannot commit funds that we don't have, and if Eastern's not willing to pay us for the cost of those bids, we don't approve them. We don't go further.
Isn't the other option here, though, is that Eastern provides for the construction of this? I mean, is there an assumption here that the township's going to bid this out?
That's been the assumption all along, that they would pay for it, we would put it in. Is that not correct, Dan? That's the way you wanted to do it, right?
That was my understanding, the way
The
it was
original
gonna go.
resolution says Eastern will fund
Fund
the
it.
installation of the
Yeah.
sidewalk.
And,
Well,
and
they
this
can-
is a public works project, and it has to be bid out, and we have to follow the process that's in the charter.
Plus, I
And-
suspect
Right,
Eastern
if-
can't do that because it's on private property. They're not the township.
Well, it's just, I mean, it's not unusual for a developer to do off-site improvements as part of their project. I mean, that's not an unusual situation. I'm just trying to clarify what the history has been here. I understand what it says. It says the sidewalk be funded. They can fund the township to do that. They can fund their own contractor to do that. So,
So if I'm a property owner and I don't want it, and Eastern tries to come on my property, I would do something
well,
about
the
it.
township's going to have supervision of this project no matter how you cut it, Kevin. I mean,
Well, John,
it's-
the issue is, it's not an issue because the township is going to do this sidewalk.
I understand.
Okay,
I just
all right.
want to make sure that, you know, all the issues are being discussed here.
Yeah, okay.
In terms of cost.
I guess I'll make a few closing comments, but I have a fairly strong suspicion where this is coming out. I think the process has been unfair from the beginning. While the concept may be good, the process was unfair. It had nothing to do with these residents, this project. It was over a mile away, and it was done for other reasons. I think a better alternative is to remove Condition 7 from the resolution, require Eastern to run the shuttle as they've offered. In lieu of doing that, can also authorize Bob to potentially discuss with Eastern I'll call it voluntary contribution to funding a sidewalk at the high school. But defer looking at the sidewalk on Shimoni in this stretch to a more comprehensive view of the whole geography over there with the new Eastern plan to see what's going on, what's happening, and what's the right way to do this. That's my opinion, and you know, I think the process was bad from the beginning.
Motion made and second. Any further comments from the commissioners? We've had extensive public comments on this issue, therefore I think we can call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you, folks. And as a little relief, I just got a text from someone saying the Flyers won. So they're going to the Stanley Cup. Sorry, Bob. Our new township manager is a diehard Flyers fan. You can't imagine the pain he's in sitting there now. That's it for you, Don?
What's that?
Do you want to, let's take
Yeah.
a 3-minute break, all right?
Okay.
be back in about 10 minutes to restart the meeting.
Okay, folks, shall we reconvene the meeting? We're at Finance and Audit. Kevin?
The first item on the agenda is the schedule of bills payable, item 10-5B. Bob, do you want to make some comments before we move forward with authorizing the payment of these items?
Sure. Yeah. I know that as we're going through the budget and trying to get our arms wrapped around a lot of the financial issues, Allison's been doing a very good job at working through a lot of these, so I'm going to defer to her in regards to where we're at on these particular issues.
Thank you. I just wanted to highlight a couple of things that we have discovered in our analysis, which hopefully will be completed sometime, hopefully for a more comprehensive report at your June meeting. But we have uncovered a few issues that I do think you should be aware of. First is really just a procedural matter where internally the budget that we have been using with our accounting system does not match up with the budget in the official records of the township. I think that an earlier version somehow was inserted, but that is one problem that we do need to rectify so that the official record matches the budget that is posted on the website as well as the one that is internally in the accounting system.
I didn't like the way you phrased that, and I don't know if it was poor choice of wording. It seems to me that if we pass an official budget, that if the internal system is not accurate, it has to be updated to reflect what was officially passed. And maybe I overanalyzed your choice of wording, but I thought I heard you say the reverse.
The minutes of the meeting reflect the passage of the budget. In prior years, you would have an ordinance that detailed the spending in each account. The document that was used was shaded so that you can't accurately see, it's difficult to see the numbers in what is recorded in the ordinance book. So that I've been struggling to know what each line item allocation is. And the budget that's in the ordinance book is about $600,000 off of the budget, the working budget that the staff has been using. I can't tell you with absolute certainty because I wasn't here why that variation occurred. I found it primarily in that administrative salaries and the salaries in the finance department were not included in that earlier draft. I don't know why, but that's where the difference lies. I think it probably, overall, your budget is developed on an Excel document as opposed to what I'm used to, which is coming off of the accounting system that you maintain. And so in the process of sort of converting numbers from this accounting system over to the Excel document, there is an opportunity for just computer entry error. And I think that's really what happened here, because it certainly wasn't the board's intention not to fund their own salaries or the salary of the administrative staff or the salary of the finance department staff. And I just think it may have been the absence of some zeros, or I don't know, because I didn't do it. But that discrepancy does exist, and I don't think that should, I think it should be corrected.
Allison, would it help if the commissioners were to review our packets from the budget approval meeting and see what we have in our documents?
Yes, that would help, but I still don't think it eliminates what's in the minute book, what's in the ordinance book. And I think that's the document that we need to get corrected so that the right document is in there, one way or the other.
Bill, wasn't Melissa emailing those things to us?
Melissa would only email whatever was passed on from the interim manager and the finance director at the time.
But my recollection was she was emailing the packet.
I was getting emails of the actual Excel spreadsheets right from Karen Coher.
But what they printed out and put in that minute book it was shaded on the Excel spreadsheet. So it's covered over. You can't even see the numbers. So I think that perhaps when they took it off of the computer and they put it in the book, that they may have inadvertently taken the wrong version out and put it in the minute book because of the shading of the numbers and what happens when you try to copy that.
So how do we cure this? What do we have to do as an ordinance?
I'm not sure. I think internally, we want to look at the entire budget and figure out what changes need to be made, and then we would go about correcting all of the issues that might arise.
And just to add to that, again, it allows for in the charter for, appropriations to be adjusted. But I think, again, too, what Allison's talking about, it's unusual that you'd have a budget not generated within the system itself. That actually you have a budget that's done on an Excel spreadsheet, and then you have one that's within the system, and then the two don't match. And I think that's the problem right now, is there's no matching or marrying those together. So it's I guess I would say an unusual practice. But I think, and then the way it's shaded is just trying to determine where that's at. But also the discrepancies that sit within there of where there's areas not funded, deficits that fall within some of the funds right now. So I think it's just trying to figure out and piece it all together to have a document that we actually know the financial position of the township.
But aren't we committed? We passed a budget of a total amount, whatever that was. And the way I read the charter, we're locked with that. Now, we can move money around within that, but the document the public reviewed, we reviewed at this meeting, had that total bottom line number. Charter allows for the adjustment within 45 days after an election year. So the new board can overrule what the old board approved. But I think, I don't know, the way I read it, we're locked to that total.
Just in reviewing a few where it talks about reduction of appropriations, transfer of appropriations, supplemental appropriations.
Yeah, but they're all within the budget, aren't they?
Right.
Well, I think we need to do some more investigation before
Exactly. No, and I think that's all part of what we'll be working together on here.
And the commissioners who have emails with spreadsheets, we ought to send them back to you.
I'm going to look through all my, because I was in almost a daily dialogue with Karen Coher via email. And one thing I noticed was that the budget that we approved, like you say, was shaded so darkly that I could barely read it. I could read it, but it was very difficult to read. And I relied on the printouts that I did from Excel. I actually reshaded the documents and printed them at my office so I could read them. But I did comment to them at the time that they were unreadable.
And Bob, just to make clear my expectation here, and I can't speak for everybody else here, I don't expect to see an aggregate increase of $600,000 or a request for an aggregate increase in $600,000 of spending. I understand the potential that, X account has, $300,000 over and Y account is $300,000 under, and net it's a zero. But again, maybe it's terminology, but what I keep hearing is that there's a potential that there's $600,000 of expenses that are not proposed in the budget in the aggregate. And I don't know if I'm mishearing it or what.
Well, that's the information we got today.
No, I think that's
$600,000.
accurate. That is true.
Because
but I think also, too, as part of this is you're going to have to look at where these numbers come, but look at all funds, because there are some issues regarding the sewer fund that have to be addressed. I know as part of good news is that our business tax is up, but I think as a whole, though, you have to look at all the budget, all funds of where the position is. And I think is what Allison has been working through and the finance department has been working through is to try to figure out where all these numbers are at to come up with an accurate position of where the township is at. And I think that's trying to recreate and rebuild a lot of that. So any of the information that you do have that you can pass along would be very helpful.
Well, the other issue you addressed today was that each year we do our sewer fund based on water consumption for the previous year. And water consumption is down 20% or something, and we sent it why didn't we send it out on the new numbers that we got? I thought we wait for those numbers and then send it out. We sent it out on an estimate. I thought we had to wait for the water company to give us the numbers at the end of the year till we compute our sewer bill.
the way it's been computed in the past is that your bill that goes out in 2010 is based on your consumption in 2009.
Right.
And we have now requested from the water company that they provide us with the consumption on a quarterly basis so that we can track it going forward to have accurate numbers at the end of the year. But the difficulty is that that's not what occurred in the prior year. And with consumption being as down as much as it is, which I think is something like 92 million gallons, when you start to do the math on $5.41 per 1,000 gallons, you can see the shortfall that results from it.
But why don't we use the real numbers from '09? I thought that's what we did. We sent it out.
Well, we use the real numbers for '09, but '09 is when the consumption fell.
And so the
I know, but I understand that everybody's bill went down, but we should have known that we weren't going to get an extra we were going to get $500,000 less because consumption went down.
Well, you know, I can't address how the budget number was developed, projecting the revenue for 2010. But I think that fundamentally you do need to look at your sewer rates and the manner in which your sewer bills are generated. Because what you find when you have pretty much your whole bill is generated off of consumption, there are many components of a sewer operation that are fixed, that don't go away regardless of how many 1,000 gallons you have. Your debt service component is fixed. That's not going to go away. Your staffing level, for the most part, is fixed. Your insurance cost, your those parts of it.
I understand all that, but if I'm setting a rate of $5 and something per 1,000, and 1,000 is going down, and that's not going to generate me money, then I have to set a higher rate if I want to get that much money.
Correct.
And that's what we should have done.
Correct.
Well, and Allison, what I hear is that that's what you want. You want to use quarterly data such that the forecast for next year's budget will be more accurate in projecting what the revenues will be
Yes.
based on actual consumption.
Yes, but in a way, I mean, you're sort of billing in advance for the year, so it's really hard to make it as current as possible, but at least you would know what the consumption would be from 2010 to calculate 2011.
Have you reached out to Karen to ask for an explanation as to what happened here?
I have not.
Should we do that? Bob, any thoughts?
We could do that. I'm not sure of the possible benefit of that because the situation we're in, not knowing how this was figured, and I agree with Commissioner Spengler when he talks about, the projection should have been done based on, as preparing the budget, 9-month tracking the usage and working with that, you'd actually make a projection that you'd be more conservative in those numbers.
Well, what's the harm in asking the question? I mean, she may not be
We can ask-
cooperative.
We can ask the question.
I mean,
But when do you get the numbers, the actual numbers for 2009 from the water company? Because that's how you base your bill. Based on how much water we used 2009, you send me a bill. You multiply it by my actual usage. When do you get the actual usage?
I believe the usage would have been requested in March when the bills were generated.
Yeah. And so nobody figured out then that usage was down, everybody's bill was down, so we weren't going to take in as much money, and maybe we should revisit how much we're charging per 1,000?
Well, the consumption is delivered on a disk, and it's downloaded into the system, and it's applied to to everyone's account. It's when the billing process is completed and the analysis of the billing is done, and you start to look at the numbers, that was the first time that, I assumed that the analysis was done prior to it. There wasn't anything that triggered in my mind, not being part of the discussion, that didn't happen.
Well, the issue is in the last 20 years, it never went down before. This is the first time it went down. The consumption in Radnor went down, the water consumption.
I don't know that, but I think part of it is that you've also had a lot of new connections that have, in some cases, offset some of those numbers. But I think based on our conversations with the water company last year, due to the rainfall and people's economic situations and efforts to reduce their consumption, that it was rather dramatic.
Did I understand your answer correctly, that in March of this year, we got the consumption for the bills that were mailed? And nobody did the math to see whether or not multiplying that consumption by the rate was the same or approximately the same as the budgeted revenue? Is that what I'm hearing, or am I misunderstanding?
Your misunderstanding in the timing of it, that analysis was done, but going into it, and when that was requested, the disc was requested and then it was downloaded and the bills were initiated, I was not here. It was once the bills were completed and we started to look at the revenue analysis that we realized that there was something terribly wrong because of the money that was coming in. It wasn't coming in the way it should have.
Okay, just walk me through the timing. Okay. 2009 consumption. The data is known when?
I think it's better to say the data is received in March of 2010.
So we got the data in March of 2010.
Correct.
And we had, in March of 2010, we had an established and budgeted revenues in the sewer fund, correct?
Yes.
And we had a rate available at that time, or not?
Yes, it was approved in December.
Okay. So nobody did the math in March of this year that said the rate you proposed, multiplied that by the usage that we're sending to the residents, does not yield the budgeted revenues.
The total consumption comes in a disc that's downloaded to the system to apply it against the bills. It's not like a report comes and says this is how many total gallons are there.
But nobody checks it?
Kevin, wait,
I think
I need to
what I
interject.
heard here was that analysis you're talking about was done, and now
No, it wasn't.
Allison's showing us that.
Not what I'm hearing. I'm hearing that we got
What benefit do we have with playing Who Shot John at this point? We
Dan.
need to correct the future way, and I think now that Aqua does monthly billing, which they've changed this all over to, there's no reason we can't have much more accurate numbers when we prepare
that's
the-
not
I think,
I just
Kevin, can I just say this? The problem was that the forecast for the budget that we did in December did not have the actuals. It was based on the prior year. So in March, when we get the actual numbers and they run the bills, that's when it was discovered that we're off by $500,000 in revenue.
When they sent the bills out,
Yeah.
the money started coming
Right
back.
then and there.
And we were sure that's when we found
See, that's where I have the problem, right? Because what I'm hearing is when the money started coming back, not when the bills were sent.
Yeah, that's right. Because it was on a disc and no one looked at the figure.
Well, okay.
Moving forward, had we discovered this discrepancy in March before we had sent these bills out, and if this next year happens again, what do we do then? Do we readdress our fees and have, pass an ordinance that says fees are now, can we do that mid-year after we've already put our revenue budget together?
Yes, you can set the sewer rent, you can change the
But the
sewer
bills
rent.
go out, the bills are paid once a year.
Yeah.
Right.
We set the sewer tax rate at time of budget. So that's one of the things we vote on in December.
But we could change that in February if the figures were drastic, we found out.
Change the
We could
fee by ordinance.
Yeah.
It seems, again,
It's a
I'm not
fee.
looking to point fingers
Yeah.
here, but it seems pretty basic to me that if the total water consumption is X, you ought to multiply X by your rate before you send those bills and say, yeah, it's going to be we're billing approximately, but you can change the rate.
No, we passed the fee schedule.
You could. The fact of the matter
In
is, when we
March?
got the disc, no one ran the disc to see if it.
Well, that's
if we had
February
the figures.
15th.
That's the problem, yeah.
No, we're trying.
Well, actually, looking forward, that's what we could do.
Right.
In January, we can get the actual numbers for the prior year. And if we're off, we can revisit the tax rate. And by ordinance, we can pass a new tax rate.
Right, it sounds like-
If consumption's going to be off, it's not going to be off in December, it's going to be off in May, June, July, and August, September. So
Need the full year's data.
I know, but if we get a tracking figure, we get those figures, we'll have a good trend. We didn't have a trend this year.
But it sounds like the process ought to be, okay, we propose let's, for argument's sake, a preliminary rate in December, and prior to the bills actually getting sent, somebody does the math and comes back and says, this is the consumption, this is the rate, this is what the bills are going to yield, and this is what you budgeted, and you're okay, or you need to adjust the rate.
But if you do the tracking, you have 9 months when you make your decision in December, you're a quarter off. you know? You're a quarter blind, but you have a good idea.
The issue is part of the budget as it's built, worked on based on, there's certain variables that you're going to build into this as part of your budget, which means based on contacting the water company to find out what that 9-month usage would be, should be able to trend of where we are and make some assumptions on where we're going to go. And most of the times you make those very conservative of where you're going to be at. So your decision is made as part of the budget process. And when the budget is approved, those determinations are made based on those rates, based on previous 9 months worth of use. And as Commissioner had spoken about, you know, those heavy months of water usage is going to be during the summer months. So you should have a good feeling and a good understanding of where that's going to be at.
But before you execute on the bills, you ought to check it. Is my
Well, the
point.
problem is, it's probably gone up for the last 20 years, it's never gone
The
down.
question-
So
The
that's-
issue is though, if you're looking at making the review in March, your budget is already passed from where you've made your budgetary decisions.
We only have until
If you
February
are-
15th to adjust the tax rate.
Yeah, but this is a sewer rate. You can adjust that anytime, trust me.
No.
Trust me. It's a sewer rate.
Is it a tax rate or is it a fee? It's a fee, isn't it?
That's right.
It's a usage fee.
Yeah, it's not
so
deductible.
you can adjust that by ordinance.
Everyone that deducts it, it's not deductible. All right,
We got a problem, fix it. I mean, it's.
yeah, so,
Well, I think the bottom line on this is that we had an interim finance director who was no longer here, and we asked Ms. Rudolph to come in, and Ms. Rudolph discovered the problem, doing her analysis. So thank you for doing that, Allison.
Shall we go back to bills payable now?
Any other comments, Bob?
You know, just briefly, I think just as part of this here, you know, the concern is about the funds that are here, and, you know, Allison's concerned about signing these and approving these, but the dollars as part of the budget is there at this particular point. It's just the concern is going to be as we progress through the year of where those dollars are actually going to be at. So I think as we continue to proceed each month to carefully look at these and analyze where we are at financially in regards to, first of all, coming up with an accurate budget to put us in the current position that moving forward, the commissioners can make those decisions based on a solid budget that we have.
Can I assume that we'll be using the Penimation system to do budget next year? Is that the goal?
It should be part of it, and it should be generated within that system. It should come out of there, and again, that's a way in which that the budget is actually tracked as well. It all has to be done within that system. And Allison, I don't, you know, any comment you may have on that?
Yeah, you should be getting reports that come out of that accounting system that accurately reflect what's going out the door. I think that I've spoken with other municipalities that use the Penimation system, and apparently the budgeting portion of it is not very user-friendly, which is why other places also do what you're doing in terms of generating a separate budget. But I don't think that, I think we have to find a way to make it more accommodating to your needs in terms of the information you want, because I think it is very important that it be generated from one place, so it's one set of numbers and everything is right out in the open. There's too much adjustment when you're moving it around into, particularly when you have as many funds as you do. It's much simpler to keep track of the bottom line and the total number when you're doing it within that accounting system.
Thank you.
Bob, I have a question for you then, and again, it sounds to me there's a risk that there's $600,000 more in expenses, potentially, than is in the budget. So what actions are you planning to take in the interim to sort of slow spending, keep things under control till we get our hands around this issue? Because, you know, considering, you know, proceeding down the path, you know, without taking action, you know, we're basically at the end of May now. We don't have a lot of time left to address this.
I think is for most departments, they're basically there just providing the day-to-day services that they're required to provide. I don't think there's anything that's in excess that is being spent at this time. At the last meeting, I know we had put some capital equipment for Public Works on hold, again, in consideration here. I think also because of potential deficit in the sewer fund that we know. I think as part of this is the control of where dollars go and where they're spent, which I think we are monitoring those. But I think as a bigger picture, not knowing where the current position is at, is we'll continue to proceed very cautiously. And I think that it goes back to those items where sponsorship of certain activities, events, I think also have to be scrutinized of where those dollars that the township gives out. I know they're not popular decisions, but they're almost essential decisions that have to be made, because what may come about towards the end of the year is the decisions to whether cut programs, services, and even staff. But I think right now it's a process that Allison has been working through here to try to discern where a lot of this is at. As part of the budget, there are certain items that are not budgeted in one particular area. They're in multiple areas. So I think trying to track that down, because one of the recommendations we will make is to put the where dollars are being spent into the one account, so they're not separated in different areas. So as the budget, you may see increased areas of the budget that seem very unusual, very high. But it's actually, you will be able to track exactly where those expenses are at and not in multiple funds. And that'll be easier for the public to follow as well, to know exactly what those accurate and total expenses are and where they're being charged, to be able to track those. So this is a large work in process. It is a concern of mine. I think it's a concern of Allison's as well, of where we're at, and I think she's working diligently through this to see where we stay at. But I think the departments are doing a very good job of watching those expenses to make sure that we're only spending those dollars that need be. I want to commend our lieutenant and officer in charge, where today even the suggestion about with the police cars, being concerned with the budget too in the police department, of whether to proceed with, holding back maybe one of the cars. So I think that's a credit to the department heads too, that they understand the situation. I think we've shared that information with them, so they are aware of that, of where the concerns we're working through right now.
So when we get together in June, do you think you'll have your hands around this issue?
I would hope that we'd have a better situation where it's at. I think there are different turns that have taken place that lead us into different areas of concern as well, pension funds as well. So I think this is an issue that I think we want to be able to come out factually and honestly of where the position of the township is, and then moving forward, what adjustments need to be made. Because I think right now to come out and make any kind of statements of where we are or what we should or shouldn't be doing without having a clear picture, I don't think would be the appropriate course of action at this particular time, because we are still trying to find out where we stand. To the positive side, though, is because of the business tax collections, which those are up approximately. Bill?
Based on a cash basis, I think we're ahead of schedule compared to a prior year. I think Allison and I had looked at numbers. Again, we need to, also when the 2009 financials are back in with the auditors, we know what the ending fund balance was. All these things will start to fall in place. We haven't had that audit report back yet with the financials, but we're ahead, I think, approximately $800,000 in business privilege tax collection so far.
I know you don't have the history, Bob, but this to me is a very discomforting discussion, because we were sitting here last year at the beginning of the year, and going into the year, I personally felt that some of the revenue numbers were overly optimistic, and it took us 6 or 7 months to finally get all the data we needed, and then we had to take action. And again, you don't have the history, but we're back in the same place again, and I'm just not comfortable with this, and it's got me very, very worried just listening to this conversation. And I recognize you're here a couple of weeks, but we ought to try to have our hands around this as best we can, as solidly as we can next month, because if we have to take action, there's not a lot of time left in the year to take action.
I agree. And that's why, again, I think this is one of those conversations that it's not pleasant to have these conversations, but hopefully at the end of the day, the numbers look a lot better, but right now, there's concerns. There are serious concerns, and I think these are the right opportunities to have these conversations. But I think we're all aware of that, of where the position is at, and to be able to give the best information to the commissioners, in which you can make decisions going forward.
Bill, can I just clarify? We are $800,000 ahead in business privilege regular receipts, or does that include the audits?
Mixed in with some audit
With the
collections.
audits, okay.
We had I can't talk about any specific audits, but we have some good revenue so far.
Mhm.
And the question is, once we see the 2009 financials, some of those may have been booked to last year rather than this year. We'll know that'll just improve our fund balance coming into this year, but we're ahead of where we should be based on a cash basis.
Any additional comments, Bob, or should we move forward with authorizing the?
We'll move forward.
Okay. All right, so attached before us is bill list number 10-5B, totaling $1,613,738.03. There's electronic payments of approximately $1.4 million, so the grand total of authorized for disbursements is $3,023,731.25, and it says these bills have been approved by the respective department head, verified and processed by the finance department. And I'm not sure how you make the following statement, given the conversation we had, are within total 2010 budgetary limits as opposed by the Board of Commissioners at its December 14, 2010 stated meetings. So I don't know, are we able to actually make that statement?
I think we can make that statement as of today. The concern is in the totality of the year and as you get to the end of the year, what happens. But I realize that that's
Is your answer essentially that and I'll use a gross example, if we inadvertently budgeted 11 months of expenses instead of 12, since we're only at the 6th or 5th month, you still got money left to fund the other remaining months, but when you get to December, all hell breaks loose.
No, I think it would be better to say that to adjust the expenses to fit what the budget allocation was over the next 6 or 7 months. And there's a great deal of that that's going on right now in terms of the cost cutting that is being done within the departments and overall in the township to try to make sure that expenses are kept to the essential services.
And all of these items that are on here, we've cut POs, we're committed to the services have been provided, and so really, there's no way of avoiding paying these bills without breaching some sort of either purchase order agreement or other agreement to folks here.
Yes.
Okay. Then I move that we pay them.
Second?
Moved and seconded. Any other commissioner comments, discussion? Any public discussion? You coming up?
My name is Christina Prony again. I think it is different having attended, X number of years of budget conversations, to have these folks point out that we have too many funds where you can move money around, which was never a comforting position that we were in, to not use the actual system that we had, an Excel spreadsheet versus the real one source means that you could either unconsciously make mistakes or consciously rearrange money, which is what we saw happen in our other situation. I think this is a big difference, and I am just delighted. I'm sad to hear that we're off, but I am delighted to hear that there are some really good, smart people looking at how to make this better for us. So I applaud the new staff, and I am just delighted to hear that they're on top of it. So, with having good, smart people in charge, we will make a difference. So I am delighted. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina.
Paul Perot, West Beach Tree Lane, Wayne, PA. Tonight, we just heard the township manager make a recommendation that we curb our donations. We just learned we may be $600,000 now in debt above the $2 million that we already are, and you just donated $4,000 to a parade. Beyond that, I think last month we allocated $4,000 or $6,000 for trash cans for a park. Did we really need to spend $4,000 or $6,000 for trash cans for a park? Beyond that, didn't we just allocate $155,000 to replace toilets in a field or restrooms in a field? Well, you're replacing them. Why don't you repair them? Or, you know, there's $150,000, there's $6,000, there's $4,000. It's all these little bills that I think as commissioners you should be looking at and saying, we don't need $4,000 or $6,000 worth of trash cans on a field now. Use plastic ones. You don't need cedar ones. And why are we totally replacing facilities in a park? Why aren't we repairing them or closing them? If we're $2 million in debt and now we might be another $600,000 in debt, I don't think this board is doing their job. Thank you.
Any other public comment? All in favor of approving the bills payable?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Don, do you want to lead this next item?
I was going to say, the next item is a discussion of ordinance 2008-05, and I think Don would like to.
Okay. I asked for this to be on the agenda, and here's my concern, that the way I look at our budget, and I see that we have plus or minus a $2.5 million gap that has to be closed. I see the difficulty of closing it, and I don't know that we want to do some of the things that are in 2008-05, specifically some of the diversions. We may want to do them, but we may not want to. We may not want to restore our fund balance in 1 year. So I'm not taking a position that there's something wrong with the document. I'm taking a position that it makes us inflexible and we can't wait until the end to do it. So my thought is, do we need to look at this and have this revised to reflect our current situation? And I'd be happy to have Mr. Martin or Mr. Ziankowski comment on it.
Commissioner Curley, thank you. Yeah, this ordinance was adopted in 2008. It does require you to maintain a fund balance of 12 to 15%, unless the board's two-thirds vote was to make that change, or if you were to go below that at some point, you have within, I believe the language is within the second budget cycle to have that fully restored. And also, part of that ordinance also included how you pay for the capital funding. For example, there's a requirement that 5% of all revenues collected through business privilege tax audits must or shall be dedicated to the capital improvement fund. Again, that's up to, right now that's by ordinance. You have to do that. My understanding that wasn't done last year as part of the budget. You are required to do that. If you at some point decide that that's not what you want to do in this budget year in the current economic conditions, you would have to rescind this ordinance. And John Rice, you can correct me if I'm wrong, or make an amendment to that ordinance.
I have sort of two comments, one for Bob Ziankowski, I guess they're both for Bob. One of the things that has always bothered me during my couple of years I've been sitting here is the compressed time that we've discussed the budget. And with the benefit of hindsight, I suspect some of that was intentional. I would like to get the budget document earlier, even if it's preliminary, and really have more vigorous discussions through a longer period of time than to start discussing the final budget in November and having two meetings in December. The other element of this
is, with the benefit of hindsight, I believe item A needs to be adjusted under 44-10, where it says 15% of budget revenues and general fund revenues. I believe the way it probably should have been worded, based on seeing it in practice, is that revenue should be expenses. That the fund balance is supposed to be a mechanism for protecting our ability to pay the bills in an environment of a revenue shortfall. And if you base it on revenues, the percents fluctuate with the revenues. So if you could take a look at that, you have extensive municipal experience, and I suspect that my suspicion is right. But if you could come back and make a recommendation on that as part of the budget process this year.
Yeah, and I have a similar concern with, or I don't know if it's similar or not, 44-12A, it's the goal of the township to fund all assets. I think we essentially didn't do that when we chose to forgive the library its portions of its capital and its debt. So I think we're not following it. We're having difficulty following it with $35,000 decisions, and we're going to have a $2.5 million decision. So I think this needs to be revised so that it reflects the current predicament that we're in. And I would defer to you to do that.
Sure, and I think I agree with you on the budget. And the process should begin in September, and that work is working with the departments as well as the Board of Commissioners of what your desires are, and actually build that process along. But also, I know by the balance fund and the capital budget, those items are usually better handled by policy. That is the policy of the board to try to maintain certain designated dollars going to the capital budget. Certain fund balances are good by policy than by ordinance, because then you can make those adjustments based on revenues, based on expenditures, in which your goal is to try to reach the plan that you've established. By ordinance, you're pretty much, it's by law, these are where those dollars have to go to. So there's no flexibility, no latitude that you can move on here, which creates some tight budgetary constraints or commitments that have to be made, especially in these economic times and tight budgets. Where those dollars go, where that funding goes, where the priority lies in the provision of those services are difficult when it's set in this particular way. But as part of that policy that you make is a public process, again, where those decisions that are made by the board, there's reasoning and there's rationale behind those decisions of where those dollars go based on certain circumstances that have occurred within your budgetary process of revenues or expenditures that could justify those. So that would be my recommendation, that those are policies established by the board.
So to do that, we would have to repeal this ordinance and replace it with a resolution that states many of the things that are contained in here, and then some of the differences that the board has identified.
Correct. And then that budget document should mirror that policy that's established by the board each and every year.
So, I think that we should initiate staff to do that. I don't know if we need a motion, or do we just direct them to do it? How do you think that would work?
What exactly are you talking about? Amending this or repealing this?
I'm hearing that it should be repealed and replaced with a resolution.
With a written resolution
Yes.
and a policy, a
Yes.
budget policy.
A statement of
Well,
policy.
I'm not in favor.
Yeah,
I'm not in
I'm
favor.
a little
Let's
uncomfortable with
back
that,
up.
too.
The whole reason I was behind, kind of pushing for this ordinance, and that it forces fiscal responsibility, not just for this board, but every board moving forward. The fund balance policy template that we used was actually from the GFOA, which is the Government Finance and Accounting Association. The recommendations that we came up with were not our own. They were based on long-term experience of all the financial professionals in the municipal space. And everything that's in here, whether it's the pay-as-you-go capital funding or the fund balance, if we can't live within these constructs, then we're probably going to have a train wreck anyway. So we're headed for a train wreck because we're not able to live within this. So what do we want to do? We want to get rid of this? No, that makes no sense to me. What makes sense to me is that staff continuously is monitoring our behavior, and if we are not within the bounds of this ordinance, just like any other ordinance, that we put the brakes on, we stop. So this idea, the thing that frustrates me is we're still using 30-year money to pay for police cars and trucks. That's not right. It was never right, and it still continues not to be right. So here we are, in 2010, we only allocated $200,000 of revenue towards capital purchases that have short life. But we spent almost $750,000 on those types of things. So we overspent by $500,000 in short life capital assets. We're living beyond our means. And if this were my household, we wouldn't be buying a new car this year. We'd wait another year. We'd probably change the oil, maybe get the car painted, get it cleaned up, and we'd use it one more year. But to throw this out, throw the baby out with the bathwater, it makes no sense.
Well, I think that's sort of an exaggeration, throw the baby out with the bathwater. I mean, one of the things, diverting revenue isn't throwing the baby out with the bathwater. The issue is, should we be diverting 5% of all revenue received through notices of assessment? Should we be required to divert all that to capital? I mean, using the home metaphor, one of the things that you would do is divert resources where they would be more beneficial. And you may choose not to make a capital expense when you can't afford to make a daily expense, a living expense. Right now, we don't have the capability to do that because we're forbidden by law. And so that's part of the problem. I have mixed feelings about, I see your point about constraining us, but if we weren't constrained with $35,000 per year for 17 years with the library, if we're not going to live by it, we shouldn't have an ordinance and then disregard it. So I see some merit to your point, John, but even using your own home metaphor, there's some reasons to make some changes to this.
See, Don, the unintended consequences, though, that if we don't contribute to the capital fund, and we're underfunding it as we speak by about $600,000 a year, then we will borrow money again. And this is what the boards in the past have borrowed $60 million. And of the $60 million, about $40 million of it was used for short life assets. That means taxpayers in 2030, 2040 actually, are going to be paying for police cars, trash trucks, dump trucks, all short life assets that we enjoy today they'll never see. And the whole point of capital funding and debt funding is to pay for projects today that future taxpayers benefit from. They don't benefit from that. There's no benefit whatsoever. So I think it's important to keep all the funding mechanisms in place, if not at the level they're at, bolster them, because otherwise we're still not living within our means.
Can I just interject something here? I think historically, we considered the fund balance ordinance at a point in time when we were a little more flush with cash. And we were not keeping up with this 12 to 15%. And I think that was appropriate at that particular time to do it. What I think saves us with the ordinance structure is, aside from giving us less flexibility to follow policy, as Bob has indicated, which has gotten us in trouble before, we have this supermajority provision in here, which says we can come down below the 12% figure if times are really difficult. That's a policy saver, so to speak, that allows us to come below that 12% in dire emergency situations. But otherwise, this thing gives us the structure to be more disciplined in having a 12 to 15% fund balance. So I agree with Kevin and John. I think we should keep it in place and utilize the supermajority provision if and when we really need to get below the 12% figure.
The supermajority provision, though, only gives you 2 years to do it. So in the third year, you have to restore to 12%. So we raised taxes 2009, or the 2009 board raised taxes and produced about $1 million. So for 2012, our projection is we'll need somewhere around $2.5 to $3 million. So what we're doing is we're gonna have to have a tax increase, something, or a combination of increases and cuts, something on the order of 3 times what we had in 2009. and we're going to be obligated by ordinance. Now, do we want to have a tax increase that's 3 times what we had in 2009?
Don, the limited window of your ability to get out of this restriction is by design. Because after a year or two, if you are in a position where you're still operating at this deficit and you can't get back, it's not just a blip. It's a change in your economy, it's a change in your circumstances, and we do have to adjust our spending and our tax structure. We have to readjust the entire structure of it. So I like that design. For a year or two, you're given a little bit of leeway. Maybe it's a blip. Maybe it's a temporary recession, and you're going to have revenues rise again. But if not, which it looks like we're heading into that period, we have to really make some serious changes. Because now, year 3, it's not just a blip, this is a trend. This is the new reality.
Just a couple of additional comments. I mean, I like the concept of the ordinance. I'm perfectly willing to see some fine tuning, but I'm uncomfortable with the idea of sort of an annual policy element that supersedes the ordinance or replaces it, because it defeats the purpose of it. The other thing is, as we're having the conversation, I notice here is that on page 2, item E, it says this policy shall be reviewed by the board every 3 years to allow for changes within the public finance environment. And given the fact that it is a 2008 ordinance, perhaps it should be reviewed as part of the 2011 budget process. And that would probably be the right time, but I'll be very uncomfortable with moving away from sort of this established policy element. And I agree with Hank. We intentionally put that supermajority provision in there to provide flexibility if enough of the board agreed with it, and to avoid the 4-3 vote.
So just one more concern then is that the reason we would have the 12% presumably is in case we're going to borrow. It's going to be advantageous for us to borrow. So that's a business decision. What we could do is look at our projection for borrowing and then decide whether we might not choose to be at 12%. We might not benefit from being at 12%. So as it's written, we're obligated to get to 12%. We might not have an advantage of being at 12%, and then we're still going to see what is likely a massive tax increase. Over a 13-year period, we've got to close a very large gap. So I think we're bound here in ways that we don't need to be bound, or at least it's premature to say that we need to be bound.
But my recollection, and the folks who were here at the time, if my recollection is faulty, correct me, but I believe we sort of asked the question of, can we sort of fluctuate as our borrowing needs arise? And so we could deviate from the fund balance policy, but then correct it as we go into a need for borrowing. And I believe our bond advisors said to us that the lenders will ultimately figure that out, and you'll pay the higher interest rate.
Let me make a comment. I read on this subject quite a bit when we were looking at this, and one of the reasons why why GFOA recommends a 12% is that, and I've asked for a cash flow analysis, we're going to end this year with a fund balance of, say, $2.5, maybe $3 million. However, we have virtually no revenue coming in for the first 3 months of the year, and we spend between $1.5 and $2 million a month. So we need $6 million to get us from January to March, and we're only going to have 2 or 3. So the 10% or the 12% buffer is designed, by its design, is to carry you that first quarter. So if it would be nice to say, oh, we only need 5%, but just to begin the year, you need at least 10%, maybe 15% to get through the first quarter. And this is what I'm hoping to get from staff in the next month or so.
Right, but I agree.
Cash flow analysis. Where do we run out of money into 2011? Because based on my projections, based on the current numbers, we don't really make it to March. Usually by the end of February, we're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel. I don't have the cash flow data to be sure, but just based on the budgeting.
You mean before the revenues start coming in?
Yeah. We don't get our tax revenue. We see this. It doesn't come in until March. So
Well, we have to go after tax anticipation, but that's going to cost us dearly because of the fund balance.
Yeah, we would have
Well-
to borrow $3 to $5 million on a short term. It's very expensive. It's going to cost us $150,000.
I asked this question of the former administration, I'll ask it of the new administration, just to be clear. I agree with your, because I have the same concern. We need a cash flow statement to understand it. But your cash position and your fund balance position are not the same thing, correct? I see, I don't have my glasses on, but I think the head is moving. Thank you.
The only thing I do want to say, and I agree with Commissioner Fisher when we talk about borrowing, I think borrowing should be a word that probably is not part of our vocabulary because of the debt load that we currently carry. That anything we do, and I agree with, we need to start paying cash for those items. Yes, it is a good thing to have a capital budget fund, but you pay cash. That's the idea is when those items come up to pay cash for those particular items. So those set-asides are put there so that you can pay cash as those items start to cycle. As it's public works, it's plow trucks, or it's police cars, you're putting those monies away in anticipation. That's why you have a 5-year capital budget plan, so that you're putting those money away for those particular expenses so you pay cash. But I think the current position, I think we need to move away from those items of borrowing or trying to leverage against those positions moving forward.
Bob, do you have a recommendation then regarding what we should do with, or if we should do anything with 2008-05?
My recommendation would be is to repeal that and then go back by resolution, which again would then stipulate conditions of how these dollars should be put in place.
It doesn't seem like there's a mood for that on the board.
Well, I'd like to, I mean, look, my initial reaction is I'm against it, but I'd be more than willing to see what Bob has to propose and see his recommendations.
Yeah, give us a proposal
Yeah.
with the basis and the backup.
Can do that. We'll have one ready for you for the next meeting.
Well, it's interesting, you have a supermajority for 5 votes to do something, but you can eliminate the ordinance anytime you want with 4 votes. you know?
No, I'd like, look, we brought a new township manager in to bring his experiences to the table.
No, you can never change it.
To kind of get us to challenge the status quo. Let him challenge it and let's hear it.
Well, that would
Before
change-
we leave this budget discussion, I just want to add on to Kevin's point about starting this budget process earlier. And last year at this time, we talked about, monthly budget discussions and having actuals and year-to-date actuals in front of us every month. I know it's been budget chaos in our building, so I understand that that's been a challenge. But it is extremely helpful and I think necessary for this board to have those numbers every month of what the actuals are so that we can start making these decisions in March, April, May, and not wait till September, October, November.
We can't make decisions based on numbers out of the blue. We need recommendations from staff. So the numbers in themselves.
Right, but the point is, the sooner we get it, the more options we have to address any problems. When you're sitting here in June and getting the information, a $1 million problem is really a $2 million problem because you only have 6 months to solve the problem. And I think the vast majority of us want better information sooner.
Anything for library?
I think Elaine was going to cover library because she debriefed with George and George went home.
Yeah,
so-
George Strimmel was here, but couldn't stick it out. He's not feeling well. So I just have a few brief pieces of news. There has been a change in leadership at the library. The new president of the Board of Trustees is Steve Palantonio. The new vice president is Mary Momjian. Secretary is Betsy Minich, and treasurer is Tom Glynn. George Strimmel has been the president for the last 2 years, did an excellent job in leading that organization, and he'll be on the board for 1 more year. They have announced and produced their summer programs, and on the back table are some handouts about that if you're interested. They wanted to announce that the Friends of the Library presented a gift for 2009 fundraising for $60,000 to the library at a very nice ceremony last weekend, which they also wanted to thank Commissioner Nagel for attending. They've also had an anonymous donor make a donation to the library to keep the library open all summer on Sundays. So this donor made a donation that covered every Sunday, the staffing of every Sunday through the summer, so that it will now be open. It was very nice. And I would say we're so lucky in this community to have friends of the library, to have anonymous donors like that, because it takes a great burden off of our taxpayers. We pay a small portion towards our library compared to all of our neighbors and what they pay, their taxpayers pay. So we should always be aware of that. And finally, they wanted everyone to be aware that the library will have a table set up at the World Team Tennis at Villanova, and to when that comes in July, and to stop by and support your library. That's it.
Next, we have Parks and Rec. Personal Administration. John?
Thanks, John. First up, we have the announcement of a vacancy on the Citizens Communication Council. Please send your letter of interest to Bob Zinkowski. That's spelled Zienkowski.
Hey.
Or Bob Z, if he's okay with that. At 301 Ivan Avenue, Radnor Township. Next up on the agenda, we have approval of the Bayshore Home Loan Settlement Agreement. I'll have John Rice, the solicitor, discuss this. John, you want to take a lead on this?
What the board has in front of you is a settlement agreement involving the balance of the home loan that was part of the employment agreement that Dave Bayshore signed with the township back in 2001. As you might recall, there was a $175,000 loan. 25 of that was immediately forgiven, and the balance, the $150,000, was forgiven over the course of a number of years. At the time he was terminated in April of last year, the balance at that point was about $44,750. So the township had a claim based on this employment agreement. That was it. There was nothing filed against the real estate. There was no mortgage. There was no note. There was no loan documents. And this claim on the balance was carved out of the surcharge action. And we entered into some discussions. We prepared a complaint, which was never filed. And the response was that they were willing to settle. Mr. Bayshore was willing to settle the balance, the $44,750, for the number that's in the settlement agreement, $29,521. That money would be paid over to the township, I would say, within the next week, assuming the board approves this tonight. I think this is a good resolution of this particular item. This is all that's being resolved by this settlement agreement. The township's retaining all their other claims that are pending, any other future claims, as is Mr. Bayshore. So I can recommend that the board approve this. I think this is a good resolution without excessive legal costs. I think it would be a difficult issue to litigate, but we were ready to do it, and he was ready to resolve this at this point.
I'll move the approval.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Other comments from the commissioners? Any public comment?
I have a comment. I've been struggling with this since John Rice came to the board with this idea a few months back. One of the reasons I struggle with this is that the township has, well, I should say the taxpayers have to come to terms with David Bayshore, and the criminal system has to come to terms with David Bayshore. And I wasn't real pleased to see that we were going to try to reach some type of a financial settlement with someone who allegedly has taken so much. And I have a difficult time. I was one of the ones that went to the authorities in the beginning, back in March, and filed complaints, criminal complaints, with the authorities, because I recognized what was going on was wrong. I recognized what was going on was criminal, in my opinion. And when we look at a settlement like this, we look at this, and I just don't think we should negotiate with someone who might be a criminal. So I have a hard time with this, so I'm going to vote against it, but in the same token, I think it's important to get back any money that we can from Mr. Bayshore. There's a lot of money that was misappropriated and possibly taken and not accounted for. I don't think this was a loan. I looked at the original contract when I first discovered it in the summer of 2008, and it failed the test of a loan. It didn't have the 4 things that the IRS claimed that it needs to be a loan. So in my mind, none of this money should have been given to him. All of it should be taken back. But we're not really in a position to do that right now. It appears that we'll be lucky to get whatever we can get. So I support it, but I'm going to vote against it. That doesn't confuse everyone.
I'm confused, but that's fine.
But I just have to speak my piece about it. I think it's important to get money, but principle to me is worth more than the money. So you guys do what you need to do, and I appreciate it.
Well, John, we could go out and spend $500,000 in trying to get that 175, or we could do this. This is the better course of action, so I'm voting for it.
Any other commissioner comments? Public comment now.
Good evening, and it is still technically the evening. It's 11:45. Dan Sherry, Wayne. I have a couple of comments regarding this settlement agreement, and I was pleased to hear John Rice walk through some of the calculus that he employed with respect to coming to at least an understanding of what might be considered outstanding. The contract that he alludes to is the employment agreement. I don't know if you all have copies of it with you, but Commissioner Fisher briefly touched on this, that there is some dispute as to whether or not this is actually a contract, whether the provisions in this particular document are binding. However, with respect to this particular settlement agreement, I dare say that it takes the side of Dave Bayshore on almost every single contentious issue, and I don't understand why. Mr. Bayshore, pursuant to the unanimous resolution to suspend him and pursuant to the unanimous resolution to terminate him, was found by this board to have misappropriated, I guess another term would be, helped himself to a taxpayer-funded bonus to the tune of hundreds of thousands of dollars over a protracted period of time, years. I think at a minimum, assuming this contract is even enforceable, this board should take the position that the day Dave Bayshore stuck his hand in the till or the cookie jar, the provisions in this contract with respect to that loan are void. He shouldn't get to keep that. Of course, the position of strength would be, as Commissioner Fisher pointed to, that this was never appropriate to begin with. But let's just take it as it's written. And let's even go further. Let's say it's not $47,000 that's outstanding. Let's say that Dave Bayshore gets a $175,000 loan. $25,000 is immediately forgiven, and thereafter, $12,500 per year. That's in this document. So it's a $150,000 balance. Let's give him 9 years, 2001, 2002, 2003, 2004, 05, 06, 07, 08, and let's just give him the whole year, 2009. Even with that, the balance on that loan would be $37,500. And yet you're talking about resolving this issue with him for less than $30,000. What sense does that make? Commissioner Spengler made a comment about $500,000 to go after Dave Bayshore, and I have no idea where that number came from. No idea. Likewise, I have no idea why this particular component of what one hopes will be a civil complaint, and maybe I should preface this, is anybody on this Board of Commissioners not interested in suing Dave Bayshore? Bill Spengler raises his hand. Bill Spengler is the one commissioner on this board who has raised his hand and is not interested in suing Dave Bayshore. By that, I take that to mean that 6 of you, at least, are interested in engaging in civil litigation against Dave Bayshore. Because
I'm getting sort of, some of these terms are technical terms,
Yeah,
so.
what kind of civil litigation?
I'm not sure that.
Right now, there's a surcharge action that's pending. There is a couple other claims pending, so the board's authorized litigation. You're talking about filing a lawsuit, Mr. Sherry, over this home loan?
Solicitor
And-
Rice,
and
are you,
spending-
no,
and
that's
spending-
not my comment. I don't really appreciate being interrupted. My
Then don't
contention
ask
is that when you're looking to sue Dave Bayshore, pursuant to Pennsylvania law, I'm going to explain to you, Commissioner Curley, you don't have to limit each complaint to one particular cause of action. Do you understand that? A complaint in Pennsylvania, a civil complaint for damages, can be prosecuted under a variety of theories. Breach of contract, tort, fraud. All of those claims can be contained in one complaint. And if an overwhelming majority on this board wants to sue Dave Bayshore, then why engage in this type of piecemeal litigation? That makes no sense.
But the litigation's been filed.
Litigation's been filed. You stated
The
10
surcharge,
minutes ago that you haven't
surcharge
filed a
action,
complaint.
surcharge action's been filed for all those other things that you've just mentioned.
Are you going to file a complaint, Solicitor Rice?
We have a settlement agreement. If the board approves this tonight, and it's my recommendation that they do, we will not file a complaint over this employment agreement.
Okay, well, Solicitor Rice, since it's your recommendation that
And you
this
can
board-
disagree with that, Mr. Sherry, go ahead and give us your legal opinion.
Okay, are you finished with your comments? Because I don't want to cut you off.
I'm done, I think,
Okay.
for now.
All right. Well, your recommendation is to resolve this matter with Dave Bayshore over an amount that, again, looking at this employment agreement in the most sympathetic of terms to Dave Bayshore, which, by the way, is completely contrary to what you all should be doing. You should be advocating on behalf of the taxpayers of Radnor Township and try to get back as much money as possible.
That's what we're doing.
Okay. Thank you for that,
Surcharge
Commissioner
action.
Spengler. But instead, you're taking less than what even the most generous reading of this says is outstanding.
70%.
It's less than $30,000. Why not as an alternative, if again the overwhelming view on this board is that civil litigation will go forward against Dave Bayshore, why not put this off and include it in the complaint? But Solicitor Rice can certainly tell you if I'm saying something wrong, but I don't see any reason why this particular theory of recovery could not be included in a complaint. There's no reason to leave tens of thousands of dollars on the table. No reason at all.
Well, the only reason you leave it on the table is because you have to make a decision for the taxpayers of Radnor Township, how much does it cost to litigate? Now, you as a lawyer would be happy to litigate everything because you could make hundreds of thousands of dollars. But at some point, we have to make a judgment for the taxpayers of Radnor Township, and this is a good judgment. We're making this decision for the taxpayers of Radnor Township.
That's
in
a
my mind.
sweeping statement. How is my salary paid, Commissioner Spengler?
I don't care about your salary.
Let me tell you how
I don't
it's
care
paid.
about. I'm not
I get
interested.
paid-
I'm
no,
not
no, no.
interested.
You made a very, very, very serious charge there about spending thousands
Dan,
and
make your
thousands of dollars.
statement, excuse me,
Many
Mr.
attorneys-
Sherry.
Many attorneys, I'm
Mr.
responding to a direct comment.
Mr.
Many attorneys
Sherry.
make fees on a contingent
Well,
basis,
I don't think
Commissioner Spengler.
attorney.
Have you ever heard of that?
I don't think attorney would take this on a contingency basis.
Why not? Has there been a full accounting of Dave Bayshore's assets?
We're not going to discuss his
It's
assets.
an ongoing litigation. We're not going to talk
Okay,
about that.
well, and if we're not going to talk about it, then it's certainly not improper of me to believe that Dave Bayshore is not judgment-proof.
We're not going to talk about it, Mr. Sherry, because there's a surcharge action, and I know you've never filed a surcharge action. There's been very few filed in southeast Pennsylvania. All the claims that you're concerned about are included in the surcharge action. You know as well as I do that it would cost money to litigate a complaint on this employment agreement. You have any
I
idea
know
what
that.
you have any idea what it would cost?
Commissioner Rice, are you asserting that a contingency fee
I'm not
would
a
not be...
I'm not a commissioner, first of all.
Okay, no, Solicitor Rice. Then.
I don't-
Well, you keep interrupting me, so I'm assuming that you are part of the Board of Commissioners.
I'm just trying, you said I would tell you when you were wrong, and I'm telling
Okay.
you that you're
Can a
wrong.
contingency fee, theoretically, sir, be utilized to prosecute an action against Dave Bayshore?
Pardon me?
Can a contingency fee be utilized to retain an attorney to prosecute an action on behalf of the township against Dave Bayshore?
Very rare in a contract claim.
Okay. Well, you
Very
just said
rare.
it costs money. So my question to you was, and I believe your response is very rare, very rare, very rare. Can it be done? Are you aware of any statute that says it can't
I
be done?
said it once, it's very rare for any attorney to take a contract claim on a contingency fee.
Are the claims against Dave Bayshore exclusively related to contract?
I'm not going to debate this. We have ongoing litigation, Mr. Sherry. Why don't you finish your comments?
I appreciate that, and I appreciate you now taking the role as parliamentarian. However, back to my original point, there are a multitude of theories against Dave Bayshore. Tort, breach of contract, fraud. All of these actions can be prosecuted under a solitary complaint. And you can go out and you can try to get an attorney who may do it on a contingency fee basis. It's just wrong. It's just flat out wrong to come in here and say that we absolutely must settle this action or this particular provision of an action with Dave Bayshore for less than $30,000. Perhaps this would be an excuse. Are we that cash strapped that we must have this money? We have to have this $29,000 now, or the township will just suffer just an irreparable financial harm.
Mr. Sherry, we've been given the opinion of our counsel, and that's what we will rule on. And thank you for your opinion, which is different.
Okay, I'm not quite finished yet.
No,
There's a
I think
couple
you're
other
finished now, Mr. Sherry.
No,
Please
no,
sit
I'm not.
down.
There's actually a couple other provisions in this settlement agreement that I'm a little bit concerned about. This settlement agreement talks also in the contract about Section 14 of the agreement. And Section 14 of the agreement really deals with relocation costs, and I believe the actual phrase is relocation and housing expenses. Now, Solicitor Rice did one thing that I do agree with, and that he does try to limit this in this settlement agreement, and I'm assuming that Solicitor Rice was the one who drafted this because he keeps defending it. And it states that it's really limited to the $175,000 amount. But if you look at Section 14, Section 14 doesn't just speak about $175,000. It talks about this township's interest in capital gains on whatever property Dave Bayshore used to purchase with the $175,000. Specifically, the township gets a percentage of that property, of the capital gains on that property, if a sale occurs within 12 years. I don't know if there's been discussion about that. Again, I don't see that specifically mentioned, although, in fairness to Mr. Rice, on page 3, it talks about additional provisions within Section 14 of the agreement not being part of this particular agreement. Is that something that this board is looking at? This board is not interested in potentially taking capital gains on any appreciation of Dave Bayshore's property. I'm confused by that.
You're making an assumption that would be appreciation. And Mr. Sherry, I'm not going to engage you in a discussion of this. We have ongoing litigation with Mr. Bayshore on a lot of other grounds. You're welcome to finish your comments. You're welcome to criticize the settlement agreement. Be my guest.
Okay, well, I appreciate that invitation, so I'll move on. If this board has not looked at that particular provision, and again, I go back to what Commissioner Fisher says and state that, you know, the fact that you're utilizing this agreement to give Dave Bayshore the benefit of all doubt when he clearly deserves virtually no doubt, I mean, at this point. We've seen his actions. It's just strange to me. I guess I would ask, and I've been told in the past I'm not allowed to direct my comments to the solicitor directly, how the amount of less than $30,000 was negotiated. I mean, what was the calculus for that?
I'm not going to discuss that with you, sir. You can read it. You made your judgment. It's 70% of what the money is remaining on that loan. It's a matter we've got ongoing litigation. I can say it 5 more times, and you can keep going, or you can finish.
Yeah, and that I think actually buttresses my point. The ongoing litigation is something that, again, I think just keeps tripping me up. You're engaged in ongoing litigation with Dave Bayshore. We have 6 out of 7 that say that they want to at least continue to pursue civil actions against Dave Bayshore. So what is the advantage in engaging in piecemeal litigation? I get the sense, or at least there's the insinuation, that this money will somehow be gone. Is there that fear amongst this board?
We shouldn't answer that, right?
I don't see any reason to answer any of the questions that I've heard so far, but
So,
I mean, there's a judgment call made in every settlement agreement,
Yeah.
Mr. Sherry, you know that.
And I'll just tell you that the reason I'm not answering is because I feel like it would compromise some of the information that we're getting.
Okay.
So that's my reason for not answering.
There's
the
costs
Well, then I'll
and there's
proceed with that
benefits.
hypothetical. If there have been assertions that that money may somehow just vanish or disappear, there are legal ways that this board can protect its rights. There are ways to go and get injunctions. There are ways to make sure that you remain, to the extent possible, engaged with a defendant who can pay a judgment. There's no reason at this point in litigation, and correct me if I'm wrong, have there been any depositions that have taken yet of Dave Bayshore?
This is a settlement agreement.
Have there been any depositions taken of Dave Bayshore yet?
Not in this particular claim, no.
Okay. So there's been no testimony from Dave Bayshore yet?
There's been no cost, there's been no litigation, there's been no complaint filed.
No complaint, no discovery taken, a desire by 6 out of 7 people on this board to continue with civil litigation against Dave Bayshore, and a desire to settle for tens of thousands of dollars less than an arguable contract with Dave Bayshore claims that he is required to pay us. I'll close with this. In the thousands of words that have been written about the Dave Bayshore saga, 1 or 2 news articles talked about the $175,000 that were given to him as a signing bonus. If this board goes forward with this settlement agreement tonight, it can only be categorized as a sign-off bonus. Thank you.
I
Do you have something new to add to the discussion,
Oh, I have a
Christina?
lot new to add to the discussion.
This specific.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's.
Thank you. I got involved with Radnor Township in 2005. I ran for commissioner, and like most people, I would say in Radnor Township, they probably never read a budget. I hadn't. I assumed every commissioner, I assumed every employee, I assumed the township manager, and everybody got involved with public service for the same reasons. You know, you want to serve your community, you love the town. So that was my assumption. That's why I was doing it. I'm sure that's why you folks were doing it. So you start with the assumption that the commissioners are good, the solicitor's good, the treasurer's good, the township manager is good, and the staff is good. Everyone's honest and wants to make their contribution. Everybody has different motivations, but they all come to the same table trying to help the community in whatever way they can. I learned through the process of getting educated that people can be tempted to do wrong. And, you know, in any situation, people can be tempted. But what was incredible about Radnor Township was that we, one, have a home rule charter, which is my favorite document because it basically says in a nutshell that you have to be open and honest, transparent. You are accountable to the taxpayers. They are your number one boss. And there are checks and balances. The checks and balances are that the solicitor is a separate person who's supposed to be looking out for the taxpayers. The treasurer is duly elected and is supposed to be watching all the money that's going out. And that each of the commissioners are duly elected separately by their own constituents. that's one set of checks and balances. So if money is being watched by the treasurer, if there's transparency and everybody's seeing the money that's going out, if the solicitor is a separate body who's looking out that the rules are being followed, and the township manager is a separate person, then we have checks and balances. We also have checks and balances in that every year we're audited. And what happens is every year we get an audit letter saying, are we following the laws? So that's another check and balance we have. When I got involved, I saw some things that seemed really goofy. I mean, it's sort of the opposite of what I'm seeing right now with this new township manager, where he's saying right off the bat, we've got a problem, we need to address it, and we have to be public with it. This is just so refreshing and exciting for me. I have such hope for the township now, hearing this and seeing this. Conversely, when I ran for office, the budget was withheld until after the election, so that was the first week in November, because they did not want the budget out there to be a political issue. So we never got to see the budget, and I lost the election to Commissioner Higgins. Well, thank you. Unfortunately, the late Commissioner Higgins, I lost to her, and but I felt an obligation, because I did have a lot of people voting for me, to go to the first budget meeting. That was my first budget meeting. So I lost the election, but I felt, okay, let me go and find out what this is really, let me dig into this a little. And very quickly, there were some incredibly odd things going on, where we were over budget, enormous amounts of money, and the only answer was to raise taxes. And as a businesswoman, as somebody who owns her own business, it was like, that makes no sense. Let's get to the source of it. Anyway, I won't go through all the details, other than to say that very quickly, when I started asking questions, there was the opposite. There was no transparency. There was a lot of pushback. This really nice guy, Mr. Bayshore, who I only knew him as just a nice, affable guy. I mean, if you didn't know what he'd done, if you hadn't read this document of what he'd done, or this forensic report of things we've done, that this is all stuff about what Mr. Bayshore has done to us and what he has stolen for us as a community. If you hadn't read any of that, it's like, this guy's a nice guy. Okay. So, start his career with Radnor Township. He had been an employee for 14 years. This employment agreement states that he entered into this agreement after he had already been employed as the director of finance and the assistant township manager and the acting manager. So this man was a very top-notch guy. This lovely new township manager has already quoted this wonderful document. So if you'd read it's not a real long document. It takes 2 minutes to read. It says you can't enter into any contract over $3,000 without it being in public and voted on in public, and all the commissioners knowing about it. So his first act was to violate this charter. He entered into a secret agreement, which is documented. We paid Neil Morris a lot of money. We paid these guys a lot of money. Who are they? Markham, whoever they are, to do this giant forensic report saying he violated the law by entering into this employment contract. So this employment contract was then signed by Mr. Pierce, who is an attorney, Mr. Mahoney, who is an attorney, and Mr. Blake, who is our solicitor. So we had 3 lawyers not reading this document and entering into this agreement where he got money. He got $175,000 for his house. He got a car. He got a whole bunch of stuff that's like crazy. I mean, I won't go through the details, but it was so favorable to this man, it was ridiculous. So why is this even a contract? Why are we settling on something we have it documented saying this is not really his? We're settling on this little point of it? It's wrong. Additionally, in this document, which is not my opinion, it is facts from forensic audits that we paid a lot of money for, it says that he not only stole this money, it says allegedly, or whatever word I'm supposed to use until some court proves it, but these documents say he took this money. These documents say he lied on credit card statements. I would ask for credit card statements. Other people would ask for credit card statements. The treasurer would ask for credit card statements. And we were told by Mr. Blake, the prior solicitor, that that was a bank document. We weren't allowed to get that. Of course, that's not what this says. We were told then, the auditors said we should disclose this contract because not even all the commissioners know about it. But then no, somebody's told them it was a personnel matter. It was hidden, it's secret, it was a lie. This document says he took bonus money. This document said he lied about credit cards. This says he lied about reimbursement of taxes. It says he gave bonuses to people, and if they didn't behave themselves and he didn't gain favor from employees, then he fired the past chief financial officer, Mr. Fiorenza. In this document, it says the past chief financial officer was fired because he started going against the township manager. So all these places where we are supposed to have checks and balances, he was the master puppeteer. And he sat there with all of us, all of the taxpayers, and he manipulated every one of us. Why is this important? Because this is not about $29,000. We have already spent hundreds of thousands of dollars. He has cost the township millions of dollars in terms of money that has been spent between money that was stolen. He changed the employee manual, so we have unfunded benefits. We have, I don't recall the number, but $600,000 unfunded benefits. We have unfunded pension money. These are all things this manipulative person, in my opinion, did. And none of our checks and balances worked. He got away with this. And we are now, I can't believe that all of you are not on this board serving to some higher level of principle. This is not about $29,000. This is about doing the right thing. And each of you, I know, want to do the right thing. And I would ask and implore and beg each of you to dig deep within you. I know you probably all had conversations, and it wouldn't have even gone on the agenda if Mr. Rice hadn't gotten you guys to agree to this. But I hope all of you dig deep and say no. Mr. Bayshore, the master puppeteer, does not get away with $29,000. It's not even a contract. It says it in this document. This is not even legal. Please don't don't allow him to continue to rape the taxpayers in this community. I know what he's capable of. Personally, he came after me because I wouldn't shut up. He came after me, he came after my family business because I wouldn't shut up. But I will never stop talking about what I believe is the truth and the ethical, higher moral standard that we all try and teach our children. Think about it in terms of your children. Would you want your children to do a compromise on something that's way more important than the money? This isn't about getting money. This is about saying that everybody in this township should be held to that standard. And if you can't live by that standard, then get out of this township. You don't deserve to work here. You don't deserve to be a commissioner here. You don't deserve to be a solicitor here.
Enough. You know,
you don't think that's enough?
The fact of the matter is next year you'll be here criticizing us if we didn't do this for spending hundreds of thousands of dollars of taxpayer money for a reward we weren't getting. Yes, you would. And this decision is on behalf of the taxpayers. It's not on behalf of Dave Bayshore.
If you don't know me by now, that I'm about moral ethics. That's why I come here. I don't come here.
But somebody has to make practical decisions for the taxpayers. We can't all just take the high road and spend millions of dollars of taxpayers' money to prove that Dave Bayshore is guilty.
You know what? You don't have to spend any more money.
Oh,
there
thanks.
are plenty of officials that are out there between government bodies that I am aware of that have contacted me that are after him. So why do this deal now? If every government body says, forget it, there's nothing on Bayshore, well, then maybe you cut a deal.
Oh,
if everybody,
I don't have to spend any more legal fees?
Why would you cut a deal before the government authorities
We're
have
not
charged
cutting, we're not
him?
cutting a deal.
You're cutting a deal.
We have $1 million surcharge.
You are saying that this guy for $29,000 gets to negate this whole false contract? You're cutting a deal. Stop. Have some moral standards.
No, I think you're
Yeah.
overstating it, Christina.
No, I'm
We're-
not. Where?
This is only about the 175.
It's about the employment. You heard Mr. Rice say it. And the 175 is not irrelevant. They entered into, do you think this was not a false document? Was this, Mr. Nagel, was this an honest, open document that followed the Sunshine Act? Was
Of course
this?
not.
No. Then why
But-
would you cut a deal on a deal that's not real?
Because I want to get some money back for the taxpayers.
Okay.
And this is small potatoes. We have $1 million suit against him filed by the treasurer. We are pursuing that.
Right, but why cut a deal now? The FBI isn't done. The Ethics Commission's not done.
And
Are
that
you
won't
cutting-
change this
Yeah,
deal.
yeah, it will, because
No,
in
it
this
won't.
deal, it says right here, that you are waiving your rights. Whereas in lieu of litigating their dispute, the Township and Bay Shore have agreed to enter into this settlement agreement in exchange for consideration.
Only.
In order to release and dismiss only the townships with respect
It
to the home
says section
loan.
14
The people,
about
the
100
the
times.
people I represent don't want me to spend $1 million to get $1 million
I'm
back. I've
not
accomplished
asking-
nothing.
This is not about the $29,000. This is about giving a message. There are two people still that are employed here that our prior township manager, when Mr. Bayshore was fired, every employee was instructed, you are not to have contact with the prior township manager.
Why don't you go over everything?
Yeah, I'm going to go over it because
No,
of the fact
Christina,
that... No,
that's not
This is-
relevant.
it is relevant.
You've spoken your piece on this.
Okay, I just
That's
have...
it. This is what is before us.
I hear you, but what it's about is saying that we hold ourselves to a higher standard. Two current employees
You
went
started
to
this
meet
discussion with
Bayshore.
saying the taxpayers are number one. Did you not?
Yeah, that
Yeah,
you
and that's
should
what we're
hold them-
doing.
So you can sell out for $29,000.
Nobody's
So
selling out for
that's the
anything.
number on top of your head. That's what your
I think you've made your
morals are
point.
worth.
You really
heard your
are
point.
beating the dead horse, Christina.
No, my last point. Bayshore called up and said, I want you guys to come meet with me in my mountain house. And two employees who are still employed here in senior positions, what is the message? The message is you can be bought, you can be paid off in this township. And I think the time has come to stop that. The time has come to say that we can't be bought. You wouldn't do it with your children. I know you guys are good parents, and you wouldn't do that with your children. Why would you allow that standard to be bought? It's not right. And I know
We're not.
you guys can dig deep
We're
and
not.
do the right thing.
We're not.
Hello, Jim Schneller, resident of Radnor Township. I agree with the previous two speakers. I think it's much too crucial a piece. I think it's obvious that even if it's conciliatory or supposedly an assistance to later settlement, I think it's the wrong way to go about this because, A, the public has to be aware of what's going on. This is too big an issue to just declare it to be litigation. We can't discuss it. Now, if the public has to be strung along for 12 months on the litigation, most of us are going to forget about what happened tonight. And so this would be a way of chipping away at our approval of what you're doing. We want to know what's going on, and it's obvious that there may be efforts underway to cloud the issues, and I don't think this is the time to cloud the issue. It's a cut and dry case, in fact. And why shouldn't we get a cut and dry evaluation? I think the entire issue tonight is already clouded in mystery. I think that at the very least, we should be given guarantees of Mr. Rice's impartiality. If we can't go out for a contingency, then we need some kind of guarantee that the board and the staff are litigating this in a manner that's wholesome. I know this may not be the time in America's history where we can talk about a wholesome litigation. I think it's a great time to talk about it. Like I said, we've got a case right in front of us. finally, is there any real urgency to it? And I think the answer is that urgency, while being claimed to be settlement, is an urgency to veil some topics or topic, and I hope this doesn't happen. So don't let this go. This is such a huge chunk of your leverage later. I can't believe that, with all respect, I can't believe that a move like this and giving away a huge piece of the strength of the entire leverage on the township's behalf is going to help anybody.
Call the question.
We had a motion, we had a second, we've had lots of discussion. All in favor of entering into this agreement, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Parks and Rec is next. We have before us several bids, and they must be done individually because they're individual contracts. For the Willows Cottage Energy Grants. And Tom or Dan, you want to take us a quick walk through these?
Yes, thank you. First, in front of you, you have the awarded bid for the installation contract. We recommend the awarded bid to North End Barriers in the amount of $19,063. The second is for the window contract.
Wait, let's do this. Let's do this one. I move the approval of the installation contract.
I just have a macro question before. Are all of these contractors going to be bonded such that we have the ability to step in and either finish the project or correct the project if it's not
Yes.
done?
Yes.
Because there's some fairly sizable disparities between the low bidder and the second bidder.
The answer is yes.
Okay.
Let's take them one at a time.
All right, so we'll vote on this one.
I moved. Was it seconded?
Second.
Second.
Any discussion by the commissioners? Any discussion by the public?
Good evening again. Dan Sherry, Wayne. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak on this topic. The goings-on at the Willows Cottage is something that I've been fascinated about over the past couple of months. First, a perfunctory question. Commissioner Nagel, are you going to be voting on these issues regarding the Willows Cottage and the bids?
I don't know that that's really relevant to the discussion about the bid.
Well, then I'll lay a foundation as to why it
No,
might be
no.
relevant.
Dan,
Here's the reason
comment
why.
on the matter before us.
Absolutely, I
The
will.
bid.
I believe I can talk about this bid. Now, for those who may not be aware, this grant, and I believe it was for $244,000, was applied to by John Nagel. He was actually the individual who filled out the form, and he did it when he was affiliated
No,
with the
we've
Radnor
been
Conservancy.
over all that. Why don't you just talk about the award of the bid? You're
That's
for or
all we're
against
here
the
to
award of
talk
the bid.
about.
That's it. We're not going to go into history. We know the history. We've been over
You know
it.
the history.
Yep.
Okay, well, I'm glad that you know the history, but
The
I
award of
think
the
this is
bid.
important.
Are you for or against the award on the bid? That's the conversation. You want to talk about
I
that? You can do
appreciate
that
those
at public
parameters.
comment. You can do that
Could
at
you give
public
me
comment.
another, maybe if you could just provide me, Commissioner Spingler, with an itemized list of things that I'm not allowed to talk about, that would maybe speed things up. If you could
Everything.
do
I
that
got
in
an
the future.
itemized list for you. It's
Anything.
called
Okay.
everything.
Very good. All right, but getting back to this, because it's relevant. This board has really a number of ethical restraints when it comes to voting on particular issues. And in the past, John Nagel and Elaine Paul Schaefer have not abstained when voting on issues involving
Dan,
Radnor Conservancy.
Dan, you're out of order.
That's your opinion.
I appreciate that.
Dan, you're out of order.
Now, with respect
This has
to
nothing to
particular
do
bid-
with this bid. Do
This
you know
is-
anything about
is this-
installation?
Do I know anything about
Do you know anything
installation?
about the individual bidders?
I'm just curious. When did this become ask questions of Dan Sherry as to construction?
When you started going so far off the mark on what the purpose of the comment of the matter before us.
Okay, well, getting back to my point, which was about this grant. This grant was filled out by John Nagel, and in the grant, which was submitted to the Commonwealth of
You
Pennsylvania
made
for
those comments before. He can
$244,000.
vote. Him and Elaine can vote. That's it. We're done with that. They can vote. Okay?
Middle Lane can vote.
They can
and that's
both
the end
vote,
of
there's
that.
no problem.
Well, John Nagel actually did not answer my question as to whether or not he is going to be voting on these issues. And I'm just curious as to why it's appropriate for a man who, as part of the Radnor Conservancy, filled out this grant and submitted it to the Commonwealth, is now turning around
Because he
and
was
voting
fortunate
on
enough
it.
to get elected commissioner, he has the rights of commissioner, and he has no problem in my mind voting. So
And
let's
actually,
move
I
on.
filled this out as a member of the Friends of the Willows Cottage,
It
not
doesn't
as a
matter.
member of the Radnor Conservancy.
If you want to talk about that again, do it at public comment. We're just voting on this now. Do you have anything about the award of the bid?
I can't talk about how the
No,
commissioners
no,
can vote on it?
no,
Okay,
no,
can
no.
you tell me a rule that would apply to that, Commissioner Spengler?
Well, no, there's no rule. You've discussed it 87 times. We know your position, that they shouldn't vote, and nobody agrees with you. So I don't see hundreds of people here agreeing with you, so you're entitled to your opinion. But we're going to vote on this now. So
Okay,
thank you.
I appreciate that in terms of the standard, but I still don't think my question's been answered, and that could potentially speed things up. Commissioner Nagel, are you intending to vote on these?
When we take the vote, you'll see.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. It's
Uh,
been moved and
well, a
seconded.
couple-
I call
It's
the
been moved and
question.
second, call the vote. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? This bid has been approved.
The next one is the award of the bid for the Willows contract.
Tom?
It's for the Windows contract. The low bidder is Associated Specialty Contracting, Inc., in the amount of $87,615. We recommend awarding the base bid plus the alternate number 4, which is providing and installing new storm doors to match those that are existing, including removable tempered glass and screen panels.
I move the approval.
Second.
Motion moved and seconded, and any conversation by the board? Public comment.
Sherry Wayne. I didn't actually catch that last exchange because I was interrupted. I don't know whether, in fact, Commissioner Nagel cast the vote in
I'll
favor
call
of
the
that last bid.
question. There's no discussion on this item. There's
You know,
extraneous discussion.
I
I'll
have to
call the
say,
question.
the conduct by this board to the public tonight, and by the way, when I sat down after making my comments about the settlement, Solicitor Rice made a number of comments saying unbelievable, unbelievable, unbelievable.
Could we
again,
call the
directed at me.
question, please?
I would ask that this board, at a
Just
minimum,
once.
show a little
Mr.
bit
Sherry,
of
would
a
you like to give
higher
Mr.
regard
Sneller
to
an
public
opportunity to
comments
speak
in
before
terms-
I call the question?
I didn't catch that, Commissioner Nagel. Could you
Would you
please
like
repeat?
to give Mr. Sneller an opportunity to speak before I call the question?
Am I vested with the power to?
Well, if you
allow
sit
people to
down,
speak?
Mr. Sneller
No,
can stand
public
up.
comment, you can talk about all this, but not on these issues. We're just talking about these bids. If you have nothing on the bid, we're moving forward.
Well, okay, well, with respect to this bid, could somebody explain how these companies are being chosen for this particular bid?
They're advertised.
Bids are advertised, okay? Has this board done due diligence with respect to looking at these companies that are doing the bids?
It's not
Staff
the
have.
board's responsibility, it's staff's responsibility to open the bids and choose and recommend the best bidder to the
Low bidder.
board for approval.
Okay, well, has the board taken a look at the contractors, or does it merely go with the lowest bid?
It's 25 after 12. I call the question. We don't have to put up with this. Let's vote. Let's just vote. Come
Question's
on.
been
And it's the
called.
same process that
All
we
those
use for all
in favor?
bidding.
Question's been called.
Oh, but no,
All
actually,
in
Commissioner
favor?
Nagel, you asked if Mr. Schnellner would like to speak.
No,
In
you-
fact,
you
imbued
missed
me
your
with that
chance.
ability,
Thank
so
you.
I will allow Mr. Schnellner to
No,
pass by the podium.
it's, the question's been called. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Now, Mr. Sneller, why don't you get up to comment on the next one after it's introduced first?
Well drilling contract?
The well drilling contract, we recommend awarding to CW Cook Geothermal Well Drilling in the amount of $33,010.
Move the approval.
Moved and seconded. Any comments by the commissioners? I was curious that Powell didn't bid. Dan, any idea on that?
No, all the bids were through Penn Bid, and he did not sign up.
That's surprising because he, has done other work for us at the Willows. Thank you. Mr. Sneller.
The board has a first and foremost duty to remain completely impartial, and equally important is the board's duty to have an appearance of impartiality. It might seem unusual or questionable to the public. Why should they bother to look as if they're voting without bias? Well, it's presumed that that would be an assistive and often a good sign that they might be voting without bias. But when two members vote who have participated in the underlying activity,
Okay.
I have to object.
Okay,
And
well, fine,
I'd
fine.
ask that Mr. Nagel and Mrs.
Yeah.
Schaefer abstain.
It's been
from
brought up
voting.
before. The solicitor said it's okay for them to vote. I think it's okay for them
And
to
the
vote.
state
We're moving
ethics board
forward.
has said
So I'm
okay.
asking them as
No.
commissioners each individually this time.
Yeah,
So
all right,
please
I call the
abstain.
question.
Question's been called. All in favor of the?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
The next one is,
The HVAC contract.
okay,
And for the HVAC contract, our low bidder is Ground Source Contractors, Inc., in the amount of $64,325. This amount is the base bid plus addendum number 1, which is to provide actual filling and charging of the systems as well.
move the approval.
Second.
Second.
Motion's moved and seconded. Any comments, discussions? Now, we rebid this one particularly, right, Dan? Do we feel that there will be issues with any of the bidders, or is this everything clean on this?
I did have an email exchange with Unique today. I believe Melissa had a email exchange last week with them. Explained to them that they were not low, that this company is low. I checked references, spoke to the architect that wrote the specifications. He's comfortable with their submittal. The reference that I spoke to today was happy with their work and actually had 4 homes that he was planning to build in the fall that he was going to use this company for.
And that doesn't, there's certainly no bias there if he's also decided they're a good contractor.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
this was a man that was on the reference list. That,
Right. No, I just wanted to make certain that we weren't looking at a problem in the future.
Okay. No, I mean, I'm not sure what Unique, if they've asked me several questions. They bid on the first go-round. They were not low in that go-round, and they're not low in this case.
Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner comments? Mr. Sneller, you want to speak?
No, don't say that. Come on, call the question. Won't be here all night.
All right, call the question. All in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Can-
opposed?
Can I just ask one follow-up question for all 4 of these contracts? We have an 8.2% cushion here.
Contingency.
And I just want to make sure, I mean, have all of these contractors acknowledged that they can't go beyond what we have approved here?
Yes, we discussed that very clearly.
So we can be sure that there aren't going to be any change orders or overages, because the grant itself isn't going to cover any change orders or overages.
We made that clear with them.
Elaine, the contract that they'll sign is going to specify that, I mean, they have to sign a written contract, which is the next item, introducing an ordinance approving those written contracts. But that contract is going to specify this is the number. It's not a number that can be exceeded. They can't spend any more money without further written approval by the board. So, I mean, of course, that doesn't guarantee that they won't
I mean,
try,
we've seen those
but-
contracts before,
Yeah,
and
I-
I mean, so I just want to, I mean, at every opportunity, we should make it quite clear to these contractors that there is no money beyond what we are approving.
There's no change order procedure in these contracts, that they're all going to have, all 4 of the bidders are going to have to sign.
Okay, I'd like to explain this next item that's on for the benefit of the public. Our new manager, by doing some research, determined that when we award bids, it's appropriate that we have an ordinance that is approving the signing of the contracts associated with those bids. As such, we are introducing tonight ordinance 2010-24, which is the ordinance that approves the signing of those contracts. It'll be introduced tonight, duly published, assuming everyone approves. It'll be published, and we will have to have a special meeting to approve it, since there's only one meeting in June.
Move the approval of the ordinance.
I'll second. Any discussion by the commissioners? Public discussion.
Special meeting
Can you
when?
explain just why that's necessary? Jim Schnell.
Jim, when, well, let's Bob explain it. It's his discovery.
When you look at the charter, explains in how capital improvements should be approved by the Board of Commissioners. Anything exceeding $3,000 by contract needs to be approved by the Board of Commissioners by ordinance. So this should just be in compliance with the charter.
Call a question.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right, let's set the date for the next meeting to approve this, or to consider the approval of this. We can do it Monday, June 7th, however, the zoning, or the planning board's meeting that night, so we would have to do it at 6 possibly, since,
How about 5:30? All right.
okay, so the meeting will be June 7th at 6 PM. Next item is the announcement of Bishop Richard Allen
Hey,
dedication.
John, can I just ask a
Yeah, sure.
process question on that?
Yeah.
I-
June 7th.
If there are other items that we would want to discuss on the agenda for that night, do you have to, can you just drop that on the agenda like Thursday, Friday? before
No,
that
we
meeting?
still, we'd have to publicly notice those items.
When you release the public agenda, the agenda to the public?
No, I think for special, if you look at the charter under special meetings, I think we actually have to include it 10 days in advance. See, our meeting, our
All
normal
right, that's
meetings
what I want to
are
understand.
regularly.
So if there's anything
yeah.
else we want to put on the agenda for the 7th.
We'd have to do it in the next few days.
Why don't we do it now?
Well,
Well,
yeah,
what
it's-
else do we have?
Well, that's my, well, because we had a topic of discussion earlier.
Okay.
Right.
Oh, okay.
Right, and I'm just, is this within, this would be within the, so yeah, we ought to
Yeah.
put that on the, we ought to propose putting that on the agenda
Yeah.
tonight.
Okay. So at the next meeting, we'll also discuss the,
No, also on the agenda will be the appointment of a finance director.
appointment of the finance
We-
Yeah,
if
the,
we do
the
it, we do it. If we
the
don't-
purpose of the special meeting's got to be
right,
designated, and then the typical notice would have to be given.
All right.
okay.
So the special meeting is for approving ordinance 2010-24, plus the appointment of a finance director. That's,
Or
the
whatever the right language is.
yeah, whatever it is, those are the two items that we want on the agenda.
Richard Allen Park is the former Radnor Garage, Brook Street Park. It was dedicated originally about a year ago, I believe, but we've since put up the sign, and we've arranged for a nice dedication ceremony, and Tom Blomstrom has worked with neighbors, both the local AME Church. For those who don't know their history, Richard Allen was the founder of the AME Church, and also with Radnor Methodist Church, because Richard Allen preached at Radnor Methodist Church. So therefore, we're going to have a very nice dedication ceremony. We'd like everyone that has the time available, please come out. And Tom, do you want to run us through real quick the details?
Tuesday, June 1st, 2010 at 10 a.m. We're going to meet at Bishop Richard Allen Park on Brook Street. We're going to have an invocation and a welcome, a little history of the park project, some remarks by distinguished guests and officials, some ceremonial remarks, a prayer of thanksgiving. We're going to have the ceremonial sign unveiling and ribbon cutting, and then a benediction. There's going to be a light reception at Radnor United Methodist Church following the ceremony. So real excited, and just want to thank Ann Minicozy and Peggy Gaskins for their efforts in helping put together the program.
Thank you, Tom. Next announcement's the Memorial Day Parade, Monday the 31st.
National Trails Day?
Well, it's going to be next. I was going to do that one next.
Oh.
I'm a little out of order. They ask that anyone with a military anyone's a military veteran is welcome to march. I don't think I could fit into my uniforms anymore. I think I put about 50 pounds on since I was in the Air Force. Also, we'll head up at the Financial Center, march down Route 30, and finish at the Memorial, and there'll be a service there. And look forward to the day. Next announcements, National Trails Days. It's going to be on the Radnor Trail. There'll be a tent set up at Friends of Radnor Trails Park. There'll be coffee and snacks and a lot of information, good information for people about not just the Radnor Trail, but also the other hiking trails we've established in Radnor Township.
Friends of Radnor Trail is in West Wayne Avenue.
Park behind the vet, right?
West Wayne Avenue,
It's back behind
Vic and Dean's.
Vic and Dean's. Next item is an announcement of a vacancy on the Open Space Committee. Anyone who is interested, please send your resume and letter of interest to Bob Zinkowski here at the Township Building, 301 Ivan Avenue. Public Health.
Before you get into that,
Yeah.
I just think we should note that the vacancy on the Open Space Committee is a result of Mac McCoy resigning. He gave lots of years of time and energy to that committee, and we thank him for his service.
All right, under public health, the first thing I want to do is acknowledge the rabies clinic that was conducted was very successful. I heard that there was about a 60% increase in the number of vaccinations done
Great.
over the prior year.
Do you have any idea of the count, John?
Matt, do you have that count?
It increased from 29 to 45.
Okay, so that's 45 pets that were vaccinated, and that was that at no cost, or?
There was no charge, just a suggested donation.
Okay, well, many thanks to Dr. Len Donato for his volunteerism in doing those vaccinations. Item Q is declaration by the Director of Community Development prohibiting cats at large. The background on this is the Board of Health had two meetings, and in their discussions, they found there were incidents of rabies in the township, and apparently in Ordinance 115-10. When there are incidents of rabies in the township, the Director of Community Development has the latitude to declare a prohibition on cats at large, and the whole purpose of this is to raise awareness and to reduce the number of cats that could be injured or infected with rabies. The Board of Health's opinion in both meetings, and also a letter from the chair of the Board of Health, is that this is, in fact, is a health risk and a health concern, and they want the Director of Community Development, their suggestion is that he enact this provision. I'm going to ask also that we enact this provision. This is not going to be a wholesale roundup of any animals, but certainly if there's a cat that is found to have rabies and is at large, and if the cat is involved in an incident, there is some enforcement provision to deal with that. This is no different than, in my opinion, this is no different than the ordinances that we have for dogs at large. We do not like animals to run at large, and it's really to protect the pet. If you love your pet and you care about your pet, and you know there's a rabies risk at this time, you probably wouldn't want your pet outside. We've had several instances of pets being bitten by rabid raccoons or caught in a fight by a rabid raccoon. And those cats and dogs have had to be quarantined at the owner's expense. And from what I hear, it ranges between $1,000 and $2,000 for that quarantine. So this is not only a matter of public health, but it's probably a matter of public economics. You wouldn't want your animal to be involved in one of these incidents and have to be quarantined in a pet hospital for 6 weeks. So, Matt, do you want to discuss this? Do you want to comment on this?
Before we do that, when Dr. Donato was here and Dr. Hazen, I specifically asked the question about domestic cats which had been vaccinated. Their answer was if the domestic cat's been vaccinated, it has no risk of contracting rabies.
Right.
Can I ask a question, John? Bill, is there something you want to do, or because you're standing up and, okay.
The issue is that...
Oh, come on.
The issue is that the rate of vaccination of pets, of cats in particular, is much lower than dogs. And the Board of Health is concerned that because of that, those cats are subject to getting rabies and continuing that path of disease. I don't think the Board of Health took this lightly. They really thought about this, and the professionals on the Board of Health wrote a letter to the Board of Commissioners, and unfortunately, I don't have it with me tonight, but they basically urged us to act and to ask the Director of Community Development to enforce or enact this provision, 115-10. I don't know the background on this ordinance, but you have to imagine that someone took time to write this ordinance, and they must have had a good reason to do so. And rather than second-guess that now, enaction of this ordinance is not going to really change it.
Sorry, John.
Trying to tell me. John's cutting me off. I think he wants to go home.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah.
I have nothing in front of me. I have something that's on the agenda that says declaration by Director of Community Development prohibiting. Are you going to make?
Discussion of declaration.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Right.
Are you looking for a declaration right now?
Yes.
So that there's no cats at large, or simply the ability to make a declaration?
No, he has the ability. I'm asking. I'm
if
asking
he
the
has
Director of
authority,
Community.
what do we?
Well, this has become a political hot potato for some reason. I don't know why, because I've had absolutely no complaints about this discussion in the past. I think people that love their cats aren't necessarily interested in them getting rabies. So, there's a question of enforcement. How would the police enforce this? Well, not very well. But in the instance where they need to, they have the right to, because the ordinance is on the books, and especially if the Director of Community Development. It's 115-10.
Yeah.
It's been on the books forever, for 20 years.
What's the problem? It's already on the books.
Well, it requires that the Director of Community Development enact this provision by making a declaration that
It's
there's
essentially
a
a cat
prohibition
leash
on
law.
cats at
Well,
large.
he can do that anytime he wants, right?
He can, but I'm asking him to do that.
Okay.
And I think it would be a mistake for him to do it based
I do
on what I
too.
know. Partly, John, you said that there's the added benefit that it's to protect the cats and reduce the cost of quarantining your cat, but there's no authority to do this to protect cats or reduce costs to home. His only authority to do this is if it
Public
cuts
health.
down on incidents of rabies. And so I heard from what I heard from the presentation from the members of the Board of Health was that a vaccinated cat will not contribute to rabies in any way. So I disagree with your assessment, the way you worded it, for the reasons I stated. I do have one question. Are we allowed to have unvaccinated pets, unvaccinated cats?
No, technically, no.
Yeah, so I also then disagree that we need this to resolve the problem that you identified. If you find a cat, I don't see there's any reason that a cat at large, that if the township needs to take action to ensure that that cat is vaccinated, I don't think you need the declaration to do that. Tell me if you disagree with me, Mr. Bowen.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Curley, could you repeat that?
Do you, in order to find out if a cat is vaccinated, I mean, you don't need this declaration to do that. It's illegal to have an unvaccinated cat.
Correct.
So consequently, you can take action to ensure that the cat is vaccinated.
That's correct, through our animal warden.
And then we can remove unvacced cats
If
at
need be,
cost
yes.
to us, but we
Yes.
can remove them.
If need be, yes.
Okay, so
Now,
from
under the ordinance, when would you declare, when would you make a declaration?
When would I, as director? Well, it says in there, if there's a case of rabies is confirmed in the township or any municipality adjacent to the township, which it has occurred frequently. But as a technical point, in 115.7 with dogs at large, it says a dog shall be deemed at large if it's off the premises. Okay, so if it gets out, and now at 115-10 it says it's at large if it's outside. So
Right,
that's-
because
that's
cats
generally-
can't be contained.
Right,
you know,
exactly, and that's where generally
generally.
cats are around, from what I've seen, around the house. But dogs typically will, if they're gonna run, they're gonna run away from the house, and that's when the animal warden would catch them and issue a citation if appropriate.
Notwithstanding the issue about the cats being at large, I think we still have a really important public health education issue that we need to talk to people about, including making sure their pets are vaccinated, trying to control the pet to the extent practical, and to be on the lookout for these rabid animals and be aware that they're out there. I mean, I went over along Ithan Creek to the homes that back up to that and talked to those folks. about the one.
Don't shoot the messenger here. I was instructed by the Board of Health that they'd like to see this enacted, because it was their professional medical opinion that this should be enacted. And I rely on my boards and commissions to give me professional advice. We don't always take their advice, but in this case, this is not a board of lay people. This is a board of doctors and medical professionals. And they're saying that in order to reduce the spread of rabies in the township, cats are a vector, and the owners of cats should be instructed to keep their cats indoors at this time. I don't,
But I mean, look, I'm just reacting to the words here, John. Prohibiting cats at large and instructing people to keep their cats indoors are two very different things.
Oh, both things have to happen. We instruct residents, once the prohibition is put in place, the owners of cats are instructed that they're not allowed to have their cats at large.
Well, that's
the same thing as a dog, telling an owner of a dog that they can't allow their dog to run down the street.
Well,
Matt, do you think this is necessary?
Well, why don't we allow Matt to make this decision without the pressure of the board?
Well, it's easy for me to declare this, then the police have the real issue here. They're the ones that have to enforce it. So,
But, no more so than we enforce any of the other ordinances. So, we have ordinances for drivers to obey traffic signals and signs, and, we don't necessarily enforce that constantly and at every moment. So, AJ, if we have this ordinance prohibiting cats at large, I think Matt's concerned that this puts an additional burden on your department. I say it's just one more tool that in the instance that we need it, we use it.
But if we're not going to enforce an ordinance.
I didn't say that.
Well,
I said.
You suggested that.
No, I didn't suggest it. I said.
I think you said it, actually.
We enforce ordinances as needed to control problems.
Well, again,
I don't
given the
agree with that at
testimony
all.
in
I
front of
don't
us-
think you ever want to go down a path of conscious, selective
Yes.
No, you
enforcement. I mean, it's one thing if somebody goes through a stop sign and there's no police officer there.
Well, I'm saying that, realistically, we don't enforce every ordinance at every moment. It's impossible.
Yeah, no, we're not out to, we have these ordinances so that we could all live together, and when there's a problem, the ordinance, and you're in violation of the ordinance, that gives us a mechanism to move forward.
And that's what I'm looking for, a mechanism here to protect public health.
So I just think this is the wrong mechanism. I mean, I think there's other ways, there's other mechanisms that are out
I
there.
suggest you draft new legislation then to correct it.
Well, it can be part
Until
of
it's
the problem.
corrected,
You're right.
I think we need to follow it.
Just that this isn't, to me, this isn't the solution, and then it's going to take us in the wrong direction, because anytime we enact something that isn't going to work, then we're not getting closer to the solution.
Do we
We're
have
getting further from
four commissioners going to vote on this?
Well, we're not going to vote on it at all.
All right, okay, well then, let's move
What
on.
I can do is
Bob will work
get
with
together
Matt
with the
and-
Community Development Director then.
Right. Okay.
Thank you.
So I would say get together and try to find a revised ordinance that makes sense and would contribute to the health concerns that were addressed.
But I would also ask that maybe it's a little bit slightly different than what Don is saying. Just come back to a recommendation on how you think we should proceed here.
The recommendation they can do. They have the authority to do.
Well, the answer, he does and he doesn't, in the sense that I get the sense that Matt has the authority to do this. There may be just, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, Matt, there just may be some reluctance to do this, and so, they're looking for some guidance, but I'd like Bob to work with Matt to come back. To me, it seems silly, but.
Okay, we
but
need.
If you could come back and say, this is what I recommend that we do.
My car turns into a pumpkin at 1. so-
Yeah, we can't go past 1, let's roll.
Next is public safety.
I move the approval.
Yeah.
There's only one item on the agenda, thankfully, and that's Resolution 2010-20 regarding the Garrett Hill 4th of July Parade. This seeks to approach PennDOT and secure a permit to conduct the parade on Lancaster Avenue between Lowry's Lane and Garrett Avenue and on Conestoga Road. I so move the resolution.
Second.
Can I agree with that, but can we just make it clear, mostly for purposes of the announcement, the parade is scheduled for Saturday, July 3rd,
You're right.
and not Sunday, July 4th.
Yeah, and no cats in that parade.
Unless they're
Well,
on a
they're in a
leash.
cage or a leash.
Why don't they do it on July 3rd?
Okay, moved and
I don't know.
seconded.
Can't
Moved
have
and
July
seconded. Any public comment? All in favor?
Aye.
Also, there was an article in last week's newspaper that I thought was pretty good. It was about Officer Pontonio and the issue with the medals. I don't want to belabor it tonight, but I really think it would be appropriate for this board to acknowledge that publicly, maybe at the next meeting. I thought he went above and beyond on that effort.
He did. He recognized the need to get this guy his medals back. I did all the paperwork, set it up, and obviously the gentleman got most of his medals back. He was very happy.
Right. Thank you.
I move authorization to go out to bid for a roof of the Radnor Memorial Library.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion?
I just have to, want to make it clear, and I just think I know the answer, but this is not a commitment to spend the money yet. This is simply a
Request for
request to
bids.
get bid, given the earlier discussion tonight.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Moved and seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
That's it under Public Works.
Old business? New business? Real quick, Bob's only been here 2 weeks and already found several errors or problems with the home rule charter. John Rice has told us what
I don't want
problems.
to, I don't mean to be picky here.
Dan.
It's not errors. It
You want
needs to
this?
be modifications and updating, but it's
Right.
not errors. You said errors.
Oh, okay. Problems.
I wouldn't say problems is the
Well-
right word. Modernization might be a better way.
Well, first thing that has happened is the home rule charter requires that it be reviewed at a certain frequency, and it never has been.
I think the charter should include a
A
drop
time
dead
limit.
time.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
do too.
meetings have to end by 11.
But anyway, but for the next meeting, let's talk about establishing a home rule charter review commission of some nature. John Rice, I think he had to put quarters in the meter.
Okay, because I know John has mentioned.
He's got a whole
He's
book
been
full of
accumulating
stuff.
things since
Yes.
he's come on board of
Yeah.
things that need
Yeah.
updating and modernization.
I
So
think it's a
let's-
good idea.
Let's do that at the next meeting.
Yeah, let's discuss possible commission to update the charter.
Yeah, and we'll structure some qualifications and get members. Any public participation?
I ain't sitting here.
Jim. Mr. Gimmer, how are you tonight?
Fine, thanks, John.
Did you
Baron
enjoy
Gimmer,
the
South
Flyers
Wayne.
game?
Yes, I did. I enjoyed the Flyers game in the back on my laptop. Thank you. I will be very brief. I do have a point to bring up that's similar to an issue that was brought up during the Shimoni sidewalk discussion, which is process. And Bill, during the WBOD public hearing last meeting, you made fun of me bringing my laptop up. And the point is, why did I have to bring my laptop up? Is because I didn't have my documents for that, all my documents for that particular issue. And why didn't I have them? Because I didn't know that was going to be a public hearing until the agenda item started. I literally thought coming to the meeting that it was going to be to set the date for the public hearing, as we did. And let me just read the two sentences here under Article 25, Amendments of the Zoning Code, Notice of Public Hearing on Proposed Amendments. The Board of Commissioners, this is 28147, the Board of Commissioners shall, during a public meeting, fix the time and place of a public hearing on a proposed zoning amendment and cause notice thereof to be given as follows. And then it goes on and talks about the newspaper advertisement. And while that newspaper advertisement was done, that notice was done, the main notice that most people use, which is the at the meeting setting and announcing the date, was not done. So not only was I not prepared to speak on that, but there were several people that weren't even at the meeting because they weren't aware of that. And I think that that's a problem. There was other issues I would have liked to bring up on the spot zoning and things, but literally I came in thinking that it was just going to set the date on that.
Baron, we have the staff looking into that. They're reviewing the tapes of the prior meetings when it was introduced.
Oh, yeah, because it was introduced in January, and that's the last
Right.
time it was for the Board of Commissioners.
Right.
Assuming that that's the case, that it was only brought for introduction during January, what's the proposed resolution?
We've asked staff to provide us with that. John Rice is looking into it.
Okay, and John's not here he's still putting quarters in these. And I think that's important, and I don't know if it can be brought up during the earlier June meeting, because with the 30-day clock ticking, I'd like to know if there's going to be a resolution from the township on
Bob,
that.
would you talk to John tomorrow and decide whether we need to add that to the special?
And just to reiterate again, not only was there was people that normally emails would go out about that, and there were people that just were not at the meeting because they had no idea about that it was going to happen. So,
Yep.
thank you.
Hi, Jim Schneller. If I could piggyback on that, there's items now being called discussions, but since you can feasibly go to vote, could you kindly change the wording? I think people might be assuming it's a discussion. I know it happened tonight with the Shimoni discussion. I certainly was only 50-50 on being here because it looked like a preliminary or a caucus or something. I'd also like to ask that you restart the community development printouts. Everything else is printed out in such nice detail. And there were some good synopsis of monthly community development numbers of permits for what. I'm hoping they could be restarted. And finally, I don't want my tax dollar going to pay for, in any way, not to publicize a Harry Potter day camp. I know that I could sound like an overly suspicious or a zealot, but I'm not. I don't think if I came in here and proposed a Hare Krishna day camp or a Christian day camp that I'd be received very well, and I find it objectionable.
Thank you.
I was going to go for 3 more minutes.
Move we adjourn?
All in favor?
Aye.
Good night.